Welcome to a new era of baseball's great spectacle. The T-Mobile Home Run Derby, live on Netflix. The biggest sluggers in baseball put their talents to the test on All-Star Weekend. Raw power meets star power. Big swagger meets bigger slams. And you don't swing to make contact. You swing to make history. Watch the T-Mobile Home Run Derby live on Netflix this Monday, July 13th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to the Adult Sleep Stories podcast. I'm your host, Jason. Tonight we'll experience a peaceful travel story about Julian Becker, a man who has spent years saving for the chance to finally see the world. His first journey takes him through Portugal and Japan, where train windows, tiled streets, harbors, gardens, and quiet island roads begin to change the way he experiences each day. Before we begin, if these stories help you relax, calm your mind, sleep, or you get anything of value at all from these episodes, please consider leaving a rating or honest review on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite listening platform. This really helps the podcast reach more tired listeners. Now, find a comfortable position, take a slow, deep breath, and let tonight's journey begin. This is The Quiet Atlas, Portugal to Japan, an original story by Jason A. Wilkinson. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Arrival Light. Julian stepped off the moving walkway and into the wider flow of the terminal, his carry-on rolling behind him with a soft rattle over the polished floor. Around him, the airport was awake in that half-quiet way only very early places could be. Wheels hummed. A distant announcement moved through the air in Portuguese, and then in English, calm and practiced, as if nothing in the world could be urgent here. Somewhere ahead, coffee machines were being turned on. Somewhere behind him, a child let out one brief, tired protest, and then fell silent again. He kept walking. For a moment he had the strange feeling that came at the beginning of every long-imagined thing, when it finally became ordinary enough to touch. Not the dream of it. Not the planning. The actual fact of his feet moving over the floor in Lisbon. His passport was back in his pocket. His shoulders were a little stiff from the flight. His mouth tasted faintly of airplane coffee. This was how it began. He passed a bank of high windows and turned his head toward them. Outside, the first light spread thinly over the airport grounds, a pale wash of silver and soft gold along the glass. Service vehicles moved with blinking lights below. Beyond them, the sky was opening by degrees, not dramatic, just steady, as if morning were being laid carefully over everything. Julian adjusted his grip on the handle of his bag. 43 years old, from Texas, alone in Portugal, beginning a year he had been thinking about for so long that parts of it no longer seemed fully real. He had saved for it slowly, in quiet increments that at first looked too small to matter. He had read guidebooks, rail sites, museum pages, city maps, ferry timetables, neighborhood recommendations, weather patterns, packing lists, and articles written by people who sounded both more spontaneous and more prepared than he felt. He had made spreadsheets, then shorter spreadsheets to simplify the first ones, then handwritten notes when the neatness of the computer began to feel too much like work. Portugal first, then Japan. After that, the year opened wider. Not empty, but broad enough to breathe in. He had a route, though he had tried not to call it a rigid one. A rough shape through Europe and farther east, then eventually beyond. Trains, guest houses, ferries, station platforms, museum afternoons, harbour walks, old streets, quiet meals. He had told himself the same thing for months. Do not rush just because you finally can go. It was still difficult not to rush in his head. He moved past other travelers who looked as if they belonged to different versions of the same hour. A young man in a suit, jacket folded over one arm, staring down at his phone with practiced concentration. Two women with hiking packs standing beside a column, one of them drinking from a water bottle, while the other studied a sign overhead. An older couple walking carefully, not slowly exactly, but with the measured pace of people who did not intend to be hurried by a terminal or anyone in it. Near a seating area, a family had gathered in a loose island around several bags. The parents looked pleasantly worn out, the way travelers did after crossing distance with children. One little girl slept with her cheek against her mother's shoulder. Another child sat half-curled over a small backpack decorated with bright animals, blinking toward the windows as if trying to decide whether he was awake enough to care where he was. Julian looked away before his attention could become staring, but the sight stayed with him. It softened something in him. The airport no longer felt like a place where he was the only one suspended between one life and another. Everyone here was carrying some private shape of travel. Some people knew exactly where to stand. Some did not. Some had done this 100 times. Some looked as if they were meeting a place for the first time. He followed the signs toward arrivals and baggage claim, though he had checked his luggage all the way through and had nothing to retrieve except himself. A cleaner guided a cart slowly past. A cafe shutter lifted with a metallic sound and then paused halfway. Behind the counter, a woman in a dark apron was stacking cups in neat towers, her movements efficient and unhurried. The smell of coffee reached him before the cafe was fully open, warm and bitter and immediate. He almost went there at once. Instead, he stopped near the wall to let a cluster of passengers pass, then slipped one hand into the outer pocket of his satchel and drew out the small notebook he had carried in the seat pocket on the flight. The cover was plain, dark blue, chosen less for beauty than for sturdiness. He had bought it months ago and resisted writing in it until the trip actually began. It felt important that the first pages not be filled with pre-departure lists and airport reminders from home. This notebook was for the road or the rail or the waiting room or whatever else the year turned out to be. He opened to the page he had marked with a paper tab. At the top, in his careful handwriting, he had written the structure that had followed him through months of preparation and had lately become more comforting than restrictive. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. He looked at the list as though seeing if it still made sense now that he was here. The Quiet Atlas, he had called it in private. Not because he planned to publish anything or show it to anyone beyond maybe his parents one day, but because the phrase helped him remember what he wanted the trip to be. Not proof, not performance, a record of attention. One photograph from each place, not 50 versions of the same landmark. One small object that could fit in his hand. One meal that belonged to the day and city where he ate it. One observation written plainly. One lesson, if the place gave him one. Simple enough to follow. Simple enough, he hoped, to prevent him from trying to do too much. He closed the notebook again, then opened it once more, just to confirm the list was still there. He smiled a little at himself and slipped it back into the satchel. "All right," he said under his breath. His own voice sounded steady. That helped. He went to the cafe. By then, a few people had already formed a small line. Nothing tense, nothing impatient. People stood with the resigned gentleness of travelers who knew coffee was one of the first real things after a flight. Julian joined them and waited. From here, he could see more of the terminal opening into the morning. Lights still glowed warmly over the counters, but the daylight at the windows was beginning to take over. It touched the floor in long, pale shapes. Reflections moved and vanished as people crossed them. When it was his turn, he ordered a coffee and a small pastry from the display case, because it seemed wise to eat something before finding his way into the city. The woman behind the counter handed them over with a brief smile and a soft thank you. Her voice was almost musical in its rise and fall, and hearing it gave him the first small pleasure of being somewhere language tilted differently around ordinary things. He carried his tray to a narrow standing counter near the glass. The coffee was stronger than the one on the plane, and better by such a clear margin that he almost laughed. He broke the pastry apart. It flaked lightly onto the napkin. He watched a baggage cart move below the windows while he ate, and for a few minutes he let himself do nothing but stand there and take in the uncomplicated fact of being fed, awake, and arrived. His planning mind tried to resume its seat at once. Guest house check-in, metro or taxi, when to drop the bag, whether to walk first or sit first, whether he should try to stay awake until evening or allow himself a short nap, whether Lisbon should begin with a viewpoint or a neighborhood or a cafe, or simply the route from the guest house to wherever his feet carried him. He felt the familiar tightening, not dramatic but persistent, the inner pressure to choose correctly before the day had even fully started. He took another sip of coffee and looked away from his own thoughts. A pair of airport workers paused near the far end of the window wall, one of them gesturing with a folded cloth while the other listened. A man in a green sweater unpacked a toy bus from a side pocket and handed it to a child who accepted it with grave concentration. A woman traveling alone, perhaps near his age, was asleep in a chair, with her coat draped over her, and one hand looped through the strap of her bag. Behind the cafe counter, fresh pastries were being set out in a new row. The airport was becoming itself, minute by minute. He had spent so much time imagining what the first morning should feel like. Significant, maybe. Sharp with revelation. Full of that immediate transformation people like to describe when they wrote about travel as if a border crossing rewired the soul. Instead, it felt smaller. And because it felt smaller, it felt true. He was tired. He was excited. He was careful by habit. He was carrying too many ideas about how to begin. He was also standing in Lisbon with warm coffee in his hands while the city waited beyond the terminal, and that was enough for now. When he finished eating, he tucked the napkin under the empty cup and stood a moment longer, watching the widening light. His phone remained in his pocket. He knew he could pull it out and look again at the route he had saved, at the guest house confirmation, at the notes he had made on neighborhoods and tram lines and places to walk. All useful, all real. But he also knew how quickly usefulness became instruction, and how quickly instruction became pressure. Portugal first, he reminded himself, as if saying only the first destination would keep the whole year from pressing too hard at once. Portugal first, Lisbon, then the coast at Cascais, then north to Porto, then the Douro Valley. After that, the transition east. Japan later. Kanazawa, trains, ferries, the sea. But not all at once. He did not need to mentally inhabit every future station before he had even left the airport. He picked up his bag again and moved away from the cafe. The arrivals hall opened wider, brighter now, with doors sliding apart for people entering and leaving in steady sequence. There were signs held low at chest height by drivers waiting for guests. There were embraces, modest and tired after overnight flights. There were people standing off to one side to reorganize jackets, chargers, papers, children, strollers, backpacks, neck pillows, and all the small, loose pieces that travel shook apart. Julian walked more slowly here. He wanted to take a photograph already, not for the atlas, Not yet, but because the light had settled over the hall in a way he liked. It touched the metal rails and the tiled floor and the glass doors without flattening them. Morning in a terminal had its own kind of tenderness, he thought. A place built for transit, briefly made gentle by light. That might have been his first observation if he chose it later. He did not write it down yet. Instead, he stored it somewhere behind his ribs, where the good things often went before language reached them. Near the far side of the hall, a child stood with both palms pressed to the window, looking out toward the plains. He was perhaps 6 or 7. His jacket was unzipped crookedly. One sneaker was untied. He had the still intensity children sometimes gave to large machines, as though the sight of an airplane taxiing in the distance contained everything worth knowing for the next few minutes. Behind him, his father crouched with a half-open bag, trying to reattach a strap, while keeping one eye on a second child who had sunk onto a suitcase and nearly fallen asleep sitting up. The scene lasted only a moment. No one in it knew Julian was watching, but something in the angle of the boy's body at the glass, in the patient disorder of family travel around him, caught at a much older part of him. He stopped. The handle of his bag rested warm in his palm. The morning light lay thin and bright across the floor. Around him, wheels moved, doors opened, announcements flowed on in calm repetition. And just beneath the present, as if a road had begun to appear under the airport tiles, memory stirred. Chapter 2. The Road That Opened the World. The family remained where they were, half gathered and half scattered, in the way people often were after a long flight. A backpack sat open on the floor. A jacket had slipped from a suitcase handle. The boy by the glass still leaned forward, as if the runway held some private answer for him. Julian did not stare. He only stood still for a few seconds longer than he had meant to, his hand around the warm plastic grip of his carry-on, while the airport kept moving around him. Somewhere behind him, milk hissed into coffee. Wheels clicked over the seams in the floor. A soft announcement rose and faded in Portuguese and English. The present stayed clear enough. Lisbon was still here. He was still here. 43 years old, tired from the overnight flight, carrying a passport and a dark blue notebook and more planning than any city had asked of him. But under all of that, another motion had begun. It came first, not as an image, but as a feeling. A seatbelt across his lap. The long patience of being carried somewhere by people who knew the road. The quiet excitement of not needing to understand the whole trip in order to love it. He let the memory come. He was small again, in the back seat of his parents' car, with the world arriving in pieces through the window. The trip had begun in Texas. What he remembered first was space. Long roads unspooling beneath a bright sky. The land stretched wide enough to make distance feel almost simple, though as a child he had not thought in those terms. He had only known that the car kept moving, that the horizon kept staying ahead of them, and that this itself was thrilling. His mother had turned in her seat that first morning to hand him something wrapped in paper for breakfast. His father had one hand at the wheel and one resting lightly near the folded map on the console. The air in the car had smelled faintly of coffee, fabric warmed by sun, and the clean starch of paper napkins packed from home. The map was one of the things he remembered most clearly. It had been large and awkward and full of creases that never flattened all the way back out. At some point his father had passed it back to him, and Julian had unfolded part of it across his knees with great seriousness. The names of states and highways had seemed both exact and impossible. Thin coloured lines crossed one another with complete confidence. Cities sat in small printed type as if their existence on paper should make perfect sense. To his parents, perhaps it did. To him, each name felt like a door. He traced the route with one finger, though he never quite kept his place. "Where are we now?" he had asked more than once. His father always answered in the same calm tone, never sounding impatient, even when Julian suspected he had already asked 10 minutes earlier. "Still heading east," his father had said once, smiling at the road. Still heading east. The phrase had stayed with him for years without his knowing why. It made travel sound both certain and open. They were going somewhere, yes, but for long stretches they were simply in motion, and that was enough. He remembered the changing weather almost as much as the changing land. In one part of the drive, the day had been clear and hot, the roadside pale and sunstruck. Later, there had been rain. He remembered droplets gathering on the window beside him and the windshield ahead turning briefly silver beneath the sweep of the wipers. He had watched the outside world blur and sharpen, as though distance itself were breathing. Rain made the trip feel larger. It turned gas stations into islands of light. It made parking lots shine. It gave every passing truck a brief halo of spray. At one stop, near evening, they had pulled under the bright canopy of a station whose lights had already come on against the darkening sky. Julian remembered opening the car door and feeling the different air, cooler than it had been earlier, carrying the smell of wet pavement and gasoline and something frying inside the attached store. He had stood close to the car while his parents moved around him with the easy competence of adults who had done this before. His father filled the tank. His mother checked the bag of snacks. Someone somewhere laughed. Tires hissed over wet concrete and disappeared back into the road. Nothing dramatic had happened there. That was part of why it endured. It had simply been one small stop among many, and yet he had felt, with a child's complete sincerity, that they were out in the wide world. He remembered motels too, though not in order. A bedspread with a pattern of dark leaves, a humming air conditioner, a hallway that smelled faintly of soap and old carpet, ice in a bucket, the excitement of sleeping somewhere that was not home and waking without quite knowing, for one soft second, where he was. Mostly, though, he remembered the window. Open Texas roads had slowly given way to greener country. The scenery thickened. Trees gathered. Small towns appeared with church steeples, water towers, roadside signs, and streets he would never see again. They crossed bridges over rivers that flashed below them and were gone. He saw billboards for places he did not know, names that sounded like stories already underway. He watched pine trees rise in dense lines that felt entirely different from home. Even the light changed. It seemed to settle differently on distant hills, to hold more shadow under leaves, to make the road feel enclosed and discovered at the same time. At his age, then, state lines had felt almost magical. He knew in an abstract schoolroom way that states existed. He could point to some of them on a map. But crossing from one into another while staying in the same car, in the same seat, under the same broad sky, had been astonishing. The world changed without needing permission from him. The signs at the roadside announced a new place, and somehow it was true. There were different trees, different town names, different curves in the road, and still they kept going. He had pressed his forehead lightly to the glass sometimes, not from sadness or tiredness, but from the wish to be closer to what he was seeing. His parents' voices rose and fell in the front seat. Not constant conversation, just the quiet talk of people sharing a long drive. A question about the next stop, a remark about weather, a brief discussion over the map, his mother reading a name aloud. his father repeating it with the steadiness of someone steering toward it. Their voices became part of the road itself, as dependable as the engine and the soft rush of tires. In memory, his father's hands stayed loose on the wheel. His mother folded and refolded the map until it obeyed her. Sometimes music played low. Sometimes there was only road noise and rain, and the occasional passing truck. Julian had not felt managed or entertained. He had simply been there, allowed to watch. That, he realized now, might have been the beginning of everything. Not a single destination. Not one famous sight. Not even South Carolina itself, though he knew they had gone there, and had arrived, and had seen family and meals and porches and unfamiliar streets. What remained brightest was the movement between places, the patient hours in which the world kept changing while he sat still enough to notice. The road had taught him scale. His neighborhood had not been the whole map. Texas had not been the whole country. Home had not been the edge of what could be known. There were bridges beyond the bridges he had seen, towns beyond the names he had heard, rivers beyond the ones they crossed. The world was larger than his first understanding of it, and instead of frightening him, that largeness had felt generous. The memory held no speech big enough to announce itself as a lesson. His parents had not turned in their seats to tell him that travel would matter. No one had marked the moment. The knowledge had entered quietly, through windows and road signs, and the simple repeated fact of continued motion. Still heading east. The airport returned in layers. First came the floor under Julian's shoes, then the passing rumble of a suitcase, then the brightness of terminal glass and the reflected shape of people crossing in both directions. The family was still nearby, though the boy had stepped back from the window now and was drinking from a bottle his mother had handed him. An older man in a dark coat walked past with the measured pace of someone who had already been awake too long. A cleaner moved a cart along the wall. Somewhere ahead, another door opened with a soft mechanical sigh. Julian blinked once and felt the odd, gentle dislocation of coming all the way back to the present. He was no longer in the back seat with a map over his knees. He was a grown man in an airport in Portugal. He had chosen this, saved for it, planned for it in spreadsheets and bookmarked articles and carefully labeled notes. He had studied station layouts, opening hours, walking routes, train times, likely weather, backup routes, and the quiet, practical details that let a trip proceed without unnecessary friction. For years he had thought that preparedness was the same thing as readiness. It had helped, of course. The planning had built the bridge between wanting and going. But standing there now, held for a moment between the Lisbon terminal and a highway from childhood, he understood something he had not put into any notebook. The first seed of this journey had not come from mastering information. It had come from wonder, from being a boy by a car window, watching one landscape become another, and feeling the world widen without asking him to control it. The thought loosened something in him. Not all at once. He was still himself, still inclined to measure and compare and ask whether he should leave the airport now or wait, whether he ought to follow the exact arrival plan he had sketched before departure, whether the guest house check-in timing would line up most efficiently with whatever train or metro connection came next. Those habits did not vanish because memory had visited him, but the pressure behind them eased. He did not need to prove that he knew how to begin. He was already in the beginning. Julian shifted his bag upright and drew a slow breath. The terminal air held coffee, cleaning solution, and the faint metallic coolness of conditioned space. Ahead, daylight spread wider across the glass. Outside, the morning looked pale and real. He walked toward a quieter stretch of wall near the windows and set his carry-on beside him. For a moment he took out the dark blue notebook, not to build a fresh schedule, but simply to anchor the feeling before it thinned. He opened to a clean page. His handwriting, always careful at first and looser once he forgot himself, moved across the paper. He wrote that the first road had not begun with departure boards or passports. It had begun in the back seat of his parents' car, with a paper map, rain on the windshield, and the astonishment of crossing state lines while staying the same small person inside them. He wrote that perhaps what he had loved all along was not arrival alone, but the visible change between one place and another, the world unfolding in sequence, the gift of watching it happen. He read the lines once. They were simple, which felt right. Then he closed the notebook and stood again. The family had gathered themselves. The boy was no longer at the glass. They moved off together into the wider flow of the terminal, folding back into ordinary travel. Julian watched them go only long enough to feel grateful for the accidental kindness of their presence. He lifted his bag and started walking. The signs toward the exit seemed easier to follow now, not because the airport had changed, but because his mind had settled into a different rhythm. He passed a shop still arranging bottled water and postcards. He passed a row of seats where two travelers slept, with their heads bent at almost the same angle. He passed windows brightening over the edge of the airfield. At the sliding doors, he slowed for just a second. Beyond them waited the first city of the trip. Lisbon. Streets he had studied and did not yet know. Stone hills. Tiled sidewalks. Tram bells somewhere beyond the airport roads. A guest house room not yet seen. Morning light on a river he had imagined from maps for years. He felt tired, yes, and careful, and aware of the day's practical steps. But beneath all of that now was something steadier than nerves. He knew where this wanting had started. Not in escape, not in restlessness, not in the need to become someone else. It had started in safety, in being carried forward by trusted voices, in learning from a backseat window that the world was larger than home and kind enough to reveal itself a little at a time. The doors opened. A draught of outside air touched his face, softer and less filtered than the terminal behind him. Julian stepped through with his bag rolling lightly at his side, feeling both older and, in some quiet way, newly returned to the boy who had once pressed his forehead to the glass and watched the road open the world. Chapter 3. First streets in Lisbon. Outside the terminal, the morning felt newly made. It was not dramatic. No grand reveal waited beyond the sliding doors. What met Julian was simpler than that. Pale air, a taxi line moving in patient starts, the low murmur of voices in a language he did not yet understand by ear, and a brightness that seemed to settle on every surface without hurry. After the sealed coolness of the airport, the city's first breath touched his face with a softness that felt almost personal. He stood for a moment with one hand on the handle of his rolling bag and let himself be there. He had expected, in some hidden part of himself, that the first steps into Lisbon might come with a sharper feeling, a trumpet note in the mind, a private certainty that now, at last, the long-planned life had begun exactly as it should. Instead, there was this. Tired legs, a faint dryness in his throat from the flight, the weight of his satchel against his side, and the ordinary work of moving from airport to city. The lack of ceremony steadied him more than grandeur would have. He checked the address of his guest house once, then put his phone away before he could begin checking 3 other things. The route was simple enough. Metro. Then a short walk uphill. He had already studied it at home, then again on the plane, then once more over coffee in the terminal. Nothing new would be gained by studying it into submission. That thought, small as it was, felt like a decent beginning. The metro station below the airport was clean and bright, the signs clear, the floor carrying the faint echo of rolling luggage and measured footsteps. Julian bought his ticket, passed through the gate, and joined the flow of morning travellers. Men in jackets, women with canvas bags, a student with earbuds in and a notebook open against one palm, an older couple standing close together on the platform without speaking. Their familiarity with the space gave it calm. They were not beginning a grand journey. They were going where they needed to go. Work, class, errands, some ordinary destination folded into the shape of the day. Julian liked that. It relieved the city of any obligation to perform for him. When the train arrived, he boarded with the others and found a place near the door. He watched the dim tunnel take and release the reflection of the carriage window. At each stop, people entered and left with a rhythm so practiced it seemed almost musical. His bag stood between his shoes. His shoulders loosened one careful degree at a time. By the time he emerged again above ground, Lisbon had begun to show itself in fragments. Not monuments, not the postcard version first. Light on pale walls. A slope that made his calves wake up at once. A row of balconies with ironwork dark against cream and yellow facades. Laundry shifting slightly in the breeze. Shirts and towels, and one bright sheet that caught the sun. A kiosk shutter being rolled upward. The clatter of cups from somewhere just out of sight. Stone underfoot. Patterned and old-looking, though worn smooth by use. He found the guest house on a narrow street that climbed more than he had expected. The building wore faded tile around the doorway, blue and white, with a softness at the edges that made age feel less like damage and more like weather held in place. Inside, the entry hall was cool. The floor tiles changed pattern from the ones outside, and the air smelled faintly of lemon polish and old wood. The woman at the desk greeted him with practical warmth. His room was ready, which felt like a gift large out of proportion to the words. He signed, accepted the key, and followed her brief directions up one flight and then another. The stair rail was smooth under his hand. Somewhere deeper in the building, a door opened and shut. Then all was quiet again. His room was small and enough. A narrow bed with a white coverlet. A wooden chair by the window. A wardrobe that looked older than he was. A bathroom tiled in pale green. The window opened onto the back of another building, and, above it, a layered view of roofs, chimneys, and a strip of sky brightening into full morning. Julian set his bag down and sat on the edge of the bed. For a minute, he thought he should unpack efficiently. Put chargers here, notebook there, toiletries arranged, tomorrow's clothes separated. Passport tucked into the safest possible place. Then he looked at the room again and understood that if he obeyed that instinct completely, he could spend the first hour in Lisbon arranging his possessions into a system so precise that the city itself would remain on the other side of the glass. He took out only what he needed. His notebook, his toothbrush, a fresh shirt. He splashed water on his face, changed, and stood at the window until the last of the airplane feeling receded a little from his bones. Then he left again with no exact plan except to walk. That decision made him more alert than any schedule might have. Without an ordered list to move him from point to point, he became attentive to what was directly ahead. The street descended, then turned, then offered another climb. Sidewalk and roadway pressed close together, making room not by breadth but by adaptation. Doors painted green or blue. A cat sitting in a patch of sun beside a parked scooter. Small grocery windows with oranges stacked in careful pyramids. Potted plants on sills. The occasional burst of tiled wall, some bright, some weathered. all of them changing the feel of the street as if color itself were part of the architecture's voice. Far off, then nearer, he heard the bell of a tram. The sound reached him before the tram itself did, a quick, clear note followed by the scrape and hum of metal negotiating the city's angles. When it appeared, yellow against stone and morning, it seemed both practical and improbable, as though a remembered version of a city had rolled into the present intact. People stepped aside with the ease of habit. A driver leaned slightly from his frame of glass and steel. Then the tram moved on, carrying its own brief excitement away. Julian smiled without meaning to. He climbed a set of stone steps between buildings and came out on a lane where laundry hung above him like quiet flags of domestic life. A woman farther down was shaking a cloth over a railing. Two men unloaded crates of bottles into a restaurant not yet open. A child with a backpack walked quickly beside an older woman who had no need to hurry, and yet somehow kept the pace. The city was not presenting highlights. It was living the morning. That, too, steadied him. He passed a small shop with postcards spinning on a rack outside and paused only long enough to glance at them. Bridges, tiled facades, river light, trams. The familiar images from guides and websites looked less false now than incomplete. They had been true, but only in part. None of them had included the sound of a broom on stone, or bread being carried in through a side door, or the way laundry softened the geometry of a narrow street. At a corner, he stopped to let a tiny delivery van squeeze past, and while he waited, he reached into his satchel for the folded city map he had picked up at the guest house. He opened it not because he was lost, exactly, but because a long habit told him that a traveler standing still ought to convert stillness into orientation. The paper crackled in his hands. "You will make yourself tired that way." The voice came from just behind him, gentle rather than intrusive. Julian turned. An older man stood in the doorway of a cafe, one hand still on the frame, as if he had only leaned out for a breath of air and happened to find Julian there. He was perhaps in his 60s, compactly built, with silver hair combed back and a face made more lined than old. An apron hung over dark clothes. Behind him, the cafe interior held the shine of glasses and the warm promise of coffee. Julian lifted the map a little, half in acknowledgement, half in defense, trying not to get turned around. The man smiled. In Lisbon, a little turned around is normal. His English carried the ease of long use. He stepped fully onto the pavement and looked up the street, not at the map. The streets do not mind if you do not understand them at once. Julian gave a quiet laugh. That sounds like advice. "It is only practical," the man said. "You walk. You look. You go down when you meant to go up. Then later, you know a little more." He tapped the folded map lightly with one finger, not unkindly. "Too much of this and you see paper instead of the city." Julian glanced past him into the cafe. Two small tables stood outside. Inside, a woman behind the counter was arranging pastries beneath glass. The room itself looked narrow and calm, the kind of place that belonged to regulars in the morning and to chance visitors in the spaces between. The man said, "Coffee?" Julian hesitated only long enough to know the answer was yes. Inside, the cafe was cool in the shade and smelled of espresso, warm milk, and pastry crust. The older man introduced himself as Manuel Duarte while setting a small cup and saucer before Julian at one of the inside tables near the door. The exchange was brief, almost formal. Not friendship, not performance. Simply one person making room for another in the morning. Julian ordered a pastry as well, choosing by sight more than knowledge. It arrived dusted lightly with sugar, crisp at the edges and tender within. He ate slowly, grateful for the sweetness and for the fact that he did not need to identify everything immediately in order to enjoy it. From his table, he could see the street through the open doorway. The city passed in framed portions. A woman carrying flowers wrapped in paper. A man walking uphill with a tool bag. 2 tourists consulting a phone, and then, after a pause, looking up as if reminded that the city itself might be more useful than the screen. Sun shifting across the opposite wall. A tram bell sounding from another street over, softened by distance. Manuel moved behind the counter, speaking now and then with the woman working beside him. At one point he came to wipe the table next to Julian's, though it did not need wiping, and nodded toward the open map. "You are here long?" "In Lisbon. A few days," Julian said. "Then Cascais, then north." "Good." Manuel folded the cloth once in his hands. "Enough time to walk badly at first." Julian smiled. "That's the goal?" "It should be." Manuel's eyes held a dry amusement. "A city like this is not a problem to finish. If you try to solve it, you will miss it." The sentence landed with a quiet firmness that made it feel larger than conversation. Julian thought of his spreadsheets at home, color-coded transit notes, saved restaurant lists, walking routes marked in advance, backup plans for weather, backup plans for the backup plans. He had not been wrong to prepare. Preparation had brought him here, but he could already feel the shape of another mistake, one that had followed him across the ocean, the urge to convert every place into something manageable before it had the chance to become real. Manuel gave the table one final, absent-minded wipe and straightened. "Walk until something makes you stop," he said. "That is usually where the city begins." Then he returned to the counter, leaving the remark behind without ceremony. Julian sat with it. He finished the pastry and let the last warmth of the coffee settle into him. Around him, the cafe continued in its modest rhythm. Cups placed on saucers, the low hiss of the machine, a customer entering, greeting Manuel by name, ordering without looking at the menu. Morning deepening outside, not suddenly but through accumulation. At last, Julian took out his dark blue notebook. He did not open it with the old pressure of needing to produce a good sentence worthy of the first page in Portugal. He simply turned to a fresh page and wrote the date, the city, and beneath that, slowly enough to hear the words in his own mind. "Lisbon does not ask to be solved before it is seen." He stopped there, then added another line. "First observation. The city reveals itself in layers of ordinary life, not all at once." He looked at the words. They were plain. That was all right. Plain had room in it. For his ritual, he knew he would need more in time. One photo, one object, one meal, one lesson. The meal might already be beginning here, in sugar and coffee, and a pastry eaten while morning arranged itself beyond an open door. The lesson, perhaps, had begun too. He closed the notebook and rested his hand on it for a moment. When he stood to leave, Manuel looked up from the counter. Julian thanked him for the coffee and for the advice. Manuel lifted one shoulder in a nearly invisible shrug. "Enjoy getting lost a little," he said. Outside again, the street seemed at once no more legible and more welcoming. The slope remained a slope. The turns still withheld what came next. Bells sounded somewhere uphill. Laundry moved lightly overhead. Sun warmed the upper walls, while the lower stones held the night's coolness a little longer. Julian folded the map and put it away. Then he began walking, not faster, not toward mastery, but into the city with his first Lisbon lesson, quiet and steady in his mind. Some places were wandered rather than solved. Chapter 4. Dusk over the tiles. The lesson Manuel had given him in the morning stayed with Julian all day. Not as a grand statement, but as a small resistance he kept feeling whenever his hand drifted toward the folded map in his satchel. More than once he had nearly taken it out. At a corner where one street climbed and another fell away toward a strip of brightness that might have been river light, he had almost stopped to orient himself. Later, passing a tram line and a kiosk stacked with newspapers and bottled water, he had felt the old impulse again. He could know exactly where he was. He could mark a route, connect the overlooked places between the better-known ones, and reassure himself that the first day in Lisbon was proceeding well. Instead, he had kept walking. By the time the city began to lean toward evening, that choice had changed the day in ways he could not have planned. He had not seen everything he had once imagined seeing on a first day in Lisbon. He had not moved from viewpoint to viewpoint or crossed attractions cleanly off an internal list. What he had done was stranger and, by late afternoon, more satisfying. He had learned the slope of certain streets through his legs. He had learned how the light brightened pale walls and left the lower stone cool. He had learned which sounds carried uphill and which disappeared in the folds between buildings. He had learned that a city could begin to feel familiar before it became understandable. Now, with the hour softening, he turned back in the general direction of the guest house. The sky above the roofs had started to change. Blue remained high overhead, but lower down it warmed into diluted gold, then into a quiet peach near the western edges of the city. Chimneys and antennas made thin dark marks against the light. The upper stories of the buildings held the sun longer than the street did, so that balconies glowed while the paving stones below had already cooled. Julian slowed without deciding to. It was not a dramatic part of the day. Nothing announced itself. No square opened suddenly into spectacle. No church bell or burst of music told him where to stand. The city simply entered evening around him in 100 modest adjustments. A shop selling household goods had its door propped open, and from inside came the dry sound of hangers knocking together. A woman near the entrance was lifting lightweight chairs and turning them inward one at a time. Next door, a narrow grocery still glowed with white interior light. Crates of oranges and tomatoes stood near the threshold, and a man inside was writing something on a scrap of paper, while a customer waited with a loaf of bread tucked under one arm. Julian paused only long enough to take it in, then moved on. He passed a restaurant where a waiter in a black apron stood wiping the same outdoor table with practiced patience, circling the glass top slowly, as if the act itself belonged to evening. The neighboring tables were still empty, but the room beyond the doorway had begun to fill with the soft preparations of service. Glass touched glass. Plates shifted. Someone in the kitchen called out a short phrase. Warm air drifted toward the street, carrying garlic, oil, and the faint char of something just set to the heat. That smell reminded him, gently but firmly, that he still needed one Lisbon meal he could name as the meal for his notebook. Coffee and pastry with Manuel had counted in one sense, certainly. It had fed him, steadied him, and belonged to the city. But now that the day was settling, Julian found himself wanting something simpler and more rooted in this hour. Something attached not just to hunger, but to the feeling of being here, while ordinary life moved around him. He almost reached for his phone to search nearby places. The habit came so quickly it surprised him. Best rated. Closest. Traditional. Quiet. Worth it. He could feel the categories lining themselves up before he had even unlocked the screen. He let his hand fall. A few steps later, he found a small place halfway down a side street, not hidden exactly, but easy to miss if one were moving with purpose. The sign above the door was hand-painted and weathered at the edges. Inside, a few tables were already occupied. An older couple sat near the wall, speaking in low voices. Two men in work clothes ate with the concentration of people who had finished a long day. Near the window, a woman drank white wine while reading something folded small in her hand. Julian stood outside for a breath, reading the room through the open door. Nothing about it asked to be discovered. That was what reassured him. He went in. The meal was modest and warm. Bread came first, then a plate of grilled fish with potatoes and greens slicked lightly with olive oil. He ordered simply, and the server answered with the same calm efficiency she had likely offered to many people before him. Julian did not need a conversation from the meal. He only needed to sit still long enough to receive it. From his seat, he could see both the room and a slice of the street. Evening gathered by degrees on the glass. Voices remained low. The clink of cutlery came and went. A child outside ran ahead of two adults, then doubled back when called. The older couple at the wall ate slowly, leaving pauses between remarks. The two workers finished first, nodding thanks as they stood and left into the thinning light. The fish was clean and tender. The potatoes carried salt and warmth. The greens were slightly bitter in a way that made the oil and bread taste richer afterward. Nothing about the meal tried to astonish him, and because of that it landed more deeply than a more studied choice might have done. He thought, while eating, of how often he had treated travel meals in his planning notes as if they were entries in a category called experience. He had listed dishes, neighborhoods and opening hours. He had compared recommendations. He had wanted the meals to count. This one counted because he was there for it. When he finished, he remained a few minutes longer, not out of uncertainty, but from the rare lack of it. Outside, the color of the sky had faded further. The first restaurant lights had begun to glow more visibly against the street. Somewhere uphill, a short burst of laughter rose and fell. Somewhere farther away, music drifted through the city, not loud enough to identify, only enough to remind him that many other rooms were opening into evening at once. He paid, thanked the server, and stepped back outside. The air had changed. It was cooler now, though the walls still held a little of the day's warmth. Dusk in Lisbon seemed to settle in layers, just as the morning had revealed itself in layers. First, the light withdrew from the stones. Then the windows brightened. Then sounds that had been scattered began to gather and travel. Julian followed a street uphill, then another that crossed it at an angle. He no longer knew exactly how these streets fit together, but he had begun to recognize their temperaments. One carried tram sound and voices from cafes. Another narrowed into domestic quiet, with laundry lines overhead and the smell of soap or cooking moving out through open windows. Another opened briefly toward a distance, enough to show him a pale band of water between buildings before turning inward again. On one balcony, a woman in a house dress watered a row of plants in terracotta pots. She moved from one to the next without haste, lifting the watering can carefully so the stream fell close to the soil instead of splashing over the edge. The leaves shone dark where they caught the water. A little runoff struck the railing and dropped in a fine silver thread toward the street below. Julian stopped under the opposite wall and watched only a moment. Not long enough to turn the scene into something stolen. Just long enough to feel the complete rightness of it. A little farther on, a family came toward him at the pace of people with nowhere urgent to be. A small girl walked between two adults, speaking continuously in quick, bright sentences. The man carried a paper bag. The woman had one hand loosely at the girl's shoulder whenever the pavement narrowed. They moved around Julian with the ease of residents who understood the street better than he ever could in a single day. He stepped aside to let them pass and felt, unexpectedly, not outside the city, but gently permitted within it. That distinction mattered. He had worried, before leaving home, about the difference between visiting a place and merely consuming it. The word had bothered him for months. He did not want to travel greedily. He did not want to turn cities into evidence of himself. But he also knew that there was no pure way to arrive in a place that was not his own. He would always be passing through. He would always be looking. The question, he was beginning to understand, was not whether he could erase that fact. The question was how quietly he could hold it. Evening answered better than planning ever had. A scooter passed carefully up the incline, its engine no more than a brief thread in the surrounding sounds. From an open doorway came television light and the murmur of a program he could not follow. At another corner, a man folded postcards into a rack and pulled a canvas cover over them. A dog barked once from somewhere above street level, then settled. Glasses clinked from a cafe terrace below. Footsteps crossed stone in uneven pairs and singles. The whole neighborhood seemed to move not toward performance, but toward continuation. That word rose in him and stayed. Continuation, not spectacle, not achievement, not the best possible first day in Lisbon, judged against notes made in Texas months before. Just life continuing, and him moving through it carefully enough to notice. Near a small square, he found the photograph without hunting for it. It was not a grand view. No monument dominated it. What caught him was the balance of the hour. A tiled building front still holding a little gold at the top. The lower street already blue with shade. 2 cafe tables occupied beneath a striped awning, and above them a line of laundry suspended between windows like a final pale brightness between one part of the day and the next. A tram bell sounded somewhere out of frame. A woman crossed carrying flowers wrapped in paper. Behind her, light from a bakery door touched the pavement in a warm rectangle. Julian took out his phone and stood still until the scene settled into itself. One photo. He took it once, then looked at the screen. Usually he would have checked it for angle, exposure, whether someone had moved through the edge at the wrong time. He would have taken 3 more to be safe. This time he only glanced long enough to know the image was there. Then he put the phone away. The act left him oddly light. He still needed an object for Lisbon, he thought, and the thought arrived without panic. Not every part of the ritual had to be completed at once. The structure was there to help him notice, not to force the city into categories before it had finished speaking. He could find the object tomorrow or the day after. It did not have to be precious. It only had to carry this place, honestly. He turned toward the guest house street at last. By the time he reached it, the upper windows across the lane had become mirrors of indoor light. Voices rose from below, and then softened again. A dish was set down, somewhere behind one wall. Someone laughed on a balcony and answered another voice out of sight. The city was not quiet exactly. It was inhabited. The difference soothed him. Inside the guest house, the stairwell held the familiar coolness of tile and plaster. His room looked almost unchanged from when he had left it, but the light had altered its proportions. The rooftops beyond the window were now a darkened pattern against the last of the sky. Far off, a faint glow marked where the city opened wider. Julian set down his satchel and took out the dark blue notebook. He sat at the small desk by the window, not switching on the brighter lamp at first. The remaining evening light was enough. He opened to the Lisbon pages and let the sounds from outside continue around him while he wrote. Meal, grilled fish, potatoes, greens, bread. Small place on a side street. Nothing performed for me. Photo, Evening light on tiles, laundry, cafe tables, bakery glow. Observation. A living city is most beautiful when no one is trying to present it. He stopped there, pen resting lightly above the page. Then he added the lesson beneath the morning's earlier note, not replacing it, only deepening it. A city can be wandered in daylight and trusted at dusk. He read the line once and did not improve it. After that he remained seated, notebook open, listening to the faint movement of evening through the window. Somewhere below, cutlery touched a plate. Somewhere farther away, music returned in a low, drifting thread. The rooftops held still. The sky lost its last warmth and turned fully blue, then deeper. Lisbon, he thought, was not arriving in him all at once. It was entering slowly, by angles, by smells, by stone underfoot, by the sight of people living inside the hour that belonged to them. Not a solved place, not a conquered beginning, something gentler than that. He closed the notebook and set it beside the window. For the first time since landing, he felt no need to check what tomorrow should be. Chapter 5. The train to Cascais. The relief of not checking what tomorrow should be lasted until tomorrow arrived. It was not a dramatic return of worry. It came quietly, as many of Julian's habits did. He woke in the guest-house room with pale light on the wall, listened for a moment to distant movement from the street below, and felt the familiar impulse begin arranging the day, before his feet had touched the floor. Cascais. Train times. Best stretch of shoreline. Where to eat. Whether the light would be better earlier or later. Whether going now, on his second day, was wise or hurried. Whether staying in Lisbon one more day would have been the more thoughtful choice. He lay still and recognized the machinery of it. The room was simple enough to make the thought pattern look unnecessary. A narrow bed, his satchel on the chair, the dark blue notebook on the small table by the window where he had left it the night before, rooftops beyond the glass. A patch of sky already clean and brightening. Somewhere nearby, dishes touched one another in a kitchen. A scooter passed below and faded uphill. He sat up, rubbed a hand over his face, and let the questions run themselves out without answering each one. Going to Cascais was not a test. It was a train ride, a short one even. Water at the edge of a city. A different pace waiting not very far away. That thought steadied him. He dressed slowly, packed only what he needed, and took the notebook from the table before heading downstairs. At the guest house door he paused, not to consult the folded city map in his satchel, but simply to look at the street as it was. Light touched the upper tiles first. Laundry moved between buildings in a mild breeze. A man at the corner unlocked a shop gate. Someone laughed from a balcony. Julian could not see. The city had already begun without him. He found that comforting. He walked downhill toward the station with the clean morning feeling still on the stones. Lisbon at this hour seemed less like a place that asked to be interpreted and more like a place content to continue being itself. Cafes were opening. Metal chairs were set out one by one. A woman carried bread in 2 paper bags tucked against her coat. A tram bell sounded from somewhere beyond the next rise, bright and practical. He stopped at a counter near the station for coffee and something small to eat. A simple breakfast taken standing among others who seemed to know exactly where they were headed. Nobody hurried him. People came and went with work bags, folded jackets over their arms, phones checked only briefly. The rhythm around him belonged to a weekday morning, ordinary and settled. Julian liked that the train to Cascais was not only for visitors. That mattered to him more than he might have expected. He was going out to see the coast, yes, but he was also stepping into a current already in motion, something used by commuters, students, parents, older men with newspapers, people on errands, people meeting someone for lunch. His trip existed inside their routine for a little while. The thought made the day feel smaller in a good way, less like an event to manage. When he reached the platform, the river light had already begun to widen beyond the station buildings. The air carried that faint mineral freshness that came from open water nearby, though the sea was still some distance off. He found a place to stand with his bag near his shoes and look down the track. A family stood several yards away, close enough to notice without hearing every word. One parent knelt beside an open tote, arranging snack packets, napkins, and a small bottle of water with the kind of quiet competence that made the task look practiced. The other stood with a folded stroller and a sleepy child resting against one shoulder, cheeks slack with that heavy morning softness children had before the day fully claimed them. The child's shoes dangled just above the platform. Nothing about them drew attention beyond its own ordinariness. And still Julian watched for a moment, not because they reminded him sharply of anything this time, but because family travel had its own calm architecture. Bags, snacks, sleeves tugged straight, a jacket tied around a waist, a parent already thinking 3 steps ahead on behalf of someone smaller. It was a whole private world moving in public. Nearby, an older man folded his newspaper once, then again, exact and habitual. 2 young women with office badges spoke softly and then fell silent together without awkwardness. A boy in a school uniform sat on a bench swinging one foot, his backpack upright between his knees like a second, smaller person. Julian felt, as he had in the airport, how little he knew of any of them and how complete their mornings were without his knowledge. Every traveller carried a close circle of concerns and routines and tendernesses. Someone was going to work. Someone was taking a child to visit grandparents. Someone had forgotten to answer an email. Someone had packed fruit in a paper towel. Someone was worried about a meeting. Someone was trying, perhaps, not to worry at all. The platform announcement came softly overhead. Heads lifted, then settled. A train approached with a gleam moving along its front windows, and a subtle adjustment passed through the waiting group that shared human shift from stillness toward boarding. When the doors opened, the family moved with efficient care. Stroller first, bag next, child transferred and gathered. The older man stepped in without looking up from his folded newspaper. The young women entered behind him. Julian waited half a beat longer than he needed to, then boarded and found a seat by the window. The carriage was bright but gentle in tone, its surfaces worn in the ordinary way of a route that was used often and expected to work. He set his bag on the floor between his shoes and rested one hand lightly on the notebook in his lap, though he did not open it yet. The train pulled away with little drama. At first, Lisbon held close. Buildings moved past in layered succession, walls and windows and stretches of graffiti, parked cars, back courtyards, glimpses of laundry, then wider views where the river showed itself between structures. The city did not end suddenly. It loosened. Space entered between things. Light spread across the glass in shifting bands. Julian watched his reflection drift faintly over the outside view. It made him look both present and already part memory, as if he were being layered into the morning while it happened. He had always liked that about train windows. They never gave only one image. They asked him to hold 2 at once where he was and what he was passing through. Stations came and went with names he read and then released. Doors opened. People stepped out with practiced certainty. Others entered carrying work bags, shopping sacks, a bouquet wrapped in paper, a helmet tucked beneath an arm. The carriage altered by small degrees each time, never becoming noisy, only rebalanced. The family from the platform sat diagonally ahead. The child, now more awake, accepted a snack and looked solemnly out the opposite window, as if the duty of observation belonged entirely to him. Julian smiled to himself and turned back to the brightening route. Soon the water held longer beside them. The Tagus widened into view, broad and pale where the light struck it, darker where wind moved over the surface. The train traced the edge of it. Sea walls appeared, walkways, a row of moored boats lifting lightly against their lines. Then apartment blocks again, then open flashes of shore. It was a route made of alternation, urban and airy, built edge to edge with motion and pause. He felt the same quiet pleasure he had known as a boy in the back seat of the car, when a road did not merely connect places, but revealed the way one landscape gave way to another. That had been the secret all along, perhaps. Not a rival, not proof, not the moment of standing before a place with a photograph to certify it. The real enchantment lived in transition, in watching one form become another without needing to hurry the change. The thought came so simply that he nearly mistrusted it. He was used to insight arriving in his own mind, dressed in explanation, with supporting language ready behind it. This one had no speech around it. Only the train, the window, the river opening wider, and his body gradually understanding that sitting still while moving was a kind of travel wisdom he had been practicing for years without naming. The carriage swayed lightly. Metal clicked under them in a steady pattern. Sun flashed on the water, and then on windows across the aisle. A woman near the door adjusted the strap of her bag and closed her eyes for 2 stops, not asleep, just resting inside the route she knew well. A man in a navy jacket checked the station sign as they paused, then remained seated after all. A teenager stepped off with headphones on and a sketch tube over one shoulder. The train continued. Julian found himself thinking how ordinary all this was to almost everyone aboard. Useful transport. Morning commute. A line between home and work, work and school, city and coast. Yet to him it felt quietly radiant. Not because he wished to romanticize other people's routines, but because he was being allowed into them for a little while. The world did not always present itself in grand reveals. Often it simply let him sit by a window and look. Outside, the character of the light changed again. It lost some of the city's reflected softness and took on a clearer brightness. The river's breadth began to suggest sea. The spaces between buildings widened. More sky entered. He saw stretches of sand appear unexpectedly, then vanish, behind walls and railings. A cyclist on a waterfront path kept pace with the train for a brief moment and then dropped behind. He thought of Manuel telling him, in effect, not to solve the city before seeing it. The train seemed to offer the coastal version of the same advice. Do not rush toward the shore, as if the shore were the only part that mattered. Watch the approach. Watch the edge expand. Let the route teach its own scale. Julian finally opened the dark blue notebook. He did not want to write much while the carriage moved. Too much attention downward would thin the view. So he rested the notebook against his leg and wrote only a few lines in his careful hand, pausing between them whenever the window asked for him back. On the train to Cascais, he wrote, movement itself became the place. He looked at the sentence, then added another. What is ordinary to the people around me can still be a wonder if I receive it quietly. He stopped there. It was enough. The page did not need to carry everything. Some part of the morning could remain in the rhythm of the train and the brightness beyond the glass. He closed the notebook and returned it to his lap. Now the coastline felt unmistakable. The air, even through the sealed window and train door, seemed to announce a different openness. Julian could see broader reaches of blue, seawalls running low and straight, small beaches tucked between built edges, white foam catching where the water met stone. Gulls wheeled above the line of shore. The stations looked more exposed to weather, less enclosed by the city's inward fold. People in the carriage began gathering their things in twos and threes. A hat lifted from an overhead shelf. A tote bag was slung over a shoulder. The family prepared again with their compact choreography, wrappers tucked away, stroller readied, the child now fully awake and pointing toward the window with sudden interest. Julian felt the mood shift toward arrival, but not sharply. The train remained itself, steady to the end. When Cascais was announced, he stood with the others and waited by the door. Sun fell across the floor in a broad rectangle. The child beside him pressed close to the glass, and for an instant Julian saw, not memory exactly, but continuity. The same human leaning toward what came next. The same small desire to see first. The doors opened. Sea air met him at once, cooler than Lisbon's sheltered streets, and carrying salt clearly enough that there was no mistaking where he was now. He stepped onto the platform with his bag in hand and paused long enough to let the brightness settle around him. Cascais did not feel far away in distance. It felt far away in rhythm. The station opened toward a different kind of day. More sky, more wind, a sense of edges rather than hills. People moved outward with easy familiarity, toward errands, toward the waterfront, toward homes and cafes and streets Julian had not yet seen. He followed at a calm pace, not trying to overtake the moment. Behind him, the train exhaled, took in its next pattern of passengers, and remained ready to carry other private worlds back along the coast. Ahead, somewhere beyond the station buildings, the sea kept shining. Julian adjusted the strap on his satchel and walked toward it, feeling that he had not only come to another place, but crossed, quietly and without effort, into another way of being in the day. Chapter 6. Cascais Light. The sense of crossing into a different rhythm stayed with Julian as he left the station and followed the streets toward the water. It was not a dramatic feeling. Nothing in him had turned all at once. But the pace he had carried out of Lisbon, even after the quiet train ride, loosened another notch as the air widened. Cascais did not gather around him in steep folds the way Lisbon had. It opened. The streets seemed to lean less on the body. Light moved more freely between buildings. Ahead, beyond a row of pale facades and cafe awnings, the sea announced itself first by brightness and then by smell, salt and sun on stone, a clean edge of wind coming in from the Atlantic. Julian walked toward it without checking the map in his satchel. The promenade curved along the shore in a line of easy movement. People were not hurrying. Some walked with shopping bags or jackets looped over one arm. Some stood at the railing, looking out. A pair of cyclists passed with the soft clicking sound of gears changing. Near the harbour, fishing boats rocked against their moorings, white and blue hulls lifting and settling with patient regularity. Gulls wheeled overhead and cried out with a rough, familiar confidence that made the open air feel even larger. He stopped near the railing and let himself stand there for a while. The water close to shore was greener than he had expected. Farther out, it deepened into a stronger blue, broken by bright pieces of light that moved with the surface. The harbour held small working boats, a few leisure craft, coiled ropes, nets, and low walls sun-warmed to a pale gold. Men in caps talked near one of the boats with the practical ease of people already well inside their day. On a bench behind Julian, an older couple shared something from a paper bag, speaking softly. A child ran a short distance ahead of her parents, then returned when called, her hat bright against the stone and water. He reached into his satchel and took out the dark blue notebook. He did not write immediately. First, he watched a bicyclist slow to avoid two pedestrians. He watched a gull land with an abrupt authority on a harbour post. He watched a woman in sunglasses turn her face toward the sun, as if warming herself more thoroughly by doing so. The details did not compete with one another here. They arranged themselves into a mood of use and ease. Cascais did not seem to be performing itself for him. It was simply being a town by the sea on an ordinary day. At last he wrote a few lines. The coast, he noted, did not ask to be interpreted quickly. It asked only that he remain where he was long enough to feel the day moving across it. He closed the notebook and slipped it away. There would be more to say later. He had learned, at least a little, not to pull every moment apart while it was still happening. Farther along the promenade, he found a low wall near the harbour mouth, a place where the water could be watched from slightly above. He took out his phone and waited. He had already learned that waiting often improved the photograph, though not always for reasons he could plan. A cloud passed thinly over the sun and then moved on. Light returned in a softer spread across the surface. One boat shifted, making space between itself and the next. A gull crossed low above the water, then lifted away. Julian took the photo. He looked at it only once before putting the phone back into his pocket. It was not a perfect composition. A mooring line cut across the lower corner, and one of the boats sat slightly off-center. But the image held what he wanted: working water, bright air, and the calm usefulness of the harbour. Not spectacle, not proof. A memory of how the place had felt to stand inside. That done, he kept walking. A row of cafes and small restaurants faced the water. Some tables were in shade, some in sun. Glasses caught the light. Cutlery clicked softly. A server carried plates past a chalkboard menu, written in looping letters. Julian read none of it for more than a moment. He chose a place less because it was the right choice, than because the view, from its terrace, looked kind to sit with. He took a table near the edge where he could see the harbour and part of the promenade. When the server came, he ordered simply grilled fish, potatoes, a small salad, and sparkling water. The meal arrived without delay, cleanly arranged and fragrant with olive oil and lemon. He ate slowly. The fish was mild and fresh, flaking apart under the fork. The potatoes were warm and plain in the best way, carrying salt and the faint taste of herbs. The salad was cool, tomatoes bright, onion thinly sliced. Nothing about the meal seemed interested in impressing him. It felt built for appetite, weather, and proximity to the sea. Halfway through, Julian put down his fork and looked out over the water again. The light had shifted since his arrival. It no longer struck the harbour from directly above. Now it came at a slight angle, bringing out texture on the stone and a silver pattern over the small waves. He noticed how many people were simply lingering. A man finished an espresso and remained at his table. Two women stood talking beside their bicycles long after they might have left. A family unfolded itself slowly from lunch, no one appearing eager to force the next hour into place. He felt, with some embarrassment and some tenderness toward himself, how often he still expected value to arrive in the form of completion, a landmark checked off, a route efficiently used. a meal folded neatly into a day's structure. Yet this lunch, ordinary and unhurried, seemed more complete than many things he had once tried to maximize. He ate the last of the fish and drank the sparkling water down to its final coolness. When the plate was cleared, he remained in his chair a little longer. There was no reason to rise at once. The server did not rush him. Nobody around him seemed possessed by the need to defend their time from stillness. In his notebook, he wrote the meal down carefully, not as if preserving a recommendation, but as if preserving the hour around it. Grilled fish by the harbour, potatoes, salad, salt in the air, people staying where they were. When he stood at last, he felt rested in a way that had little to do with sitting down. He moved beyond the busier cafe stretch toward a section of promenade where a few artists had set up near the water. Their work was arranged lightly, portraits clipped to boards, small paintings of harbour scenes, quick sketches, cards that lifted at the corners in the sea breeze. Julian would usually have passed with no more than a polite glance. He did not like becoming the centre of attention, even briefly. The idea of a caricature, especially, had always suggested an exaggerated version of a face, some feature pulled outward for humour. But one artist's display slowed him. The drawings were gentle. The faces in them looked observed rather than mocked. A couple sat together in one sketch with their heads turned toward each other, smiling in a way that felt private rather than theatrical. A little farther down, an older man held a folded newspaper in his lap. The artist had caught not only the lines of the face, but something patient in the posture. The woman behind the easel was perhaps in her 50s, with wind-moved hair pinned loosely back and a linen shirt marked with faint smudges of charcoal. She looked up as Julian paused. "You can look," she said. Her English was clear and easy. "No obligation." "Thank you," Julian said. He studied the sketches again. "These are quieter than I expected." She smiled at that. People think the word caricature means joke. It can, but not always. Sometimes it only means choosing what is most present in a face. Julian let that sit with him. Most present in a face. The woman gestured lightly toward a folding chair. "If you like, I can make one. 10 or 15 minutes. Nothing cruel." The last phrase, delivered with dry kindness, made him smile despite himself. "All right," he said. He sat. At first, he did what he always did when aware of being looked at directly. He arranged his expression, not exactly stiff, but managed. He tried to hold still without seeming tense. He became suddenly aware of his jaw, of the position of his hands, of the tendency he had to prepare himself for photographs by presenting a version of calm rather than inhabiting it. The artist began to work, glancing up and down between him and the page. "You can breathe," she said after a moment, not unkindly. Julian laughed softly. Was it that obvious? A little. Her pencil moved again. People often try to help. It does not help. He let his shoulders drop. Beyond her, the harbour remained in view. A cyclist passed. Somewhere behind him, a spoon tapped the inside of a cup. The breeze shifted, carrying a stronger scent of salt and a trace of sunscreen from nearby walkers. The artist worked with small, assured motions. She did not fill the silence unnecessarily, and Julian was grateful for that. It left him free to notice the odd vulnerability of sitting still while someone studied his face. And then, gradually, the diminishing of that vulnerability as the minutes went on. He stopped trying to look like a traveller having a meaningful experience. He stopped wondering whether this was too indulgent, too tourist-like, too unlike him. He looked past the artist for a moment and saw the water brightening again, where the sun broke clear of another thin cloud. A gull landed on a mooring post with a hop that seemed almost comic in its seriousness. He felt his mouth ease into a small smile before he thought to manage it. "There," the artist said quietly, more to herself than to him. When she finished, she turned the page around. Julian leaned forward. The first surprise was recognition. Not exact likeness alone, though it was certainly him. The second surprise was expression. The man in the sketch looked open, not grinning, not posed, not artificially cheerful, just quietly pleased, as if he had been caught in the middle of noticing something good. The lines around the eyes were there, but softened. The mouth held a calm upward shape. Even the set of the shoulders suggested ease. He looked, Julian thought, like someone having a better time than he had admitted, even to himself. "It's good," he said, and then because the words felt too small, "It feels true." The artist studied his face, perhaps to see whether he meant it. Then she nodded once. "You looked less serious than you believed." That landed in him with the gentle force of a lesson he had been ready for without knowing it. He paid her and accepted the drawing in a protective sleeve with a backing board. He thanked her, and she thanked him in return, the exchange complete and light. No names were traded. None were needed. The moment belonged to place and hour, and perhaps was stronger for that. He walked away holding the sketch carefully under one arm. The promenade seemed changed, though of course it was not. What had changed was the angle from which he now returned to it. He passed the same railing, the same benches, the same bicycles and boats. But the sketch remained in his awareness like a small mirror he had not expected to receive. Not vanity, evidence. He found a quieter stretch near the edge of the harbour and sat on a bench facing the water. Then he took the sketch out once more and looked at it in the open light. The artist had chosen what was most present in his face. Not tension, not effort, not the part of him always calculating how to use a day well. She had seen the expression that appeared when he forgot to supervise himself. Julian rested the sketch beside him and opened the notebook. For Cascais, he wrote, the photo had come from the harbour. The meal had come from the terrace by the water. The object was this drawing, though it felt more like a small proof than a possession. For observation, he wrote that people here seemed to know how to remain in an hour without apologizing for it. For lesson, he sat longer before the words arrived. When they did, they were simple. A place could change his face before it changed his mind enough for him to notice. He read the line once, not to improve it, only to hear whether it was true. It was. The afternoon had begun to mellow. Light spread lower across the harbour walls. Shadows lengthened behind benches and bicycle racks. The water took on a warmer sheen where before it had flashed white. Julian put the notebook away and slid the sketch back into its sleeve. He rose and began to walk once more, not with the feeling that he needed to make the most of what remained, but with the steadier sense that what remained would be enough. Around him, Cascais continued in its open, unforced way. Boats rocked. Gulls called. A server reset a table in no hurry. Two boys coasted by on bicycles, then looped back, laughing. The sea kept its brightness, though it had softened now. Julian adjusted the strap of his satchel and followed the curve of the shore, carrying under his arm a drawing of himself that looked unexpectedly at ease. It was a small thing, paper and charcoal, easily bent if he was careless. But it felt, as he walked, like proof of a change already underway, quiet as tide, visible only when he stopped trying to direct it. Chapter 7. Porto in blue tile. The sketch from Cascais stayed near the top of Julian's bag as he travelled north, as if he wanted easy proof that the calmer version of himself had not belonged only to the sea. He noticed that impulse while the train carried him inland and then onward through changing stretches of Portugal. It was the kind of thought he might once have turned into a small private correction. Don't be sentimental. Don't make too much of one afternoon. But the journey had already begun teaching him that some objects were useful precisely because they made too much of a moment. They held a pace in place. They reminded him what had been true. Outside the window, the light had changed from the broad brightness of the coast to something cooler and more restrained. Towns gathered and fell away. Laundry appeared in narrow gaps between buildings, then vanished. Road overpasses crossed above the tracks. Farther north, the air beyond the glass seemed thinner in colour, less gold than silver, though it was still day. Julian did not spend the ride trying to make a perfect record of it. He watched. He rested. Once, he opened the dark blue notebook and wrote only a line about movement changing texture before destination changed name. Then he closed it again and let the train do the rest. When Porto began to gather around the route, it announced itself less by spectacle than by density. Hills rose with buildings fitted into them. Stone showed more often. Roof lines stacked. The city seemed to keep more of itself turned inward. Lisbon had opened toward him in layers of warmth and street life. Cascais had met him with sky and water. Porto, from the train, looked like a place that asked first to be regarded. He felt that difference before he could have explained it. At the station, people stood before the doors with the practiced readiness of travellers who knew their stop. Julian remained seated a moment longer than he needed to, not from hesitation, but from the simple wish to carry the arrival all the way to its edge. Then he stood, lifted his bag, settled the satchel at his side, and stepped down onto the platform. The air was cooler than it had been in Cascais, not cold, but touched by river and stone. It moved lightly through the station space and across the back of his neck. Around him, people resumed their own directions with little pause. Shoes clicked. Wheels tapped over seams in the floor. A nearby announcement passed overhead in a measured voice. Somewhere deeper in the station, there was the sound of a departing train pulling metal into motion. Julian followed the current inward. He had seen photographs of São Bento station while planning. He knew, in the plain, factual way that planners know things, that the blue and white tile panels covered the walls in large narrative scenes. He knew it was a famous station. He had put a mark beside it long ago. Knowing did not help much. He entered the main hall and stopped. The station seemed at once active and hushed. People crossed under the high ceiling carrying backpacks, paper bags, rolling cases, coats over their arms. Some glanced up briefly. Most did not. They were meeting friends, finding platforms, checking times, heading home, leaving home, and around them, above them, holding still while the room moved. The walls spread in blue tile. The colour was not a loud blue. It carried depth without force, coolness without chill. Scene after scene rose along the walls in framed expanses, each one packed with figures, horses, work, ceremony, landscape, fabric, gesture. From where Julian stood, he could not take in the details all at once. That turned out to be part of the experience. The station did not offer itself as one image. It asked for patience. He moved a little farther in, slowly enough that no one would need to step around him sharply. His bag felt heavier now, only because he had forgotten it for a few seconds. The station ceiling held pale light. The floor reflected movement in softened patches. Near one wall, a child pointed upward while an adult beside him adjusted the handle of a suitcase and followed the direction of the finger. Two young travelers stood shoulder to shoulder looking at a phone, then at the departure board, then back at the phone. A man in a dark coat crossed the hall with the unbroken pace of someone who had done so many times before. Julian looked up again. The tiles held action, but the room taught stillness. That was what caught him. History or memory or daily life had been fixed into ceramic on these walls, while beneath them the present kept passing through in coats and shoes and schedules. It was not dramatic. It was not solemn. It was simply true. A station was for movement, but movement did not erase what had been held there. He walked along the wall, not close enough to press into other people's viewing space, but near enough to let the scenes sharpen. Blue lines formed faces, reins, folds of clothing, trees, architecture, crowds. The effect was intricate from one angle, broad from another. He noticed how often stations did this without asking to be admired. They gathered departures and returns and delays and reunions, routine and significance, all under one roof. Most people passed through looking ahead. The place itself remained behind their attention, keeping a record in its own way. A small kiosk stood off to one side, selling postcards, bottled water, snacks, and a few souvenir items arranged with practical neatness. Julian drifted toward it less from hunger than from the need to adjust after standing so long looking up. The woman behind the counter was perhaps in her late 50s, with reading glasses hanging on a cord and the calm expression of someone who had watched thousands of travelers arrive with varying degrees of purpose. He chose a bottle of water and set it on the counter. "You are looking at the walls," she said in English, not as a question. Julian smiled faintly. "Longer than I planned to." She nodded as if that was the ordinary result. "Good. Some people run through here and only later learn where they were." He glanced back toward the blue panels. "It feels strange to call it only a station." The woman gave him his change. "Yes," she said, "but it is also a station. That is why it works." Julian waited, sensing there was a little more. She touched the edge of the counter with one fingertip and looked toward the hall, where travelers continued to cross beneath the tiles. "People think a beautiful place must ask you to stop everything," she said. "This one does not." Trains leave. People hurry. Someone misses a connection. Someone buys water. Someone is late for dinner. And still, the room is worth seeing. Julian turned the bottle in his hand. "It can be both," she said. "A doorway and a place." He thanked her. The conversation was brief enough to remain light, but it settled in him with the weight of something carefully true. A doorway and a place. He had felt that already without language. Now it had been said plainly enough to keep. He stood for a few minutes more near the center of the hall, letting the station continue around him. He did not take out his phone at once. He considered whether this might be Porto's photograph, but the thought passed without urgency. The ritual mattered, yet he had learned enough by now not to force the choice before it arrived cleanly. Instead, he watched a new train of passengers spill into the hall with the mild disarray of arrival. Coats shifted, straps adjusted, eyes searching. A couple paused with a folded paper map between them. An older man stood near a column and read a message with his chin tipped down. One cleaner moved a wide broom across a section of floor with long, unshowy strokes. At last, Julian lifted his phone and took one photograph, not trying to capture the whole station, only one portion of blue panel and moving figures below it. Then he put the phone away. If it became the Porto photo, it would become it later. For now, it was simply a way of remembering scale. Outside the station, Porto rose and fell more sharply than Lisbon had. Streets pitched downward, then angled away. Stone steps appeared where he had expected only pavement. Buildings felt taller because the streets were tighter between them. The colours were quieter too. There were painted facades and shop signs and laundry here and there, but the city's mood seemed held more in grey stone, weathered walls, iron balconies, and the cool cast of river air moving uphill. Julian walked without rushing toward the Ribeira district, following the general downward logic of the city. He did not consult the folded map immediately. The route offered itself through slope and flow. Other people were going down as well, some with purpose, some at a strolling pace. He passed bakery windows, a narrow shop with stacked postcards and cork goods, a doorway where two men spoke softly over cups of coffee, a bookstore with dim interior shelves and one lamp glowing in the back. At an intersection, he paused while a tram bell sounded from farther up the hill, fainter and less defining here than in Lisbon. Porto did not feel unfriendly. It felt self-contained. It asked less to be joined than to be respected. He liked that at once. The descent brought the river to him by degrees. First, the air changed. Then the view opened between buildings in one blue-grey strip. Then, after another turn, the space widened enough for boats, embankment, and the suggestion of bridge steel beyond. He slowed without meaning to. By the time he reached the lower streets, the soundscape had shifted as completely as the light. There were restaurant voices now, cutlery, chairs moving over stone, footsteps thickening where more people gathered near the water. But even here, with the district more active, the city did not lose its inwardness. The noise folded into stone and river. Nothing scattered. Julian made his way to the edge and stopped. The Douro lay before him with a steadier surface than the sea in Cascais, though the wind still marked it. Boats moved slowly. On the far side, houses climbed the hillside in layers that caught and released the late light. The Dom Luis Juan Bridge stretched above with its iron structure both elegant and industrial, a shape at once practical and improbable. Beneath it and around it, the riverbank held tables, walkers, quiet work, and the ordinary choreography of people existing beside water that had long outlasted them. He rested one hand on the strap of his satchel and looked back. Just once, up into the city he had descended through. It was not possible to see the station from here, yet São Bento remained present in him with unusual vividness, not only as a landmark, but as a way of understanding the place. The blue panels, the passing travellers, the kiosk woman's voice, the sense that movement and memory could occupy one room without competing. A place can be both a doorway and a place. He repeated the line inwardly, testing its exactness. It held. Nearby, a server carried a tray between tables with steady concentration. A family leaned against the riverside wall, speaking softly while a child looked up at the bridge. Two cyclists rolled past at reduced speed, careful of pedestrians. From somewhere behind him came the brief clink of glasses being gathered. Above all of it, the bridge remained, and beyond it the layered city kept its shape in the cooling light. Julian took a long breath. He did not feel the need to solve Porto on arrival. That urge had not disappeared from him forever. He knew better than that. Given the right hour, the wrong fatigue, he could still begin building an internal list of what should be seen next, how best to move, what order would make sense. But the station had interrupted that machinery before it had fully started. It had done so not by overwhelming him, but by asking him to look up and stay there a little longer than planned. That seemed worth noticing. He found an empty space along the river wall and stood there until the light thinned another shade. Water struck gently against stone below. The bridge darkened into cleaner lines. The city behind him remained busy enough to reassure, calm enough to leave room for thought. Porto had not opened itself quickly. It had not needed to. Its first gift was not ease, like Cascais, or warmth, like Lisbon. It was something cooler and more durable. The feeling that places of passage could still ask for reverence, and that moving through them carefully was its own form of staying. When he finally reached for his notebook, he did not open it yet. He only rested his hand against the cover through the satchel, as if acknowledging the sentence before writing it down. At the river's edge, with evening settling into the stone and the station's blue walls still bright in memory, Julian stood quietly and let Porto begin. Chapter 8. River steps and dusk tables. The stillness Julian had found at the river's edge did not end when he turned away from it. It followed him in a quieter form, settling into his steps as he moved along the Ribeira, beneath the steep houses and the long evening light. The first rush of arrival was over now. São Bento's blue walls remained with him, but less as spectacle than as an after-image, something cool and detailed still resting behind his eyes. Down here by the Douro, Porto felt different again. The city that had seemed vertical and inward in the streets above opened into a waterfront of stone, tables, railings, boats, and broad reflected light. It was not loud, exactly. It was active in a contained way, as if the river gathered movement and softened it. Julian walked without taking out his map. The promenade ran beside the water in a line of worn paving stones. Restaurant chairs faced outward toward the river. Glasses caught pale gold light. Men in aprons carried trays through narrow clearings between tables. A server paused beside a chalkboard menu and rewrote one line with careful concentration. Nearby, a woman folded a stack of napkins at the entrance to a dining room where the doors stood open to the evening air. None of it seemed arranged for visitors alone. It had the more comforting feeling of work being continued, meals being prepared, places being readied because the hour required it. He slowed near a low wall and looked across the Douro. The opposite bank rose in terraces, roofs layered above wine lodge facades and old walls. The river held all of it in a trembling second version. A boat moved through the reflection and bent the city into strips of gold, white, and blue. Beyond, the upper span of the Dom Luis. The first bridge held itself with a spare confidence against the sky. The ironwork was darker now than the air around it. People crossed in a thin, moving line, too distant for faces, visible only as a patient procession from one side to the other. A group of walkers passed him from behind. He stepped slightly aside to let them continue, then fell back into his own pace. He had spent enough years travelling only in plans to know the old impulse well. It rose now in a familiar form. He could still check what was nearby. He could choose dinner based on some earlier note. He could make sure he stopped at the right viewpoint before the light changed. He could define the evening before the evening defined itself. Instead, he kept walking. The river smell was faintly mineral, with a trace of boat fuel and damp stone beneath it. Gulls drifted and called overhead, not in great cries but in occasional rough notes that disappeared into table talk and footsteps. Somewhere behind him, cutlery touched plates in a quick, bright scatter. Farther along, a musician tested a few quiet notes and then stopped, as if deciding the air was not yet ready. Julian rested one hand on the strap of his satchel and let himself become interested in smaller things. The edges of old steps descending toward the water, the marks left by years of use on iron rings set into the wall, the way a moored boat leaned almost imperceptibly, tugging against its rope. A man in work clothes rinsing a metal bucket beside a doorway, then tipping the water into the gutter with one practiced turn. Two children sitting on the stone ledge and swinging their legs while an older woman spoke to them from a bench behind. Porto did not ask to be solved either, but it gave a different lesson than Lisbon had. Lisbon had opened in layers and warmth and turning streets. Porto seemed to keep more of itself in reserve. Even here, where the river broadened the view, the city felt held together by memory and labour. Stone steps, station walls, bridge iron, doorways worn by hands. It felt lived in not only now, but repeatedly, over and over, in habits so old they had become part of the shape of the place. He came to a section of the riverfront where the promenade widened. Boats were tied below, some for tours, some smaller and more practical looking, their paint chipped at the edges. A crew on one vessel folded something heavy and canvas-like with the easy rhythm of people finishing a familiar task. On shore, one restaurant owner leaned out to speak to another across a few meters of pavement. Their exchange was brief, casual, and then gone, swallowed back into the work of evening. A couple at a table shared a plate of something fried and spoke softly without hurry. A man with a backpack stood at the rail, took one photograph, and put his phone away. Julian noticed that last gesture with quiet approval. One photo, then stop. His own Porto photograph had not happened yet. He knew that. The awareness passed through him lightly and did not harden into pressure. There was still time. More importantly, there was no rule that said he must force the city into the ritual before it was ready to offer its shape. He walked toward the bridge. As he drew nearer, the scale of it changed. From farther downriver, it had looked almost delicate, a line against the sky. Up close, it became weight and structure, rivets and beams, and the long thought of engineering made visible. The lower level carried movement in another pattern. Pedestrians crossing, a vehicle passing, shadows gathering where the iron framed the last of the light. Boats slid beneath with slow certainty. He found a place near the embankment where the bridge, the river, and the opposite hillside arranged themselves without strain. There he stood for a while, not raising his phone. Not yet. A breeze came along the water and touched the warmth left in the stones. The day had not turned cold, but the air carried a cooler edge than Lisbon had, and cooler too than Cascais. It sharpened things slightly. The smell of the river, the sounds of shoes on pavement, the clink of a glass being set down, the faint shudder through the bridge when something crossed above. A small riverboat passed beneath the arch, its wake travelling outward in overlapping lines. People on board sat facing different directions, some looking up at the bridge, some back toward the riverfront they had just left. Julian watched them pass and felt the old habit of ranking experiences loosen another notch inside him. There was the view from the boat, and there was this one from the shore. There was the city from the station, and there was the city from the river. None cancelled the others. None needed to be the right one. That thought stayed with him long enough to become useful. When he finally took out his phone, he did so calmly. He waited through one poor arrangement of passers-by, then another. He let a group cross his frame. He lowered the phone again. Then the river smoothed for a moment after the boat's wake had dispersed, and the bridge held steady above it while the opposite bank caught a softened band of light. He took one photograph and returned the phone to his pocket. Done. No checking. No second attempt. He exhaled, almost amused by how much relief one small act could hold, when he refused to overwork it. A kiosk stood a little farther back from the embankment, tucked beside a shopfront and half-shadowed by the angle of the buildings. Postcards turned lazily on a rack near the entrance. A narrow display inside held bottled water, small snacks, local sweets, folded maps, and a few simple souvenirs that did not seem too eager to call attention to themselves. Julian stepped in partly for the shade, partly because he had begun to think about the open place in his Porto ritual where the object would go. The woman behind the counter looked up from arranging receipts and gave him a small nod. He nodded back. "Good evening." Her answering good evening was warm and brief, with no pressure to continue. That suited him. He moved slowly along the shelf nearest the window. Magnets, postcards, packets of mints, a stack of coasters printed with blue tile patterns, a small bundle of paper bookmarks tied with thin string. Near the register, in a shallow wooden tray, lay several tram and station-themed cards, a few miniature prints of the bridge, and a row of modest ceramic tokens glazed in blue and white. They were not expensive, and ici were not elaborate. Each was small enough to slip inside a notebook pocket. One of them caught him immediately. It was a tiny tile, no larger than a few stacked coins, with a simple blue pattern painted on white glaze. Not an exact piece of any wall he had seen, not a replica of Sao Bento, but something close enough in spirit to hold the memory. Cool blue, clean lines, a geometry of repetition. On the back, a loop of cord had been fixed so it could hang if someone wanted it to. Julian imagined it tucked inside the satchel, touching ticket stubs and folded paper. It felt right for Porto. Not because it was dramatic, but because it carried both the station and the city's surfaces in one small durable shape. He lifted it carefully. "How much is this?" he asked. The woman told him. He added a bottle of water almost out of gratitude for the ordinariness of the exchange. She wrapped the tile in a square of thin paper, then placed it in a small paper sleeve. When she handed it over, she tapped the edge lightly and said, "Careful. Strong, but not if dropped." Julian smiled. "I'll be careful." Outside again, he stood for a moment with the packet in his hand before placing it in the satchel beside the Cascais sketch. The pairing pleased him. Charcoal softness from the coast, glazed blue firmness from Porto. Already the trip was becoming physical in a way memory alone could not manage. He bought nothing else. The sky had shifted while he was inside. The gold had thinned into a gentler silver blue near the water, while the highest parts of the building still held warmth on their upper windows. Restaurant tables were filling now, but not all at once. A server lit a small lamp near one doorway. Another drew a curtain partially back from an interior room where plates had been set in even rows. Along the promenade, people continued to pass in no special order. A woman in walking shoes carrying a folded jacket over her arm, two older men talking with their hands behind their backs, a family with a child who dragged one foot for several steps in mild sleepiness before recovering. Julian chose a restaurant less by menu than by feeling. Its tables were plain and close to the river without being directly in the busiest line of foot traffic. The doorway was open. Inside, he could see shelves with bottles and a wall of framed photographs gone slightly sepia with age. Outside, a few small tables faced the water at an angle. A man in an apron looked up as Julian paused. "Table for one?" he asked. "Yes," Julian said. The man gestured to a table near the edge. "Here is good." It was good. From there, Julian could see the bridge, though partly obscured now by the slow passing of people. He could hear the riverfront, but without being enclosed by it. The chair had a slight wobble on the stone, quickly corrected by the server with a folded paper slip tucked under one leg. The small practical kindness of that made Julian feel unexpectedly at ease. He ordered simply, asking for a local fish dish the server recommended, along with bread and a glass of water. He considered wine and decided against it, not from refusal, but from desire for clarity. He wanted the meal to belong to the evening as it was. While he waited, he took out his dark blue notebook. For a few moments, he did not write. He only looked. A boat crossing under the bridge. A waiter carrying 4 empty glasses by their stems. A pair of pigeons stepping hopefully under an unoccupied table before being discouraged by a passing shoe. The changing shine on the river, less brilliant now, more depth than glitter. The face of a woman at a nearby table as she turned toward her companion and laughed without restraint. A folded jacket on the back of a chair. The tired but steady movements of a worker sweeping the threshold of a neighboring restaurant between arriving guests. Then he wrote in careful lines, not trying to make the words special. A city can feel lived in and remembered at the same time. He paused, read it once, and knew it was true enough to keep. Beneath it, he added a shorter observation about the bridge holding movement above and below, and about the river making room for both. He did not force it into elegance. The notebook did not require that. It required honesty, and enough attention to catch a place before it blurred. His meal arrived on a warm plate, fragrant with olive oil, herbs, and the clean, savory scent of the fish itself. Potatoes came beside it, and greens that still held a little brightness in their color. He thanked the server and set the notebook aside. This meal, he understood after the first bite, would be Porto's. Not because it was perfect in any grand sense, but because it belonged exactly here, to the river air, and the stone, and the cooling evening. He ate slowly. He tore bread and used it to gather what remained on the plate. He drank water and listened to the surrounding murmur settle into a steady, shared sound, as if the riverfront had entered its night rhythm without announcing the transition. By the time he paid, he knew he wanted the receipt. He folded it once and slipped it into the back pocket of the notebook for safekeeping. Not the object, not this time. The little blue tile had already taken that place. But the receipt mattered too, because it proved that the ritual was never made of only one thing. It was the object and the meal and the note and the photo, all of them lightly held, each one catching a different corner of the day. When he rose to leave, his legs carried the pleasant heaviness of walking and sitting and eating after travel. The river was darker now, though it still kept lines of broken light from the restaurants and lamps along the shore. The bridge had become mostly outline and structure, less a monument than a presence. Behind him, chairs shifted, glasses touched. Someone laughed. Someone called softly to a co-worker from an open door. Ahead, the slope back toward his room waited in partial shadow. Julian began the walk uphill. He did not hurry, though the street rose sharply in places. Porto's steepness felt different at night, the stone cooler underfoot, the sounds from the river thinning one layer at a time as he climbed. At one landing he turned and looked back. The Douro lay below like a dark ribbon carrying fragments of the evening with it. The windows along the waterfront glowed in staggered rows. The bridge held fast over all of it. He thought of the blue tile wrapped safely in paper, the receipt tucked into the notebook, the single photograph in his phone, the sentence he had written without strain. None of it was large. None of it needed to be. Together they had weight. When he reached his room, he set the satchel down gently on the chair and opened the curtains a little wider. From the window, he could not see the full river, only a suggestion of lower lights between buildings and the darker shape of roofs descending toward it. But the river remained in him anyway, in the coolness of his face, in the mild ache of his feet, in the loosened quiet of his thoughts. He took the small wrapped tile from the satchel and laid it on the desk beside the notebook, not unwrapping it yet. He liked the feeling of saving that for tomorrow. Then he washed his hands, drank some water, and sat for a moment at the edge of the bed, listening to the muffled life of the city continue beyond the walls. Porto had not asked him to chase it. It had given him steps, tables, stone, iron, and river light, and let him receive them in their own order. That was enough. More than enough, he thought as the room settled around him, and the last of the waterfront evening kept shining softly in memory. Chapter 9. The Douro Valley Line. The room above the Ribeira still held the softness of last night when Julian woke, as if the river had left a faint coolness in the walls. For a few seconds he lay still and listened. Somewhere below, footsteps crossed stone. A door closed. Voices rose and faded in the street, not loud, only part of the city beginning again. He remembered the tile in his bag, the meal receipt tucked into his notebook, the river under evening light, and the thought he had carried upstairs with him. Porto had not asked him to chase it. That thought remained waiting for him now, simple and intact. He sat up slowly. His first instinct was familiar. He wanted to reach for his phone, check the route again, count the minutes to the station, confirm the platform if he could, make sure he understood exactly how the morning would unfold. The Douro Valley had been on his list for years. Even after the calm of Cascais and the steadier feeling Porto had given him, he could feel the old habit stir at the edge of the day, eager to turn a train ride into a task. He let the urge pass without obeying it. Instead, he dressed, washed, packed his notebook and water bottle into the satchel, and stood for a moment by the window. From there, he could see only a narrow slice of sky and the upper part of a building across the lane, but the light was clear. Laundry moved faintly between windows farther down. The city did not look dramatic from this angle. It looked lived in. That helped. Downstairs, the air outside was cool enough to wake him fully. Porto in the morning felt different from Lisbon's warmer unfolding, and different too from the open brightness of Cascais. Here, the stone still seemed to hold the night a little longer. The streets sloped and turned. Delivery vans stood near curbs. A cafe machine hissed behind one open doorway. Somewhere uphill, church bells marked the hour with a sound that seemed less ceremonial than practical, another measure inside the city's routine. Julian walked without hurrying, the satchel snug against his side. He crossed streets that were still partly in shadow and climbed towards São Bento station by instinct more than by map. He had already learned the route with his feet the evening before. That fact pleased him more than he expected. He could still have unfolded the city map from his bag. He did not. At a corner cafe near the station, he stopped for coffee. The counter was bright, the glass case lined with pastries that looked buttery and patient under the morning lights. He ordered a small coffee and carried it carefully outside, letting the paper cup warm his hand. The station waited ahead with its stone frontage and its inward hush. Even from outside, it had the odd feeling of a place both public and reverent. People entered carrying backpacks, briefcases, shopping bags, folded jackets over their arms. No one moved theatrically. The morning stream simply kept forming and reforming around the doors. Inside, Julian paused again beneath the blue tile walls, though this time he did not stop as long. He had seen them yesterday with the fullness of arrival. Now they were becoming part of the route, familiar enough to greet him and still beautiful enough to slow his breathing. Travellers crossed beneath scenes held in blue and white. Wheels clicked over the floor. A soft announcement moved through the station. too distant for him to catch every word, then dissolved into the larger room. He made his way toward the platform area with his coffee still warm in one hand. There, the station narrowed into clearer purpose. Tracks waited under the high roof. A few passengers stood apart from one another, each enclosed by their own mourning. An older man in a dark coat sat on a bench with a newspaper opened wide, his posture composed, as if he had been reading that way on platforms for decades. A family stood a little farther down with 2 children and a paper bag that released the sweet smell of pastry whenever the mother opened it. One child leaned against the father's side, while the other accepted a napkin and half of something dusted with sugar. Their coordination was quiet and efficient, practiced without looking practiced. Julian took a place near a pillar and watched. This had become one of his favorite parts of travel, though he had not expected that before leaving home. Not only arrival, not only the famous view, or the meal he had chosen, or the object that completed a page in his private atlas. Waiting had texture too. A platform taught him how a place held people before movement carried them away again. The older man turned a page of the newspaper with a neat motion. The child with sugar on his fingers stared down the track as if trying to will the train into existence. A woman in running shoes checked her watch and then, just as quickly, looked up and stood still. A station worker in a dark uniform walked along the platform with an easy, unhurried certainty that came from repetition. Julian sipped his coffee. It was strong and slightly bitter, good in the cool air. For one brief moment, he felt the old measuring instinct return. Was he standing in the best place to board? Should he move farther down? Was the window side more important on this route? And if so, had he remembered which side? He almost smiled at himself. Even here, even now, part of him still wanted to solve the ride before it began. Then the train entered with a low, steady sound, metal and brakes and gathered motion. The platform straightened around it. Doors opened. People rose or stepped forward. The family folded itself inward and then outward again toward the nearest carriage. The older man lowered his newspaper, stood, tucked it under one arm, and boarded without haste. Julian followed. Inside, the carriage was clean and simple, with broad windows and seats that wore their use quietly. He found a place by the window and set his satchel on the seat beside him until the last passengers settled. Across the aisle, the older man resumed his newspaper. A few rows ahead, the family arranged themselves with low voices and the rustle of jackets. A backpack slid under a seat. Someone laughed softly near the far end of the carriage. Then the doors closed, and the train gave the slight, contained shiver that always seemed to mark the moment when waiting turned into movement. Porto began to ease away. At first, the view offered walls, back gardens, apartment windows, laundry lines, retaining stone, the close, practical sides of the city. Then gaps opened. Roofs fell away in layers. The train curved. Light touched metal rails and pale building fronts. Julian watched reflections drift over the window glass, his own face appearing faintly over the scenery and then fading as the outside brightened. He did not reach for his notebook yet. He wanted first to let the train find its rhythm inside him. The tracks carried them outward through neighborhoods that thinned by degrees. Warehouses gave way to smaller buildings, then to stretches of green, and to places where the land seemed to breathe more freely between roads and walls. At one station, a few passengers stepped off onto a platform so modest it seemed almost private. At another, 2 people boarded with folded coats over their arms and sat without speaking. The carriage held a low atmosphere of mutual allowance. No one needed to perform the mourning for anyone else. Julian rested one elbow on the window ledge and looked out until the city had fully loosened its hold. When the Douro first appeared beside them, it did not announce itself grandly. It was simply there, water sliding into view beyond the train, pale under the morning light, then disappearing again behind a stand of trees and a curve of land. He felt a small lift in his chest. A few minutes later, the river returned, broader this time, close enough that he could see the light broken on its surface. The train ran beside it for a stretch, and then hills began to gather around the water in longer lines. Houses appeared with red roofs and white walls. Small docks, retaining walls, the marks of work everywhere, but not in a harsh way, more like persistence laid carefully into the landscape. Julian finally opened his satchel and took out the dark blue notebook. He held it closed for a moment, his thumb against the cover. Often when he wrote, a quiet pressure entered the act. He wanted the sentence to be worthy of the place. He wanted to say exactly the right thing, as if a poorly phrased line might mean he had failed to receive the day properly. It was a gentle form of perfectionism, almost ridiculous in its politeness, and yet he knew how much of his life it had shaped. The train moved through another curve. Sunlight crossed the page edges. He opened the notebook. This time he did not wait for a memorable thought. He wrote what was there. The train does not ask me to improve it. He looked at the line and felt something in him settle. It was plain. That was fine. Better than fine. Outside, the river shifted in and out beside them like a companion that preferred intervals to constant company. Terrace slopes began to show more clearly now, their shapes held by stone lines that stepped up the hillsides in measured bands. He had seen photographs of the Douro Valley before, and perhaps because of that, he had expected a sudden reveal, a dramatic moment when the landscape would fully present itself. Instead, it arrived gradually, piece by piece. A wall here, a cut in the hill there, vines, narrow roads, a stair of terraces lifting toward light. The valley did not appear all at once because it did not need to. That, too, seemed like a lesson. The family ahead opened the pastry bag again. The sweet, warm smell drifted back faintly. One of the children asked a question too softly for Julian to make out, and the father answered in a low voice. The older man across the aisle folded his newspaper at last and simply looked out, his hands resting on it. For a long while, no one in Julian's part of the carriage moved very much. The train did the moving for all of them. Stations came and went. Some were little more than a platform, a sign, a bench, and a small building with shuttered windows. At one, a woman stood waiting with a canvas tote and a bouquet wrapped in paper. At another, two men in work clothes stepped off and crossed the platform without urgency, as if the day ahead would unfold at the same pace as the train itself. Julian liked these brief glimpses of lives continuing beyond his passage through them. They kept the valley human. Not scenery alone, a place where people boarded, descended, carried bread, newspapers, flowers, errands, habits, an ordinary time. He wrote again. Small stations make a landscape feel inhabited, not displayed. He was not trying to be elegant. That helped. The words could remain useful rather than impressive. The train ran close to the river once more. Sunlight now had more warmth in it, and the water took on a deeper shine. On the opposite bank, terraces rose in a patient sequence that made him think less of spectacle than of accumulation. Someone had made those lines. Many someones, over long periods, in weather and seasons, and repeated labor. The valley carried beauty. But the beauty was inseparable from maintenance. from hands, from return. He did not push the thought further. He only let it remain. At times, the window reflected the inside of the carriage so clearly that the outside scene seemed laid beneath the passengers like a second life. The child's profile floated over vines. The older man's newspaper edge crossed a bright strip of river. Julian's own shoulder passed faintly over a hillside. Then the reflection would fall away again, and the valley would come forward. He drank the last of his coffee, now lukewarm, and set the empty cup near his bag. He felt no need to check how far remained. That was new enough to notice. Usually on a route he had studied, especially one he had anticipated for years, he would have marked progress, measured arrival, compared the present minute to the planned one. Here he found himself not wanting the answer. Motion itself had become sufficient. The train entered a stretch where the river widened and the hills opened just enough to show distance layered behind distance. Light moved across the terraces in broad, slow bands. A cluster of white buildings rested near the water as if placed there for balance. Farther up one slope, a path angled between retaining walls and vanished into green. Nothing in the view called attention to itself. Nothing pleaded to be captured. It was exactly the sort of scene he once might have worried about missing while he was still busy preparing to notice it. Now he simply saw it. He wrote one more line, without pausing long enough to improve it. Motion can be restful when I stop measuring it. That felt like the truest sentence of the morning. Perhaps because it had arrived only after he stopped trying to chase one. The carriage grew even quieter as the ride continued. A few passengers dozed. The family's voices softened into murmurs, and then into stillness. The older man closed his eyes for several minutes with the folded newspaper on his lap. Not asleep, Julian thought, only resting inside the movement. The train answered with its steady rhythm, metal over track, a sound so regular it seemed almost kind. Julian looked out at the valley and felt his mind loosen from its usual grip. Not empty, not absent, simply less arranged. He did not need to decide yet which photo he might take later, or what object might belong to this place, or how the page would eventually come together in the atlas. Those things could wait until they arrived in their own order. For now, there was the line of the river, the rise of terraces, the brief stations, the clear window, the warmed air in the carriage, the soft sway of travel. When the train began to slow for his stop, he noticed it first not by any announcement, but by the change in the body of the ride. The forward pull gentled. The valley outside seemed to linger longer in each frame of the window. People stirred with the unspoken recognition that one segment of motion was nearing its pause. Julian closed the notebook and slipped it back into his satchel. As the train entered the station, he saw the valley held open beyond it, river and terraced hills still present, not as a promise of what came next, but as part of where he already was. The sight touched him with an unexpected calm. He stood, took his bag, and waited for the doors to open among the other passengers. By the time he stepped onto the platform, his mind had gone unusually quiet. Not blank, not tired, just quiet enough to receive whatever the valley would show him next. Chapter 10. Terraces of Light. The quiet in Julian's mind remained with him after he stepped down from the train. It did not vanish at once beneath the ordinary tasks of arrival. He still adjusted the strap of his satchel. He still moved aside for other passengers. He still glanced at the platform sign and the station building with the small practical instinct that wanted to know exactly where he was and what came next. But the habit rose more softly than usual as if the valley had already asked less of him than he was accustomed to asking of himself. The station was modest, sunlit, and still carrying the rhythm of the train that had just passed through it. A few people continued toward the road beyond the platform. An older couple walked together without hurry. A man in work clothes lifted a crate from the back of a small van parked near the station wall. Somewhere close by, though not in sight, Julian could hear water moving with a patience that seemed larger than sound. He stood for a moment before leaving the platform and looked outward. The valley did not present itself all at once. It opened in layers. The brightness, then the river, visible beyond a break in the buildings, not wide from here but certain. Then the slopes beyond it, rising in long, measured bands. Stone retaining walls held the hills in terraces that curved with the land instead of resisting it. Vine rows traced the shapes between them. Paths cut pale lines through green and brown. Small white buildings appeared here and there, set into the distance so calmly that they seemed less placed than accepted. Julian let out a slow breath he had not known he was holding. There was nothing dramatic in the view. That was part of why it reached him so deeply. The beauty here did not rush forward. It did not try to astonish him. It waited to be seen. And in waiting it seemed to make a different kind of demand, one closer to courtesy than excitement. He walked out from the platform and followed a lane that rose gently beside the station. There was no crowd to follow, no urgent flow of travellers, no need to decide quickly. The train had brought him into a landscape shaped by long work, and even the road appeared to understand that haste would look out of place. The air felt warmer than Porto had, though not in the open coastal way of Cascais or the sheltered warmth of Lisbon streets. This warmth had depth in it. It carried dust, leaves, sun-touched stone, and the faint, dry scent of earth worked over many seasons. When the breeze moved, it brought a lighter smell from the river below. He reached a low wall at the edge of the lane and rested his hand there. From this higher point, the valley clarified. The river made a bend that had been hidden from the platform. Sunlight lay on its surface in broken strips, bright where it struck open water, and darker where the slope cast shade across it. The terraces on the opposite side looked almost architectural at first, but the longer he stared, the more human they became. No single wall was remarkable on its own. No single line of vines explained the whole. What moved him was the accumulation. Stone after stone, row after row, season after season. The visible record of people shaping a difficult place, not in one grand gesture, but in repeated acts of care. He thought of Lisbon's hills, where the city had asked him to stop trying to solve it. He thought of Cascais, where the sea and harbour had loosened his face before he noticed his mind changing. He thought of Porto, with its station walls holding motion and memory together in blue and white. And here, in the Douro Valley, the lesson seemed older and quieter than all of them. Not opposite to movement, but steadier within it. A small tractor moved somewhere on a distant slope, its sound low and intermittent. He saw no driver clearly, only the hint of movement among the terraces. Farther down, near a narrow path, two figures stood close together beside a wall, one handing something to the other. Their actions were too far away to read, but the scene itself was enough. The valley was beautiful because it was used, maintained, repeated, worked through with patience. Julian took his phone from his pocket, then paused before lifting it. The old reflex returned in a familiar shape. Was this the place for the chapter's photograph? Was this angle too expected? Should he keep walking first and see whether a better view presented itself later? Was there a more proper moment waiting somewhere up the road, or down by the river, or around the next bend. He recognized the pattern almost tenderly now. Not because it had stopped troubling him, but because it no longer felt like a command. It was simply one of the ways his mind tried to protect experience from being lost. It wanted to make sure he chose well. It wanted proof that he had seen what mattered. But he was seeing what mattered. He lowered the phone again and kept walking. The lane curved past a few houses with pale walls and clay roofs. Some had vines climbing over gates or shaded areas where potted plants sat in orderly rows. Laundry stirred lightly behind one wall. A dog barked once, and then, deciding there was nothing important to announce, fell silent. Near a doorway, an elderly woman sat in a chair with her hands folded over a cloth bag in her lap. She looked up as Julian passed. He gave her a small nod. She answered with one just as small, then returned her gaze to the road and the afternoon. He liked that exchange. It asked nothing more of either of them. Ahead, the lane widened near a tiny cafe with 3 outdoor tables and a handwritten menu posted by the door. A man sat inside near the window with a glass of water and a folded newspaper. At one of the tables outside, 2 cyclists in dusty shoes leaned over small cups of coffee, their helmets resting on the empty chair between them. Julian had not planned to stop yet, but the place seemed part of the same patient logic as everything else in the valley. Not an interruption, a continuation. He took a table in the shade and ordered a coffee and a small pastry from the woman at the counter. Her voice was easy, matter of fact. She spoke to him in a mix of Portuguese and the few practical words travelers and workers often met on together. Julian answered simply, grateful for the calm of uncomplicated transactions. When she returned with the coffee and pastry on a small plate, she placed them carefully and said, "Devagar is good here." Slowly. Her smile was brief, but not formal. It suggested not advice exactly, but confirmation. Julian smiled back. "I think I'm learning that," he said. She nodded as if the valley had taught many people the same thing, and went inside again. The coffee was strong and warm, the pastry lightly sweet, with a flaky surface that broke softly under his fingers. He let himself eat without writing about it immediately. The cyclists continued their low conversation. A car passed, then another much later. Across the road, a strip of sun moved slowly along the wall of a neighboring house. He did not need this meal for the atlas in the formal sense. Porto's meal was already chosen. Lisbon's was still waiting to be completed when that thread returned. But this stop entered him anyway as part of the journey's texture. One more piece of proof that travel was made not only of designated moments, but of the ordinary pauses between them. When he finished, he thanked the woman and slipped the small receipt into his notebook. Not as a ritual object, not as a declaration, just because it belonged to the day. Beyond the cafe, a narrow footpath led away from the lane toward a lookout above the river. A painted sign, modest and sun-faded, pointed the way. Julian followed it at a slower pace than he might once have allowed himself. The path was uneven in places, bordered by grasses, low stone edges, and shrubs that gave off a dry green scent when brushed by wind. Bees moved lazily among tiny flowers. The river came in and out of view, each appearance making the valley feel wider than it had from the station. At the lookout, there was only a bench, a rough stone platform, and the open view. That was enough. Julian set down his satchel and stood with both hands loose at his sides. The terraces stretched farther from here, wrapping themselves along the hills in repeating arcs. Nearer the water, the greens deepened. Higher up, some rows looked pale and sunstruck, and some walls cast fine blue-grey shadows that made the whole slope appear lightly drawn in ink. The river bent away and returned again, carrying brightness through the center of everything. He understood then that the train ride had not merely delivered him to this view. It had prepared him for it. The rhythm of the rails, the appearing and disappearing water, the stations that arrived without fanfare and passed without regret, all of it had been part of the same lesson. The destination had not replaced the journey. It had completed a sentence the journey had already begun. He took out his phone once more. This time he did not hunt. He waited. A cloud moved clear of the sun. Light shifted across the opposite slope, not brighter exactly, but more complete, drawing the terraces into relation with one another. The stone walls became visible, not as separate lines, but as a long, patient structure holding the hill. The river caught the change a second later. Julian lifted the phone and took one photograph. When he looked at it, he felt no urge to improve his choice. The image would never contain the warmth of the air, or the tiny insect sounds in the grass, or the feeling that his own breathing had adjusted itself to the shape of the valley. It did not need to. It held the light. It held enough to call the rest back later. He sat on the bench and took out his dark blue notebook. The cover felt familiar and reassuring in his hands. He opened to a clean page, and after a moment, wrote first not a polished sentence, but an observation. The valley shows how beauty can be built by repetition. He read it once, then looked up again before adding more. Below the first line, he wrote about the terraces, the stone, the labor that remained visible even in stillness. He wrote that the train had taught him to receive the river in fragments, and that the valley had answered by showing him a whole made of many patient parts. He did not try to sound wise. The words came more cleanly when he stopped dressing them for future importance. Then, with the page half filled, he wrote the lesson. Not everything meaningful arrives all at once. Some places are understood the way they were made, gradually. He rested the pen against the paper for a moment after finishing. A small satisfaction moved through him, but it was gentler than accomplishment. It did not feel like checking off a requirement. It felt like recognizing something true in time to keep it. He closed the notebook and leaned back against the bench. The afternoon moved onward almost invisibly. A bird crossed the river and vanished into the slope beyond. Somewhere below, a vehicle door shut. Then all was quiet again, except for wind moving through dry leaves and the faintest suggestion of water. Julian thought of the first days of the trip, of how often he had tried to forecast his own feelings before allowing them to happen. He had wanted the right beginning, the right pace, the right sequence of experiences, as if meaning might depend on proper arrangement. Yet Portugal had reached him through what could not be arranged in advance. A station wall in Porto, a sketch in Cascais, a sentence over coffee in Lisbon, the weight of a small ceramic tile in his bag, the way the train beside the Douro had eased his mind without asking permission. This hillside, shaped over time beyond anything he could hurry. He was not finished with Portugal. That was still true in the practical sense. Lisbon's ritual remained incomplete, waiting its own return. There were notes not yet sorted, details not yet understood, pages not yet laid out together. But the country no longer felt like a set of open loops pulling at him. It felt inhabited, received. For the first time since he had arrived, he sensed that leaving a place and being changed by it were not opposite experiences. He stood again and walked to the edge of the platform of stone, careful where the ground sloped away. The river below reflected the sky in quieter tones now, less bright than before, more settled. The terraces held their lines with the same patience they had shown all day. Nothing in the landscape seemed to insist that he remain. Nothing withdrew either. The valley simply continued being itself, generous without performance. Julian stayed there a little longer, his satchel at his side, the notebook closed, the photograph taken. He looked out over the river and the worked hills beyond it and felt an unfamiliar steadiness gather in him. He would leave Portugal soon. The thought did not carry the old pinch of urgency. It did not feel like a test of whether he had done enough, seen enough, chosen well enough. He was ready to leave, not because the country had been exhausted, and not because he had mastered it. He was ready because it had changed the way he moved through a day. The difference was quiet, but it was real. And standing there above the Douro, with the terraces holding light and labour together in long, careful lines, Julian knew that when he carried Portugal forward, he would not be carrying only images of places. He would be carrying a new pace. Chapter 11. Leaving Portugal. The new pace stayed with him even after he left the valley. It remained through the walk back to the small station, where the late light had already begun to thin, and through the return train that followed the river for a while, before turning him gradually back toward the city. He sat by the window without trying to summarize the day too quickly. Terraces passed in long angled rows. Small platforms appeared and disappeared. At one stop, a man stepped down with a paper bag tucked under his arm. At another, two women boarded speaking softly, and then fell quiet as the carriage moved again. By the time the train reached Porto, evening had settled in earnest. From there, the rest of the return felt plain and well marked. The onward ride toward the airport, the measured walkways, the signs suspended overhead, the quiet sequence of showing his passport, lifting his bag, collecting it again, and following the corridor toward the connected hotel where he would spend the night before flying east. Nothing in the evening felt dramatic. That suited him. Portugal had not taught him through spectacle alone. It had taught him through platforms, sidewalks, receipts, river air, and the ordinary patience of moving from one place to the next. By the time he opened the hotel room door, he was carrying a gentle tiredness that seemed clean and useful. The room was small in the way airport rooms often were, designed less for staying than for pausing. A bed with a pale coverlet stood against one wall. There was a narrow desk beneath a window, a chair, a kettle, 2 cups, and a lamp that gave off a warm, steady light. Beyond the window, the airport's outer buildings glowed through a thin wash of rain. The glass softened everything. Lights stretched slightly in the wet and became less precise, more companionable. Julian set his bags down and stood still for a moment in the middle of the room. He listened. A faint hum from the ventilation. Water touching the window in light taps. Farther away, so muted it almost seemed imagined, the low machinery of a place that never quite slept. A runway vehicle, perhaps. Baggage systems. Doors opening somewhere below. The sounds were not intrusive. They only reminded him that he was between countries now, between one rhythm and another. He took off his shoes, washed his hands and drank a long swallow from his water bottle. Then he unzipped the satchel and the carry-on with the care of someone unpacking not valuables exactly, but evidence. Portugal had been made of hours and movement, and yet so much of it could fit onto a desk. He drew the chair back and began laying things out one by one. First, the dark blue notebook, then the protective sleeve holding the Cascais sketch, still lightly stiff from its backing board. He slid it out and rested it against the lamp base. The drawn version of himself looked much as it had before, not exaggerated, not comic, only a little more open than he would have guessed. The face in the sketch did not seem to be waiting for permission to enjoy the day. It already had. Next came the small blue and white ceramic tile from Porto, wrapped in tissue from the kiosk by the river. He unfolded the paper slowly and set the tile beside the sketch. Under the room's lamplight, its glazed surface held a faint shine. It was simple enough to have been overlooked in a crowded display, but here on the desk it carried the station walls, the river promenade, the bridge in evening air, and the inward steadiness of that city. From the notebook pocket he removed the meal receipt he had kept in Porto, a little softened now at the folds. He placed it near the tile. Then he found the cafe receipt from earlier in the valley, and the train ticket stubs he had not thrown away, and the folded city map that had grown gentler at the creases the more he carried it without needing to consult it. He looked at the remaining space on the desk and thought briefly of Lisbon, of the pages still waiting there in a quieter, unfinished way. He did not add anything new for that city tonight. Its lesson and its first notes remained in the notebook, and its missing object still belonged to a later return in his atlas, not to this stop between flights. He stood back and looked at the arrangement. There was not much there, not in the ordinary sense. A stranger might have seen paper, clay, a sketch, and a notebook. The collection had no obvious value. Nothing was rare. Nothing would impress anyone displayed behind glass. Yet each object had weight because it had been chosen slowly, or, in some cases, because it had arrived when he stopped forcing choice. He sat down and opened the notebook to the first Portugal pages. His handwriting changed from city to city in ways he had not noticed while making it. In Lisbon, the lines pressed a little too neatly, as if he had still been trying to prove he belonged inside the trip he had planned. The notes from Cascais loosened. Porto became more spacious on the page, with longer pauses between thoughts. The valley entry from that afternoon was the calmest of all. It did not sound finished or polished. It sounded true. He read without hurrying. The Lisbon lesson was there, from Manuel Duarte's brief advice over coffee. Some cities were not solved, they were wandered through. Julian paused over that sentence and felt again the mild embarrassment of being so visible with his folded map, and the relief that followed when the advice had not felt like correction so much as permission. Nearby, he found the Lisbon meal record, the first photograph note, the observation about evening light on tiled streets. He stopped there for a moment, aware again that one space in the pattern remained open. Earlier in the trip, that unfinished place had bothered him. Tonight, it did not. Not every page needed closing at once. He turned to Cascais, the harbour lunch, the white brightness on the water, the sketch artist's patient hand, his own surprise at seeing happiness on his face before fully naming it in himself. The lesson he had written there still pleased him for its plainness. A place could change his face before it changed his mind enough to notice. He let the page rest beneath his hand for a moment. Then Porto, the station photograph, the line from the kiosk woman about a place being both doorway and destination, the riverside meal, the tiny tile. His note that the city felt lived in and remembered at the same time. That sentence had seemed important when he wrote it. It still did. He went on to the valley pages, where the afternoon had distilled itself into shorter lines. Terraces. Labour made visible. Light held by patience. Motion could be restful when he stopped measuring it. Looking at the words now, he saw that they belonged not just to the train or the hillside, but to the whole week. For a long while he did nothing but sit there, his forearms on the desk, the notebook open, the rain quiet on the window. This, he thought, was what he had been trying to make from the start. Not a record of accomplishment, not proof that he had gone where he said he would go. He had known that in theory before leaving home, but theory had not changed the habit inside him. Part of him had still believed the trip would be improved by enough preparation, enough right choices, enough efficient feeling. The desk in front of him suggested otherwise. The atlas was working best where it had been least strained. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. The form was simple enough to carry, simple enough to return to. It did not ask him to gather everything. It asked him to notice something and let that something stand for the rest. He said the private name once under his breath, not to dramatize it, but to hear how it sounded here. The quiet atlas. The room did not change. Nothing answered. Rain continued tapping softly at the glass. Still, speaking it aloud made the idea feel less like a project title and more like a habit of attention he was already living inside. Not a performance, not a system to perfect, a practice. He leaned back in the chair and looked out the window. The rain had thickened a little. Across the wet pane, airport lights shone in blurred rows. Somewhere below, travelers were still arriving with coats over their arms, still checking screens, still waiting in lines, still eating late sandwiches from paper wrappers, or sitting beside their bags with the blank, patient look that belonged to transit. He could not see them from this angle, but he could imagine them with unusual tenderness. Every one of them was carrying a private map. He thought of the older man with the newspaper on the Porto platform, the family sharing pastries on the Valley train, the child in Cascais, leaning against a parent near the station, Manuel behind his cafe counter, the kiosk woman in Sao Bento, the artist by the sea who had watched Julian's face more accurately than Julian had. None of them had become major figures in his life. That was not the point. They had simply occupied their own corners of the world fully enough to steady his view of it. He stood, crossed to the kettle, and made tea from one of the room's paper sachets. It was not memorable tea. He knew that as soon as the steam rose. Still, the hot cup warmed his hands, and that was enough. He took it to the window and drank slowly. Portugal, he realized, had given him more than a collection of places. Lisbon had loosened his need to solve. Cascais had shown him ease before he could manufacture it. Porto had deepened his respect for what stood still while people moved through it. The Douro had turned effort into landscape, and landscape into patience. Together, they had done something larger than any one scene. They had made him less interested in conquering the day. That mattered now, because the next country would not meet him in the same way. He knew enough to expect difference. Different station sounds, different public quiet, different food, signage, timing, etiquette, architecture, weather. Different ways of holding beauty in ordinary life. If Portugal had opened outward around him with river light, tiled warmth, and voices crossing air, Japan would ask another kind of listening. He did not need to know the whole shape of that yet. In fact, knowing less might help. He returned the cup to the desk and sat again. On a fresh page in the notebook, beneath the last valley note, he wrote a single sentence. The next place will not need me to be ready in the same way. He read it once, then added another line beneath it. Attention can change shape without being lost. That felt right. He did not try to improve it. After that, he packed with more care than speed. The notebook went into the satchel first. The Porto receipt returned to its pocket. The Porto tile went back into its tissue and then into a side compartment where it would not shift. The Cascais sketch slid once more into its protective sleeve and then between two folded shirts. He tucked the map flat. He checked for passport, phone, charger, and boarding documents, not compulsively now, only responsibly. When he was done, he left a few things out on purpose. The sketch, the Porto tile, the notebook, closed now, resting near the lamp. They looked good there together, not arranged for display exactly, but for recognition. A few quiet proofs that days could be carried forward in small forms. He changed into sleep clothes and lowered the room lights until only the lamp by the desk remained. The rain softened again. On the other side of the glass, the airport seemed less like infrastructure than weather made artificial, a field of distant amber and white. Motion continued without asking anything of him. He lay down on the bed but did not turn off the lamp immediately. From where he rested, he could see the corner of the desk and the edge of the sketch propped there. The drawn version of him seemed to be keeping watch over the objects from Portugal with calm he had nearly grown into. His body felt tired. His mind, for once, did not hurry ahead in the same direction. Japan waited. Trains waited. Quiet platforms, umbrellas, gardens, craft shops, ferry terminals, and rooms he had not yet entered waited. The future of the journey remained large, but it no longer felt like a test he had to pass. It felt like a page turning. At last he reached to switch off the lamp. Darkness settled gently, leaving only the softened window glow and the faint outline of the desk across the room. Julian listened to the rain, to the low, hidden systems of the airport beyond the hotel wall, and to his own breathing gradually matching the calm around him. Portugal was no longer ahead of him, but it was not gone. It had become part of how he would arrive. Chapter 12. Arrival in Japan. The rain and airport hush from the night before seemed to remain with Julian even after he was moving again. It was there in the way he carried himself through the airport. Not hurried exactly, but careful. It was there in the quiet space he had managed to keep around his thoughts. Portugal had not made him slower in the simple physical sense. He still moved when he needed to move. Checked signs, adjusted his satchel, kept his passport ready. But something in him no longer lunged ahead of his own body. He did not feel compelled to arrive mentally before he arrived in fact. That difference stayed with him through the long eastward travel and into the first Japanese station, where he found himself standing under a roof of steel, glass, and pale light, listening. The announcements were soft. Even without understanding every word, he heard their shape, measured, even, respectful of the room they entered. The platform itself seemed to hold sound differently than the stations he had known in Portugal. In São Bento, footsteps and voices had risen toward tile and stone and memory. Here, sound settled quickly. Shoes tapped. Wheels rolled. A train door closed with a controlled tone. Somewhere nearby, a vending machine gave a small mechanical hum that might have gone unnoticed if everything around it had not been so composed. Julian stopped just past the gate and let the station receive him. People moved in clear lines. No one seemed stiff about it. There was no theatrical seriousness, no coldness. It was simply the rhythm of the place. Travellers waited where waiting made sense. They left space for one another without appearing to think much about it. A man in a dark coat stood with one hand on the handle of a small suitcase, eyes on the track. A woman adjusted the strap of a child's backpack, then smoothed the child's jacket collar before both of them stepped neatly into the queue that had already formed. Near a bank of machines, several folded umbrellas rested against people's legs like quiet black markers of the weather outside. Julian noticed the umbrellas first because Portugal had ended in rain and because these were folded so carefully. Not dropped, not dripping across the floor, but contained. The detail pleased him more than he expected. He shifted his bag on his shoulder and looked around again. The station was bright without being harsh. Signs were crisp. Glass held reflections in a clean, restrained way. Platform edges, rail lines, and waiting areas all seemed to announce their purpose without demanding attention. He had expected to feel more disoriented than he did. Instead, he felt the kind of alertness that comes in a new place, when the mind knows it cannot rely on habit and therefore becomes honest. Everything had to be seen as it was. He followed the signs for his next train with a steadiness that surprised him. He had studied this part of the route before leaving Texas, and then studied it again before Portugal, and once more during the final nights of that first country, unable to fully trust that prior preparation would remain in place when he needed it. Usually that kind of planning left a residue of pressure behind it. Now, standing in a country so far from home that the distance itself felt almost abstract, he found that the planning had thinned into something more useful. Not control, just guidance. He paused near a row of machines and watched other travelers for a moment before approaching. Their motions were economical and practiced. A card tapped. A ticket emerged. A phone was checked and put away. A small bow of thanks passed almost invisibly between a clerk and an older passenger at a service window. Julian bought what he needed without difficulty, then stepped aside at once, aware of how naturally the place encouraged one to make room for the next person. A nearby convenience counter gave off a clean, warm light. He went there more from instinct than hunger, and chose a bottle of water and a simple packaged rice ball, drawn to the plainness of it. The clerk greeted him, and he answered with careful politeness. The exchange was brief, almost delicate in its efficiency. He carried his small purchase to a bench and sat. From there, he could see a vending machine lit in white and blue, each bottle and can arranged with precise brightness. He could see a row of seats occupied by travelers who mostly kept to themselves. Some looked at their phones. One elderly man sat with his hands folded over the handle of a cane, eyes half closed, not asleep exactly, but resting with complete permission. A young couple stood without speaking much, shoulder to shoulder, facing the tracks. Further down, a station worker in a neat uniform checked something along the platform edge, then continued on. Julian unwrapped the rice ball and ate slowly. The station air was cool, clean, faintly metallic, though not unpleasantly so. Beneath it lingered the warm scent of broth from somewhere he could not see, and the mild sweetness of packaged bread from the counter behind him. He thought of Portugal then, not by forcing a comparison, but because memory had begun arranging places on its own. Lisbon had met him with warmth and slope and colour. Porto had met him with stone and blue tile and river gravity. The Douro Valley had opened in patient lines and held light for long minutes at a time. Japan, so far, did not open itself in the same outward way. It did not seem to offer itself all at once. It stood with its shape intact and asked him, gently but clearly, to notice before naming. That felt new. It also felt like relief. His train appeared with very little drama. People rose, gathered their things, and formed a line that became movement as soon as the doors aligned. Julian stood with them. No one crowded. No one darted forward. The order of it was not severe. It was almost soothing. When his turn came, he stepped aboard and found his seat by the window. The carriage was quiet enough that the smallest sounds separated cleanly from one another. A bag being placed on an overhead rack. The low click of a seat adjustment. fabric brushing fabric as someone sat down across the aisle, the subdued chime before departure. He set his satchel on the seat beside him until the train began to fill, then moved it to his lap, and finally to the overhead rack, taking out only his notebook and water bottle before settling in. When the train moved, it did so with a smooth confidence that made him think less of departure than of continuation. The city beyond the window came in layers. Platforms slid away first, then nearby tracks, then walls, signals, low buildings, and roads marked by wet pavement. He caught glimpses of bicycles under awnings, parked cars shining with rain, narrow side streets, rooftop equipment, tidy balconies, and clusters of houses that seemed close together without pressing against one another. Utility poles passed in measured sequence. Laundry did not flutter from balconies here as it had in Lisbon. Colour did not spill downhill. Instead, there were surfaces of grey, brown, white, muted green, a dark tiled roof, a pale retaining wall, the brief flash of a red sign, rainwater gathered in careful lines along the edges of things. Then came the tunnels. They arrived without warning to anyone unfamiliar, but the passengers seemed not to notice them at all. Daylight vanished. The window returned his reflection faintly to him, laid over the carriage interior. He saw his own face there, older than the smiling sketch from Cascais, and yet somehow carrying that same loosened expression now. The train emerged again into neighbourhoods, then another tunnel, then a broader view, where low buildings gave way to wider spaces, and a strip of green appeared between houses. Julian rested his hand on the notebook, but did not open it right away. He wanted first to give the place some unclaimed attention. Across the aisle, a mother helped her son peel open a snack packet. The child wore a small backpack, shaped more by practical use than by novelty, and when he finished eating, he looked out the window with the grave concentration children sometimes gave to passing scenery. 2 rows ahead, a man in a business suit closed his eyes and sat very still, not slumped with fatigue, but composed within it. At the far end of the carriage, someone softly cleared a throat. No one filled the room with conversation. The silence was not empty. It was shared. Julian felt again how far from home he was. This time the feeling did not isolate him. It widened him. He had imagined Japan for years in pieces, as most people did before a journey. Trains, gardens, craft shops, ferries, quiet streets after rain. He knew enough to distrust those fragments when they hardened into a false whole. Still, there was always the risk that a place studied too long would arrive pre-flattened by expectation. What surprised him now was not that Japan differed from what he had imagined. It was that the difference felt kind. The country, at least in these first hours, was not resisting him. It was simply remaining itself. Fields began to appear between developed stretches. Small gardens, rows of houses with dark roofs and modest yards. Then more buildings. Then another tunnel. Then a view of distant hills softened by low cloud. The weather and the train window gave everything a subdued finish. Nothing sparkled. Nothing presented itself as spectacle. Even so, Julian found himself watching with deepening interest. A place did not need to perform to be memorable. At last he opened the notebook. The dark blue cover had become familiar in his hands now, almost companionable. He turned to a clean page and sat with the pen uncapped for several breaths. He knew the old temptation, to find a sentence worthy of the moment, to turn first impressions into something polished enough to deserve keeping. Portugal had worn some of that impulse down. The Douro train, especially, had shown him that plain noticing could hold more truth than crafted grandeur. So he wrote, plainly. First impression of Japan. Quiet does not mean empty. He paused, listened to the rails under the carriage, then added another line. Everything seems arranged to let other people pass through without friction. He read both lines and did not revise them. Outside, the landscape continued in alternating bands of town and open space, retaining walls dark with rain, narrow roads, occasional glimpses of water gathered in paddies or drainage channels, turning the grey sky into thin silver mirrors. Rooftops shifted in angle and density. Shrines or small structures appeared too quickly to name, then slipped away. The train entered another tunnel and emerged into a broader stretch where the hills were nearer. Julian leaned back. He thought of the phrase that had come to him in Portugal, that a station could be both a doorway and a place. It still felt true. But this leg of the journey seemed to add another idea beside it. A place could also ask less of him than he feared. He did not need to decode everything immediately. He did not need to gather the country into a manageable first summary before allowing himself to feel its presence. He could arrive in layers, the way the train moved through light and tunnel, neighborhood and field. The realization was small, but it settled deeply. He drank some water and looked around the carriage once more. A conductor passed through with quiet efficiency. Tickets were checked, heads inclined in acknowledgement. The child across the aisle had grown drowsy and leaned lightly against his mother's arm. The man in the suit was awake now and looking at his phone. Overhead, bags rested in orderly silence. Julian smiled to himself at that phrase. Orderly silence, and knew he would remember it later. The miles passed without his needing to count them. He watched station platforms arrive and leave, each one neat and self-contained. He saw people waiting under covered sections, some with umbrellas, some with tote bags, some standing so still they seemed for a moment part of the platform design itself. At one stop, a pair of students boarded and sat together, speaking in low voices that dissolved into the general hush. At another, an older woman stepped off, carrying a paper shopping bag with both hands, as if it contained something worth steadying. None of it was dramatic. Nearly all of it would have been ordinary to the people living it. That was part of what moved him. He had come so far to watch people inhabit their own days. The train carried him on toward Kanazawa, and with each passing segment, the country seemed to gather around him less as an idea than as a texture. The restrained color palette, the steadiness of public behavior. The way rain remained present, not as weather to be defeated, but as a condition folded into the design of things. The courtesy built into space, the patience of waiting, the lack of display. By the time the signs and announcements began to prepare passengers for Kanazawa, Julian felt alert, but not strained, impressed but not overwhelmed. He put the notebook away after adding one final line beneath the others. This place asked me to lower my voice inside myself. He did not know yet whether it would become the lesson for the city, or the country, or only the train. He did not need to know. As the train eased into the station, he looked out at the platform, at the clean lines, the waiting figures, the polished floor catching light, and felt something in him respond with unusual calm. Not the calm of familiarity, not the calm of mastery, a newer kind. The calm of entering a place that did not need him to hurry in order to belong there for a while. When the doors opened, Julian stood, took down his bag, and stepped into Kanazawa with the quiet sense that the journey had not only continued, it had changed key. Chapter 13. Kanazawa morning. The quiet he had felt on the platform stayed with Julian even after he left the station. It did not follow him in any dramatic way. It simply remained, like a tone still sounding somewhere under the next part of the day. He carried his bag through Kanazawa with the mild fatigue of long travel still in his legs, checked into a modest room, slept deeply, and let the city receive him without asking anything more. Now, on his first morning in Kanazawa, after arriving the day before, he woke with the impression that the city had been waiting without impatience. From the window, the morning looked pale and exact. The sky was bright but soft behind a veil of thin cloud. Roof lines held still. Utility wires drew clean lines across the distance. Somewhere below, a bicycle passed with a faint ticking sound, then was gone. Julian stood for a moment with one hand on the curtain, letting himself look before he began deciding anything. The old reflex arrived anyway. He could feel it assembling. What time should he leave? Which entrance was best? How long should he spend in the garden before tea? Whether this should count as his first proper Japan page in the atlas, or whether arrival itself already counted as the beginning. Whether he ought to save his photograph for later, in better light. After he understood the place more fully, he knew that voice now. It had travelled with him from home, crossed the Atlantic, crossed again into Japan, and tried in each place to turn attention into management. He washed, dressed, and packed what he needed with practiced care. Notebook, phone, folded map, water bottle, wallet. The protective sleeve holding the sketch from Cascais remained tucked safely in his bag. So did the little Porto tile, and the meal receipt still kept inside his notebook. The familiar weight of those objects steadied him. They were not proof that he had travelled well. They were only reminders that places could remain with him in small, honest forms. Downstairs, the lobby was quiet. A woman behind the desk greeted him with gentle politeness. Julian asked the way to the garden, and she pointed on a paper map with two neat motions of her finger, naming the streets softly enough that he had to listen closely. He thanked her, repeated the turn to make sure he had it right, and stepped out into the cool morning. Kanazawa received him without display. The streets were clean in a way that did not feel staged. It looked less like tidiness for visitors and more like the ordinary result of care repeated many times. A delivery truck stood with its rear doors open beside a shop front. A man in work clothes stacked crates with calm efficiency. Two school children in dark uniforms waited at a crossing, standing side by side without fidgeting. At a vending machine near the corner, a woman chose a drink, bowed lightly to an older neighbour she seemed to know, and went on. Julian walked at a measured pace, conscious at first of his own foreignness, and then, little by little, less conscious of himself at all. The sidewalks changed underfoot. Pavement gave way in places to stone. Water ran in a narrow channel beside one stretch of road, clear enough that he could see the shape of the bottom through it. He passed low walls, wooden details, clipped shrubs, signs he could not read and signs he partly could, and windows reflecting the pale morning back into the street. He reached the garden entrance earlier than he expected. That, too, touched the old habit in him. Good, he thought first, ahead of schedule. Then he almost smiled at the phrase, hearing how quickly his mind tried to convert a morning walk into a task being completed correctly. A few people were entering before him. An older couple moved with unhurried familiarity. A younger man with a camera kept it lowered against his chest rather than raising it immediately. A woman guided a child by the hand and paused so the child could look at the map near the gate. There was no rush at the entrance, only a steady intake of quiet attention. Inside, the garden changed the scale of his thinking at once. The city did not vanish exactly, but it withdrew. The paths bent gently. Pines leaned with deliberate grace. Water opened in still surfaces that seemed at first simple, and then, after another moment, carefully composed. Gravel held the memory of recent raking. Stones sat in places that looked inevitable, though he knew someone had chosen them long ago, and someone else had kept choosing them ever since. Julian slowed without meaning to. He followed a broad path along the edge of a pond where the morning light rested flat and silver on the surface. Here and there, the light caught the underside of a branch or the wet green of moss. A small island shape sat within the pond, linked by a low stone arrangement that looked natural until he noticed the exactness of its placement. Nothing shouted for admiration. The garden seemed to ask for a different kind of looking, one that accepted arrangement without trying to decode it all at once. He stopped near a stand of pines supported by slender posts and lengths of rope. He had seen photographs of such things before, but seeing them in person altered the feeling entirely. The supports were practical, almost humble. They did not hide the labor. They made it visible. The trees were beautiful, and the means by which they stayed beautiful was there in plain sight. A gardener worked not far away, moving with such contained precision that at first Julian barely noticed him. The man wore dark blue work clothes and rubber boots and carried a broom made for an outdoor use. He was not sweeping in a broad, hurried motion. He was drawing fallen needles and leaves from the edge of the path in slow, angled strokes, leaving behind a line so clean it seemed to have appeared by itself. A second gardener knelt near a low planting bed, trimming something Julian could not name. The clippings were gathered immediately into a small container. Nothing was left in a careless scatter. Julian stood for a while and watched. The sound of the broom on gravel was soft and dry. Water moved somewhere beyond the path, a small constant thread. A bird called once from deeper in the trees. Shoes passed over stone behind him, then faded. A faint voice, then another. The whole place held many sounds, but none of them pressed forward. He walked on. At one turn, the view opened across the water toward a tea house set slightly above the edge of the pond. At another, the path narrowed and led him beside a run of moss so vivid and dense that it seemed to absorb sound. He crossed a small bridge and paused in the middle, not because it was a dramatic viewpoint, but because the garden looked different from there, in a way that felt worth accepting. Reflections shifted. A patch of sky moved between branches. Ripples, probably caused by a fish below, spread and vanished before they reached the far edge. He did not take out his phone, not yet. The decision was not noble. He simply felt no need to break the rhythm. Portugal had taught him that one photograph was enough if he waited for the moment when memory and attention met each other. Here, in Kanazawa, he suspected that the photograph would come later, or perhaps not in the garden at all. The thought did not trouble him as much as it would once have done. Near a wider lawn, shaped around stones and clipped pines, several visitors stood at respectful distances from one another, all facing more or less the same direction. No one was being instructed. No sign told them where to pause. Yet they seemed to be moving in loose agreement with the place itself. People approached a view, stood long enough to receive it, then moved on for someone else. The pace was not enforced. It was adopted. Julian noticed his own breathing. It had deepened without his attention. The restless forward lean he often carried while traveling. That feeling that the next turn might contain the real thing and therefore must not be delayed had softened. He found a bench under a tree and sat. From there he could see one section of path, a corner of water, and beyond it a slope of carefully maintained ground rising toward a line of dark trunks. It was not the grandest view available, in a way that made it better. He drank from his water bottle, and let the morning continue around him. A pair of visitors spoke in low voices and then fell quiet. A gardener passed with a wheelbarrow whose single tire made almost no sound on the path. A breeze moved through the upper branches but did not reach the pond strongly enough to disturb its surface for more than a moment. Julian thought of all the gardens he had seen in books and on screens over the years, and how often they had been presented as finished things, as if beauty happened once and then stayed. Here, finished was not the right word. The place was being kept. That distinction settled gently into him. After a while, he rose and followed signs toward a tea room near the garden. The transition from path to building was so understated that he nearly missed it. The doorway, the timber, the threshold, the change in floor underfoot, all carried the same quiet exactness as the garden itself. He ordered, simply, tea and a small seasonal sweet whose name he did not fully catch. The woman serving him spoke with efficient kindness and set the tray down with both hands. Julian thanked her and moved to a seat where he could look out through glass toward a patch of green and a narrow slice of water. The tea was hot and clean-tasting, with a depth that seemed to widen slowly instead of arriving all at once. The sweet was delicate and mild, more about texture than richness. He ate without hurry. Around him, other people did the same. Cups were lifted, set down. A chair moved softly. Somewhere in the room, water was being poured. He realized, with some surprise, that he was not planning the rest of the day while he ate. Usually meals while traveling became small command centers in his mind. He would review maps, choose routes, reconsider times, measure what had already happened against what still could happen. But now the view through the glass, the warmth in his hands, and the quiet around the tables held him where he was. This, he thought, might be the first meal of Japan that truly belonged to the Atlas. Not because it was famous, not because he had researched it, because it had entered the day naturally and changed his pace while he was still inside it. When he finished, he remained seated a few minutes longer. Then he took out his dark blue notebook. The page waited with the simple patience of paper. He dated it, wrote Kanazawa beneath the date, and looked out once more before beginning. He had learned by now not to force the sentence too quickly. If he waited, a clearer one usually came. He wrote first what he saw. Pine supports, raked gravel. Water held in place by edges that looked effortless only because someone had made them so. Visitors moving at the speed the garden asked for. A broom on stone. Then he paused and listened inwardly for the lesson. At first, several versions came, and he let them pass. They sounded too arranged, too eager to conclude. He had written enough on this journey to recognize when he was trying to make a place mean something before it had finished speaking. He watched a gardener through the window. The man bent to inspect the edge of a bed, adjusted something with his gloved hand, then stood back. Nothing changed in any dramatic way. The change was almost invisible. But that was the point. The beauty of the garden depended on 1,000 nearly invisible acts of attention. Julian lowered his eyes to the page and wrote, slowly enough to hear each word in himself. Beauty here is not only designed, it is maintained. He read it back. It was close, but not complete. He added another line beneath it. Patient hands keep the morning looking like morning. That one stayed. A small sense of recognition moved through him. Not triumph, not the relief of finishing a task. Something quieter than that. A feeling that he had received the place in the right proportion for this hour. He closed the notebook and sat with both hands around the last warmth of the cup. Outside, The garden remained what it had been before he arrived, and what it would remain after he left. Shaped, tended, restrained, alive. But he had changed slightly within it. The pressure to extract the best possible experience had weakened again. Kanazawa was not offering him spectacle to conquer. It was offering evidence that care, repeated patiently, could become a form of beauty almost indistinguishable from peace. When he stepped back onto the path, he did so more slowly than before. He took one more circuit through a quieter section near water and low trees, letting his feet follow without consulting the map. At a bend where the pond held the pale sky and the reflection of a pine together in the same still frame, he finally lifted his phone and took a single photograph. He did not check it more than once. The image was simple. Water, branch, light, restraint. It was enough. At the exit, he paused and looked back only briefly. The entrance path held the same measured flow of people coming and going. A gardener was sweeping again, restoring a line at the edge of gravel. Somewhere beyond the trees, the city continued with its bicycles, shop fronts, deliveries, and morning errands. Yet the care inside the garden no longer felt separate from that world. It seemed part of the same pattern. On the walk back, Julian felt the day widen around him instead of advancing at him. He passed the narrow water channel again. A woman rinsed the front step of a shop with a small bucket and brush. An older man adjusted potted plants outside a doorway, turning one slightly so it faced the street more evenly. A cyclist slowed for pedestrians before crossing. None of it was ceremonial. None of it was posed. Still, after the garden, he saw each gesture as kin to what he had just witnessed. Attention, maintenance, care small enough to be ordinary and steady enough to shape a place. By the time he reached his lodging, his mind was quieter than it had been when he woke. He took off his shoes at the door, set down his satchel, and stood for a moment in the stillness of the room. The notebook waited inside the bag with its new page, the Porto receipt still tucked within it. The photograph was taken. The meal was chosen. The morning had given him not a performance, but a lesson. Kanazawa had offered him 3 parts of the ritual already: a photo, a meal, and a lesson. The object had not appeared yet. He found that he did not want to force that either. He could wait for the right small thing to make itself known. He understood now that in Kanazawa, slowness might not mean simply resting. It might mean honoring the work that lets calm exist at all. And for the first time since arriving in Japan, that felt like a beginning. Chapter 14. Hands that maintain beauty. What stayed with Julian from the garden was not the picture he had taken or even the taste of tea still faint on his tongue. It was the sight of hands at work. He had watched a gardener smooth gravel back into place after footsteps had disturbed the edge of a path. It had taken only a moment. Nothing dramatic had changed, yet the whole scene had seemed to settle because of it. The garden had not been calm by accident. Someone had made it calm, and then kept making it that way. That thought followed him as he left his lodging again later in the day, with his satchel across his shoulder and his folded city map in the outer pocket. He checked the map once at the corner, then put it away, before he could begin turning the walk into a small private mission. The district he had marked lay within reach on foot. That was enough. Kanazawa carried a different sort of quiet from the garden. The stillness here moved through ordinary streets rather than across water and stone. Cars passed at measured intervals. Bicycles slid by with little sound. Wooden facades stood beside newer buildings without competing for attention. A Norran curtain shifted in a doorway when someone entered a shop. On one narrow street, a delivery driver stacked boxes with practiced care, each one squared neatly before he moved to the next. On another, a woman paused under a compact umbrella even though the sky had brightened, as if weather here was something one remained ready for. Julian walked without hurrying. He noticed how often his mind still wanted to skip ahead. Find the shop. Find the object. Complete the page. It was not exactly anxiety now. It was habit, polished by years of making lists and rewarding himself for crossing things off. Even on a journey he had promised would be different, part of him still tried to convert attention into a task. The craft district did not announce itself loudly. The change came in textures first. Window displays held bowls, papers, cloth, lacquered boxes, brushes, trays, small ceramic cups set with enough space around them to let each one be seen. Signs were modest. Interiors were lit with a care that made wood grain visible even from the street. The neighborhood felt less like a market and more like a conversation conducted in materials. He slowed near a window where thin squares of gold leaf were displayed beside tools so fine they looked almost ceremonial. The gold caught the light without glittering. It seemed softer than jewelry, closer to breath than metal. A small card nearby explained a process in a few quiet lines. Julian read it, then stepped inside. The shop smelled faintly of wood, paper, and something clean and dry beneath both. Shelves lined the walls, holding lacquerware, small dishes, packets of decorative paper, and objects whose purpose he could not immediately name, but whose making was evident in the precision of their edges. Toward the back, near a counter, a woman was arranging a tray of small items beneath a lamp. She looked up as he entered and gave a slight nod of welcome. She appeared to be near his own age, perhaps a little older, with a practical air that put him at ease at once. Nothing about her manner invited performance. She simply made room for him to look. Julian moved first to a display of small boxes. Some were black and deep red, their lacquer surfaces smooth as still water. Others were pale wood, fitted so exactly that the seams nearly disappeared. Nearby sat a few ceramic pieces, understated in color, each one showing small variations in glaze that seemed less like flaws than evidence of touch. The woman came from behind the counter when she saw him pause again at the gold leaf display. "First visit?" she asked in careful English. "Yes," Julian said. "To Kanazawa." She nodded, as if that explained not just his presence, but his pace. "Many people come for gardens first, then craft." "That seems right," Julian said. A small smile touched her face. "I am Keiko Nakamura." He introduced himself. Her handshake was light and brief. "You are interested in gold leaf?" Keiko asked. "I think so," Julian said. "Maybe also everything else." That brought a little more warmth to her expression. "That happens here." She did not launch into a speech. Instead, she gestured toward the display and waited until he stepped closer. "Kanazawa is known for gold leaf," she said. "Very thin, very delicate. People see the finished surface and think mostly of shine. But the work is not shine. The work is repetition." Julian looked at the laid-out tools again. Small brushes, fine sheets, implements with narrow wooden handles. Keiko lifted one sample board from the display, careful not to touch the leaf itself. "This is practice material," she said, "not precious, for showing. If your hand is too quick, the leaf tears. If the air moves too much, it shifts. If the surface is not prepared well, it does not sit properly. Every part matters before the beautiful part appears." Julian felt that sentence settle in him with surprising force. Every part matters before the beautiful part appears. Keiko replaced the board. People sometimes think patience means waiting and doing nothing. But for craft, patience is active. It is many small, correct actions. Julian gave a quiet breath that almost became a laugh, not because anything was funny, but because the line met him so exactly. He had spent so much of his life treating patience as a pause before the real thing began. Here, it was being described as the real thing. Keiko seemed to notice his reaction without examining it. She turned slightly and indicated the rest of the shop. "Lacquer is similar," she said. "Many layers. Drying time. Dust matters. Temperature matters. Wood changes. Hands must adjust. Good work looks calm when you see it, but calm is made from attention." Julian followed her to another shelf where several trays and bowls were displayed. One tray, black with a faint warm undertone, held the room's light in a low, steady way. It did not reflect so much as deepen it. He bent slightly to see the surface more clearly. "It looks simple," he said. "Yes," Keiko said. "Simple is expensive." He looked up at her, and she let the remark stand just long enough for him to hear its full meaning. Not expensive in money alone, though that too. Expensive in labor, in time, in refusal to rush. She picked up a small, unfinished wooden piece from a lower shelf, perhaps kept for demonstration. Before lacquer, before final surface, there is this: shape, sanding, preparing, then layers, then waiting, then another layer. If someone hurries because they want the finished look immediately, the object remembers. "The object remembers," Julian repeated. Keiko nodded. "Not like a person, but in the surface, yes. In weakness, in unevenness, in what does not last." They stood for a moment without speaking. Somewhere outside, a bicycle bell gave one soft note and passed on. In the back of the shop, a wall clock made a nearly hidden sound between minutes. Julian moved slowly from one display to another. He looked longer than he usually would have allowed himself to in a store. There was no pressure in the room, no hovering salesmanship. Keiko returned to the counter to wrap a purchase for another customer who had entered quietly while they spoke. Julian listened to the rustle of paper and the brief exchange in Japanese. The customer bowed slightly on the way out, package held in both hands. He found himself studying not only the objects, but the traces of process they contained. The edge of a bowl where glaze had pooled a little deeper. The grain beneath clear lacquer. Fine paper fibers visible under the light. A small brush with bristles worn into a shape no factory would have chosen. Tools, materials, gestures, all arranged in a chain of care that led to things small enough to fit in one hand. He thought of his notebook back at the lodging. In Lisbon, his pages had been tight, almost defensive. He had written as though clarity could protect him from missing something. In Porto, the lines had opened. In the Douro Valley, they had finally begun to breathe. Here in Kanazawa, he was learning another distinction. Slowness was not only receptivity, it was also workmanship. It was the choice to return attention to the same place again and again until the surface changed. He had done a little of that already without naming it. Walking back to a street at dusk just to see the light there a second time. Waiting by a train window instead of shifting seats for a supposedly better angle. Letting one photograph arrive when it was ready. But the craftsmen of this city lived inside that logic more completely. They did not simply admire beauty. They maintained the conditions that allowed it. When Keiko was free again, Julian approached the counter. I'm trying to choose one small thing, he said. I keep a kind of travel record. She inclined her head. Something useful, or something for remembering? He considered the question. In another mood, he might have answered by trying to be sensible. Buy something practical, something easy to pack, something that justified itself. But that was not really the point of his ritual. For remembering, he said. Keiko seemed unsurprised. She stepped from behind the counter and led him to a section he had not yet fully explored. Here, the objects were smaller, a few slim lacquer chopstick rests, tiny ceramic dishes, paper goods with gold leaf details, small wooden boxes no larger than a wallet. This is easier for travel, she said, and he appreciated that she understood the practical side without letting it dominate. Not too fragile, still made well. Julian looked carefully. One item after another offered itself and then receded. A folded card with a delicate gold corner. A little lacquer dish, dark as plum skin. A square paperweight with flecks of leaf suspended beneath clear finish. All beautiful, all possible, yet not quite his. Then he saw a small round box of pale wood with a lid touched by a thin, irregular band of gold. The line did not run evenly across the top. It shifted gently, like light across water or the edge of a cloud. It was subtle enough that he almost missed it, which made him look closer. The wood itself was smooth and warm-toned, unvarnished except for a finish so light it left the grain visible. Keiko lifted it and placed it in his hands. It is made by a local workshop, she said. Wood first, then prepared, then just a little gold leaf. Not too much, enough to notice when the light changes. The box weighed almost nothing. Julian turned it once in his palm and removed the lid. Inside, the wood carried a faint, clean scent. It was the kind of object that did not insist on itself. It simply rewarded attention. I like that you have to look at it twice, he said. Keiko nodded. Many good things are like that. He smiled, and this time the smile stayed. Yes, he said. I think they are. He knew almost immediately that this was the one. Not because it was perfect, and not because it represented Kanazawa in some broad symbolic way. He chose it because it held several lessons at once. Wood shaped patiently. Gold applied with restraint. A finished form that still allowed the material beneath to remain visible. Care that did not need to announce itself. Keiko wrapped the box in soft paper, then placed it in a small bag. Her movements were efficient and unhurried. Even the wrapping seemed to belong to the same world as the object. As she worked, Julian asked, "Do you ever get used to being around things like this every day?" She considered before answering. "You get used to seeing them," she said. "That is different from seeing them well." He let that settle too. She handed him the bag with both hands, and he received it the same way. "Thank you," he said. "This helps." Keiko gave a modest nod. "I think travel can teach the same thing as craft," she said. If you do not hurry the looking, there was nothing ornamental in the way she said it. No attempt to offer him a grand final wisdom. It was a practical sentence from a practical woman in a shop where useful beauty had been made visible. That made it truer. Julian paid and stepped back out into the street with the small bag in his hand. The afternoon had softened. Light rested on the wooden fronts of the buildings and turned even the modern glass nearby into something gentler. A pair of women passed talking quietly. Farther down, someone was sweeping the threshold of a shop, guiding dust and leaves into a neat line before lifting them away. A cyclist slowed at the corner, waited without impatience, then continued on. Nothing in the street demanded to be recorded, and because of that, Julian noticed everything more clearly. He walked without opening his map. The object in the bag was light enough that he could forget it was there, but he did not. He felt its presence as a kind of answer. Not an answer to where he should go next, or how to travel perfectly, or how to make a whole year meaningful in the right proportion. A smaller answer than that, and more useful. It told him that time was not only something to spend or save, it could also be shaped, layered, given back to a thing until the thing became itself more fully. At the next quiet corner, he stopped beside a narrow canal where the water moved almost without surface noise. He set his hand on the strap of his satchel and looked down at the reflection of eaves and sky. Then he took out his dark blue notebook. He did not write much. Kanazawa object, a small wooden box with a line of gold leaf. Observation. Calm can be made. Lesson. Patience is not delay. It is work done with care. He read the lines once, then closed the notebook before he could improve them into something less honest. After that he kept walking, the small wrapped box in one hand, the city unfolding around him at the exact pace required. Chapter 15. District. The small wrapped wooden box changed the way Julian held his bag. It was not heavy. Even through the paper, it felt modest, almost spare. But after leaving the craft shop, he became more aware of his own hands, of the way he turned corners, of the care with which he stepped around other people on the narrow streets. The object Keiko Nakamura had placed in his palm had done more than complete one part of the ritual. It had given the afternoon a quieter center. By the time he reached his lodging again, the sky had lowered into a pale grey that softened the edges of the roofs. He set his satchel on the chair by the window, unwrapped the box once more, and looked at the thin line of gold leaf running across the lid. It was restrained enough that he could miss it if he glanced too quickly. He found that he liked this about it. The box did not ask to be admired from across a room. It asked to be noticed from near at hand. He placed it beside the dark blue notebook, the Porto tile, and the protective sleeve holding his sketch from Cascais. The small collection looked unassuming on the desk. A traveller who liked larger souvenirs might have considered it incomplete. Julian looked at the objects and felt the opposite. They were enough to prove that each place had not merely been seen, it had been received. When he lifted his eyes, he saw that rain had begun on the window. Not a hard rain, not the urgent kind that sends people running. It arrived in a fine slant, making the glass shine and bringing a darker tone out of the wooden eaves across the lane. The street below, which had held a light traffic of bicycles and pedestrians, shifted almost without fuss. Umbrellas opened. A man in a dark coat paused beneath a shop awning to adjust the strap of a bag. A woman on a bicycle coasted more slowly, one hand steady on the handlebar, the other holding a clear umbrella angled over her shoulder. The city did not resist the weather. It adjusted to it. Julian stood there for a minute longer than he meant to. Then he smiled at the familiar shape of his own next thought. Should I stay in and write now, while the light is right? Or go out before the rain gets worse? Is there a better district to see in this weather? A better tea shop? A better route? The questions came with the old briskness, eager to convert even a quiet rain into an assignment. He let them pass. The weather itself seemed to offer an answer. Nothing outside was hurrying. The umbrellas opened one by one. The bicycles moved carefully. Water gathered along the stone edge of the lane and made its own thin path toward the drain. If he wanted to understand Kanazawa a little better, the understanding was already there, just beyond the window, arriving softly. He took his umbrella from beside the door, slipped the notebook into his satchel, and went back outside. The rain had a useful smell to it. It brought out wood, damp earth from the base of potted plants, the clean mineral scent of stone, and something faintly green from the gardens hidden behind walls and gates. The old district seemed to draw itself inward under the weather. Colours deepened. Brown wooden facades became richer, almost glossy in places. Black roof tiles shone. White Norén curtains at shop fronts hung a little heavier than before. Reflections appeared underfoot in long, narrow pieces, broken by the unevenness of stone and road. Julian opened his umbrella and began walking with no stronger aim than to keep moving through streets that welcomed slowness. The district unfolded in patient lines, latticed fronts, low roofs, small signs with careful lettering, a bicycle left under an overhang with drops beading on the seat, a line of small planters outside a doorway, each leaf rinsed and brightened. Somewhere ahead, he heard the light passing hiss of car tires on wet pavement. Then the sound faded again and left the softer noises behind. Footsteps, rain on fabric, the click of a gate being closed, the brief sliding door sound of a shop entrance opening and shutting. He passed other walkers at a respectful distance. Most carried clear umbrellas, through which their faces appeared for a moment and then disappeared. An older couple moved side by side, close enough that their sleeves almost touched. A school-age boy in a dark raincoat walked beneath a larger umbrella held by a woman Julian guessed was his mother. Neither of them spoke, but their pace matched exactly. Two visitors, easy to identify by the hesitant tilt of their heads toward a map, stopped at a corner and then continued after a brief consultation. No one seemed inconvenienced by the weather. Rain here was not a disruption to the day. It was another condition of movement. At one corner, Julian paused under a wider eave and looked down a narrow lane where the street bent gently out of view. Water had collected in the shallow seams of the stones, and the lane held the reflected shapes of window frames, umbrella tips, and muted sky. He considered taking out his phone for a picture, then left it where it was. The scene did not ask to be captured. His photograph for Kanazawa was already taken in the garden that morning, and he felt no need to compete with it. This, too, was part of the relief the city kept offering him. Not every beautiful thing required a response beyond looking. He kept walking until the rain settled even more finely, less a fall than a continuous silvering of the air. A small tea shop stood at the edge of a side street where the older wooden fronts gave way to a slightly broader road. Its window glowed softly through the damp light. There was no display meant to pull people in, only a simple sign, a low step, and the faint view of shelves inside. Julian hesitated just long enough to read the room from outside. Two people sat near the window, each with a cup and a small plate. Another person stood at the counter, while an older woman wrapped something in paper with neat, practiced folds. He closed his umbrella carefully outside the door, slid it into the stand, and stepped in. Warmth met him first. Not dramatic heat, just a gentle indoor warmth carrying the scents of tea, toasted grain, and sweet bean paste. The shop was narrow and calm, with wood polished by years of hands and sleeves passing close to it. A row of ceramics sat along one wall. Near the counter was a tray of small sweets, each shaped with a precision that felt in keeping with everything else he had seen in the city. The woman behind the counter greeted him with a small bow and a few quiet words. Julian returned the greeting as best he could, then pointed politely to a tea set on a handwritten menu card and to one of the simple sweets displayed beside it. The exchange was brief and smooth. She nodded, repeated the order gently, and motioned to a place by the window. He sat where he could see both the room and the street. From inside, The rain seemed to slow further. Umbrellas passed the window like dark flowers opening and closing beyond the glass. A delivery bicycle rolled by with covered baskets on the back. Across the street, a shopkeeper stepped outside with a cloth and wiped a narrow strip of moisture from a display window, then stood for a moment looking at the road before going back in. A person in work clothes paused beneath an awning to tap water from an umbrella before folding it. Ordinary gestures, repeated with such economy that they felt almost choreographed. His tea arrived on a small tray, a pot, a cup, the sweet on a separate dish. The woman set them down with steady hands and gave him a slight nod before returning to the counter. Julian waited a moment before touching anything. He liked the completeness of the arrangement. The cup was pale and slightly irregular, its glaze pooling darker near the base. The sweet was small enough to finish in 3 bites, maybe 4 if he stretched it. The tea smelled grassy and warm. When he tasted it, it was gentle at first, and then more present than he expected, carrying a clean bitterness that sharpened his attention without disturbing the calm. He ate half the sweet and found the balance immediate and exact. Nothing about the meal was large, but it settled him. This could be the meal note for the page, he thought. Even that thought arrived differently now, less as a box to tick than as a quiet recognition. The ritual was still there, and he still cared about it. But in Kanazawa, it was beginning to feel less like a structure laid over experience and more like a way of noticing what had already become meaningful. He drank another cup of tea and watched the window. His mind, given the chance, drifted backward toward older habits. He thought of the first pages he had made for Lisbon, how tight his writing had looked then. He had wanted each note to stand for the city in some complete way. He had wanted to choose correctly, as if every first entry needed to justify the entire trip. Even in Portugal, where he had gradually learned to loosen his grip, he had often still felt himself reaching ahead of the present moment, measuring what he had seen against what he believed he ought to have seen. The memory that came next was smaller and older than Lisbon, not the full childhood road trip, only one ordinary piece of it. Rain on the windshield somewhere between states. His father driving with both hands on the wheel. His mother turning the paper map, smoothing a fold with the side of her hand. No one in the car trying to improve the weather. No one asking if this stretch of road was the best possible version of the trip. They had simply kept going, watching what the day was. Julian sat with that for a while. The thought did not arrive as a revelation. It was quieter than that. More like something already known, finally heard clearly. He had spent so much of adult life trying to avoid waste. Wasted hours. Wasted effort. Wasted opportunities. It had made him competent. It had also made him rush at moments that were never asking to be optimized. A street in rain. A train platform. Tea near a window. The view from a hotel desk before going back out. These were the very parts of travel he had once imagined would sit between the real experiences. And yet, again and again, they were becoming the experiences he trusted most. When the woman at the counter passed his table, he looked up and said quietly, "Very good." She smiled, understanding enough. "Thank you," she said, and with a light gesture toward the window, she added, "Rain is good for this street." Julian glanced outside. "Yes," he said. "I think so too." It was not much of an exchange, but it settled into him with the same clean simplicity as the tea. After he finished, he paid at the counter and received the small paper receipt with both hands. He thanked the woman once more. She bowed slightly. He stepped back outside into the softened afternoon. The rain had eased to a mist so fine it seemed to hover more than fall. He opened his umbrella again and walked without checking the map. The district had become even quieter, though not empty. A taxi passed. A young man in a dark apron watered potted plants under an overhang, adding water to water with what looked like full seriousness. Somewhere behind a wall came the quick laughter of two children, then silence again. A narrow canal, which he had not noticed at first in the dim weather, moved beside one stretch of the road with steady grey surface and the occasional circle where drops touched down. Julian found a sheltered bench near that water, set his satchel beside him, and took out the dark blue notebook. The pages already held Portugal in one key and Japan in another. The difference was visible even before he read the words. Earlier entries were more crowded, some of the lines sharpened by effort. The newer pages gave themselves more room. He rested the notebook on his knee and listened for a moment to the rain ticking against the umbrella above him. Then he wrote, "Meal. Tea and a small sweet by the window in the old district. Observation. In Kanazawa, beauty does not seem displayed, it seems looked after." He stopped there, read the lines once, and added nothing more. He could have gone on. He could have polished the thought, connected it more elegantly to the garden, to the craft shop, to the careful public order he had noticed since arriving in Japan. But the sentence already held what the afternoon had given him. The city's beauty was not asking to be praised in larger language. It was asking to be noticed in the daily work that preserved it. He tucked the receipt into the notebook, closed the cover, and sat a while longer without writing. The mist gradually thinned. Roof edges began to release fewer drops. The lane brightened by a degree so slight that he recognized it before he could name it. People who had been carrying umbrellas at a careful angle now let them drift a little higher. A cyclist passed with one hand no longer gripping the handlebar so tightly. The world was making a small adjustment back. Julian stood and resumed walking. He returned by a route he had not planned, following the shape of the canal, and then turning where the street felt familiar. The old district seemed changed and unchanged at once. Rain had sharpened its textures, then left them behind more clearly. Wood grain, stone seams, reflections fading back into surface. The city had not performed for the weather. It had simply revealed another version of itself. Near his lodging, he stepped beneath the awning and paused before going inside. The rain had nearly stopped. He reached up, brought the umbrella down, and wrapped the strap around it. In that small motion, he felt the day settle. Kanazawa had not taught him to move slowly in the sense he once imagined, as if slowness were only the absence of speed. It had taught him something finer than that, to move lightly, to stop pressing each hour for proof, to trust that attention, given steadily, was enough. He stood a moment longer with the closed umbrella in his hand, watching the last drops gather on the edge of the roof and fall to the stone below. Then he went inside, carrying the afternoon with him at exactly the pace it had asked for. Chapter 16. Toward the sea. The afternoon he had carried inside with him did not vanish once he crossed the threshold of his lodging. It stayed in the room in small ways. In the damp shine on the folded umbrella, propped it near the door. In the softened leather smell of his satchel. In the feeling, still lingering in his hands, of having closed his notebook before he could polish the truth out of it. Julian stood for a moment just inside the room and listened. The building held its quiet around him. A footstep passed in the corridor and faded. Somewhere below, a door slid shut with careful restraint. Water moved through old pipes in the wall. The city beyond the window no longer sounded like rain. It sounded rinsed. He set his satchel on the small desk and unwrapped the wooden box once more from habit than need. The line of gold leaf caught the grey light from the window and gave it back in a warmer tone. It was a modest object. It did not ask to be admired for long. That was part of why he liked it. It seemed made to belong in the hand before it belonged on a shelf. He turned it once, then wrapped it again in its paper and slid it carefully into the protective space he had made among his things. The blue and white ceramic tile from Porto rested flat between layers of clothing. The sketch from Cascais stayed inside its sleeve. His notebook went into the outer pocket where he could reach it without thinking. He checked each item less out of anxiety than out of respect now. The ritual had given the trip a shape, and the shape was gentle enough to carry. On the desk, beside the city map, lay the route he had studied the night before. Not a strict plan, more a line of movement. Train. Station. Another train. Then the harbour side of the journey, where land gave way to waiting water. A few days earlier, he might have stood over the map until it began to feel like a test. He might have measured departure times against walking minutes, imagined platform changes, rehearsed the day until the day itself had little room left inside it. Now he looked at the route, folded it once, and slipped it into his pocket. That was enough. He changed into a fresh shirt, filled his water bottle, and made one last pass through the room. Charger packed. Passport in the zippered pouch of his satchel. Phone. Notebook. Wrapped box. Umbrella. Nothing left on the sill or under the bed. He paused with his hand on the light switch, scanning by instinct for the forgotten object that always seemed possible just before departure. There was none. When he stepped outside, the lane still held the after-rain brightness that comes when cloud begins to lift without fully breaking. The stone beneath his shoes looked darker than it had in the morning. Wooden facades along the narrow street had deepened in colour. A woman in a pale coat stood beneath an eave folding a compact umbrella with practiced precision before slipping it into her bag. Two cyclists rolled past the end of the street, their tyres whispering over wet pavement. Kanazawa did not seem to mind transitions. Rain to mist, walking to pausing, old district to station. The city accepted each change without announcement. Julian walked toward the busier road that would take him back toward transit. His bag sat well against his shoulder. He felt the ordinary awareness of departure, but none of the old inward leaning that used to come with it. The part of him that tried to arrive too early in his own mind. He was leaving this district, yes. He was also still in it. The sound of water slipping along a narrow canal remained beside him for half a block. A Norran curtain moved in a doorway and settled again. The smell of damp wood and tea drifted out from somewhere he could not see. At a crossing, he waited with several other people under a sky that was turning from pearl grey toward a lighter white. No one seemed impatient. A young man with a bicycle steadied it with one hand and held his phone loosely in the other. An older couple stood side by side with two matching shopping bags. A student in dark shoes shifted her weight only once, then stillness took her again. When the signal changed, everyone moved at once in a quiet wave, not hurried, not slow. He noticed how often in Japan movement began this way, not with a scramble, not with a claim, but with permission shared. The station drew him in gradually before it appeared in full. First came more rolling luggage, then the straight lines of directional signs, then the open, structured feeling around entrances where people passed in and out carrying small lives for the day. Tote bags, briefcases, backpacks, folded jackets, plastic bags with groceries, instrument cases, umbrellas drying in loops from wrists. Inside, the air was cooler. Shoes struck tile with a muted firmness. Announcements passed overhead in a measured voice and dissolved into the larger hush without tearing it. Ticket gates opened and closed with regular little notes of sound, each one neat and final. Julian slowed near a board listing departures and arrivals, not because he was confused, but because he liked the shape of public order when it worked well. Rows of times, platform numbers, destinations arranged in clean columns. Movement translated into something readable. He checked his route, then bought the next ticket he needed from a machine. The motions were straightforward now. Screen, selection, payment. Printed ticket. A hand reaching automatically to one side to collect the change and paper receipt. He tucked both away and stepped aside so the next traveller could approach without waiting. A family stood a few yards from him near a pillar. The father was adjusting the strap of a small backpack on his son's shoulders, while the boy held very still and looked down at his own shoes with concentration. The mother balanced 2 bags and a folded child's raincoat over her arm. None of them spoke loudly. When the strap sat right, the father smoothed the top of the backpack once, and the child gave a small nod, as if a piece of serious business had been completed. Julian watched only long enough to feel the familiar tenderness of seeing people move inside their own private arrangements. He had noticed versions of this in airports and stations since the beginning of the trip. Families organizing snacks, jackets, tickets, tiredness, curiosity, all the small practical acts that make travel possible. They were never performing for anyone. They were simply carrying their worlds with them. He passed through the gate and followed the signs down to the platform. The train arrived with such composure that for a moment it seemed less to enter than to align itself with the platform. Doors opened. People stepped off in brief, efficient streams. Those waiting boarded without crowding. Julian found a seat by the window and set his bag on the rack above him. Across the aisle, a man in work clothes closed his eyes almost at once, hands resting on his knees. Farther down, a woman in a navy coat read from a paperback held close to her lap. Near the door, 2 bicycles stood secured in the designated space, their wheels still dotted with moisture. As the train began to move, Kanazawa eased outward in measured layers. Buildings passed near and close at first, then wider streets, utility lines, parking lots shining faintly from the rain, low houses with dark roofs, narrow strips of garden, vending machines bright against walls. The city did not disappear dramatically. It redistributed itself. Julian rested his head back against the seat and watched. There was comfort in being carried again. Portugal had taught him to love motion as part of the experience, especially by rail, where departure never quite severed the place behind from the place ahead. Japan refined that lesson. Here movement felt exact. It arrived on time, fit within lines, respected sequence. Yet inside that precision, there was space. No one asked him to fill every minute with meaning. The train simply went where it was going, and he was allowed to go with it. He thought of the note he had written in his first hours after arriving in Japan. Quiet does not mean empty. The phrase returned to him now with a second meaning. Exact did not mean narrow either. A route could be defined and still feel open. He took out his notebook, but did not write immediately. He held it closed in one hand and looked through the glass as the landscape shifted again. A river appeared briefly, not broad enough to announce itself as a destination, only enough to catch the cloudlight and send it moving under a bridge. Warehouses gave way to lower buildings. Then, without warning, the air beyond the window seemed to widen. Not the sea yet, but the suggestion of it. The signs began to include more ferry language, more arrows toward port areas and onward connections. Trucks with marine company markings appeared near roads that ran parallel to the tracks. He saw stacks of crates. a fenced lot with coiled rope, a line of low industrial sheds whose practical shape belonged to the edge of working water. Gulls were not yet visible, but he found himself listening for them. It pleased him that the sea announced itself in this indirect way, not with a scenic unveiling, but by altering what surrounded the route. Materials changed. Distances stretched. Buildings lowered. The horizon seemed to loosen its grip. At an intermediate station, several passengers got off and were replaced by others carrying smaller bags, day packs, a folded jacket over one arm, a camera strap across the chest. One older man boarded with a bicycle helmet clipped to his backpack and stood for a moment looking calmly around before taking a seat near the end of the car. Julian wondered if he too was bound for one of the islands for a day of riding quiet roads beside the water. The thought widened something in him. He had read about the next part of the journey. Of course he had. Ferry schedules, terminal layouts, island transport, museum hours, the practical shape of getting from one place to another. But the reading no longer felt like an attempt to outrun experience. It felt more like laying a hand lightly on the edge of what was coming, enough to greet it, not enough to replace it. When the train reached a larger transfer station, Julian followed the signs through another clean sequence of passages and stairs. The flow of people divided and reformed around him. Office workers moved with practiced certainty. Travellers with wheeled bags adjusted their pace to navigate corners. A station employee in a pressed uniform bowed slightly while answering a question from a woman holding 2 tickets and a printed itinerary. Julian paused near a windowed corridor where a row of vending machines hummed against the wall. He bought a bottle of tea and stood for a minute beside the glass. Below, buses drew in and out of marked bays with quiet precision. A taxi line advanced one car at a time. Beyond the far edge of the station district, he could see a hint of broader light, a brightness different from street or roof, spread flat across the distance. He knew better than to insist it had to be the sea. Still, he thought it might be. He smiled at the thought of not needing to verify it. On the next train, the carriage was a little less formal, the seats a little more worn, the feeling more openly transitional. A pair of students sat near the middle sharing a packet of crackers in silence, passing it back and forth without looking up from the window for long. A woman with a canvas tote and sensible walking shoes studied a folded pamphlet that showed, from what Julian could glimpse, a ferry and a map. An elderly man in a cap kept one hand over a cloth bag resting on his lap, as if anchoring it gently there. The route now felt undeniably pulled toward water. He sensed it before he saw any direct proof. The air outside appeared brighter, clearer at the edges. There were stretches where the land flattened and opened. Parking areas held more vans and small trucks. Utility poles stood with more space between them. A long line of bicycles at one station suggested short onward journeys from dock to town and back again. Julian finally opened his notebook. He wrote only one sentence. Travel can be exact without becoming tight. He read it once and let it stand. Then he added nothing else, because the window had become more interesting again. The train curved. Between 2 low buildings and a stand of utility poles, he caught his first actual glimpse of water. It was narrow and gone almost at once, more silver than blue under the clearing sky, but it changed the scale of everything around it. Even a fragment of harbour light could do that. It made the land seem temporary and the route part of something larger. He felt a small lift in his chest, not excitement sharpened into urgency, but anticipation softened by trust. This was what he had wanted from the year, though he had not always known how to ask for it. Not a chain of successful arrivals, not proof that he had chosen wisely. This, the way one kind of place prepared him to notice the next. Lisbon teaching him to wander. Porto teaching him that a station could hold memory. The Douro teaching him to look while moving. Kanazawa teaching him that calm was made, not found by accident. And now this next shift. From inland care to harbour patience. From garden path to ferry line. The journey did not erase what came before. It tuned him for what came next. When at last he stepped off at the station nearest the terminal route, the air felt different at once. Cooler though the day had brightened, looser around the face. He could not yet hear open water clearly, but he sensed a larger breathing somewhere beyond the buildings. He followed the signs toward the port. The walk was not long. Sidewalks widened. Warehouses alternated with practical low offices and fenced lots. White-painted arrows on pavement directed cars and service vehicles. A few travellers moved in the same direction as Julian, each with some version of readiness that looked modest and self-contained. A couple in light jackets shared the handle of one rolling suitcase between them. A man with a bicycle walked beside it rather than riding. A woman in a beige hat adjusted the strap of her shoulder bag and looked ahead with the calm focus of someone already in the rhythm of transit. Then the terminal came into view. It was not grand. That was part of its appeal. The building stood with the useful clarity of a place designed to move people over water and back again. Glass, concrete, signs, a sheltered entrance, ticket windows, a designated waiting area, racks for bicycles, benches placed to face not the road, but the direction of departure. Julian slowed before going in. Beyond the terminal structure, just out of full sight, there was open brightness. Not sky alone, not pavement. Something broader. The water waiting just beyond the edge of view. He stood there with his bag on his shoulder and his notebook in his pocket, feeling no need to rush the final steps. The journey had widened again, and this time he was ready to let it do so at its own pace. Chapter 17. Ferry terminal quiet. The widening he had felt outside the terminal remained with him when he finally crossed the last stretch of pavement and went in. Inside, the harbour quiet had been gathered rather than shut out. The building was simple and practical, with broad windows, a high ceiling, rows of moulded seats, and a floor that carried the soft sounds of shoes, rolling luggage, and bicycle tires. A timetable board hung above the waiting area. Nearby stood vending machines lit with even white light, their rows of bottles and cans arranged with the same calm precision Julian had already come to expect in Japan. Nothing hurried him. Nothing invited delay either. The place seemed made for an ordinary kind of readiness. Julian shifted his bag from one shoulder to the other and slowed near the windows. Beyond the glass, the dock extended toward water that looked softer than the Atlantic had looked in Portugal. Not smaller, exactly. Not less real, but different in its mood. The Atlantic had often seemed to move outward, broad and bright, carrying wind and openness with it. This water held itself in layers. It was pale under the afternoon light, with low islands resting in the distance like shapes set down carefully rather than flung there by weather. He stood a moment with that difference. Then he moved to a seat near the window, placed his carry-on by his feet, and let himself become part of the room. Travellers were spaced through the waiting area in loose, quiet clusters. A man in work clothes sat with both hands folded over a dark bag and looked toward the dock without appearing to focus on anything in particular. Two women stood beside their bicycles, speaking so softly Julian could hear only the shape of conversation and not its words. An older couple shared a bench, one of them holding tickets while the other watched the water. A child, perhaps 7 or 8, stood near the vending machines with a small backpack hanging too low on one shoulder until a parent crouched to tighten the strap and settle it properly across both shoulders. The child turned once as if to test the fit, then gave a small nod. The parent smiled, rose, and smoothed the top of the backpack flat with one hand. It was such an ordinary gesture that Julian might once have missed it while thinking ahead to boarding times, seat choices, camera angles, and all the little private tasks by which he used to convince himself he was preparing well. Now he watched the exchange for what it was. Care, made visible in 5 quiet seconds. The terminal announced itself in layers of sound, soft harbour wind around the corners of the building, a distant gull, the hum of cooled air from the vending machines, the occasional murmur of voices. Somewhere outside, metal touched metal with a bright, brief ring. Footsteps crossed the floor and faded. An electronic chime sounded from above, followed by an announcement in Japanese, measured and even, then another in English. The words were simple and practical, about boarding and departure time, but the tone mattered more than the information. It assumed people would listen. It did not push them. Julian took out his phone, glanced once at the time and route information he had already checked, then slipped it back into his pocket before the old habit could gather force. There was nothing to solve. He had arrived where he was meant to be. The next part would happen whether he rehearsed it or not. He bought a bottle of tea from the vending machine, mostly because the machine was there, and because the act gave his hands something small to do. The bottle came down with a neat mechanical knock. He carried it back to his seat and twisted the cap loose. The tea was cool and faintly bitter, clean without asking for attention. He drank a little and looked out again. From this angle, he could see more of the dock. Painted lines marked the boarding path. Thick ropes lay coiled in ordered loops. A railing caught the light. Workers in practical clothing moved without wasted motion, checking something near the gangway, then stepping back. They did not appear theatrical against the water. They belonged to the place the way station attendants belong to platforms and cafe owners belong to counters. Their work gave shape to other people's movement. One of the bicycles was wheeled closer to the boarding area. Another traveller arrived with a helmet clipped to a bag. Julian watched the small accumulation of readiness. Tickets held loosely in one hand, straps adjusted, shoulders lifted and settled, glances toward the dock and then away again. It reminded him of train platforms, of airport gates, of all the threshold spaces he had moved through already on this trip. Yet this one felt slower in a different way. Trains announced direction with rails. Airports implied distance through scale. Ferries offered something gentler. You could see the water to be crossed. You could measure the pause before departure with your own eyes. A patch of brightness shifted on the surface outside, and when he followed it, he realized the ferry was approaching. At first, it was only a white shape moving beyond a structure near the edge of the dock. Then more of it came into view, broad and steady, not fast but assured. Its engine hum reached the terminal a moment later, low and continuous. The people in the waiting area did not surge toward the glass. They simply looked up one by one, as if responding to a weather change or a familiar hour. Julian rose and joined them near the windows. The ferry came across the layered water with a plain confidence he liked immediately. It was not graceful in the delicate sense. It was purposeful, built to carry people, bicycles, bags, and the day itself from one shore to another. Dark windows, lines and angles softened by distance and reflected light. Behind it, the island stood in receding blue-grey bands, each one altering the shape of the horizon without breaking its calm. He remembered Cascais for a moment then, not as comparison exactly, but as another page in the same atlas. There, the coast had opened wide into Atlantic brightness, with gulls in the wind and promenades exposed to light. Here, the sea did not announce itself with openness alone. It gathered depth through spacing. Water, island, water, another island. Nearness and distance arranged together. Even the air beyond the glass looked quieter. The ferry turned in a gradual arc and came toward the dock. Rope handlers stepped into position. The engine tone deepened, then eased. Water folded outward in pale churn along the hull, and softened again as the vessel settled closer. Julian watched the final approach with the same attention he had once given station arrivals, but without that old, impatient edge that used to ask what came next before the current moment had even finished happening. Metal touched dock with a muffled firmness. A line was thrown, caught and secured. Another followed. The workers moved with practiced timing. One called something brief. A door along the ferry's side opened. The gangway shifted into place with a heavy, deliberate sound that carried across the water and into the terminal. Around him, the waiting room adjusted almost invisibly. People lifted bags. The older couple stood. The parent touched the child lightly between the shoulders. The cyclists rolled their bicycles forward a few feet and stopped. Everyone remained quiet, but the quiet had changed from waiting to readiness. Julian stayed where he was a little longer. He had spent enough years pressing himself through transitions that he recognized the strangeness of this new choice. He was not delaying out of uncertainty. He was simply letting the sequence complete itself. Ropes tightened. A worker checked the gangway. Another announcement sounded overhead. Through the open ferry door he could see only a partial interior, a strip of flooring and a stair rail. But it was enough to make the next stage feel real. He returned to his seat, took out the dark blue notebook and rested it on his knee. The page he opened to was mostly blank. That comforted him. He did not need many words now. The place itself had already done most of the work. He wrote slowly, in the plain handwriting he used when he was trying not to impress anyone, including himself. Waiting is part of movement. Then after a pause, he added, "At the ferry terminal, even stillness has direction." He looked at the two lines, almost closed the notebook, then kept it open a moment longer. Beyond the glass, the water shifted around the dock in small repeated motions. The child with the adjusted backpack was now standing very straight beside the parent, both of them facing the gangway. One cyclist looked down to check a strap on a rear rack, then straightened. A gull crossed low over the harbour wall and was gone. Julian added one more line. The sea here does not hurry outward. It gathers places together. That felt true enough. He did not touch it again. When he closed the notebook, he sat with it in both hands for a moment, thinking not of the destination ahead, but of how many forms movement had already taken on this trip. Wheels on airport tile, trams somewhere beyond Lisbon streets, trains along the coast, trains beside the Douro, station transfers, umbrellas in rain, footsteps in gardens. Now this, a harbour room where waiting had its own shape and purpose. As a younger man, and even as himself only weeks earlier, he might have treated all those intervals as connective tissue, useful, but secondary. The real experience would have been imagined elsewhere, at the landmark, the overlook, the photograph, the meal. But the older he became, and the farther he travelled, the less convincing that division felt. There was no clean line between transit and arrival. The noticing was the trip. The pause before boarding belonged to the crossing as much as the crossing would belong to the island. Another announcement came, and this time people began to form a line. Not a rushed line, not even a tight one. Simply an orderly sequence of bodies, bags, bicycles, and private thoughts. Julian stood, slid the notebook back into his satchel, and lifted his carry-on. The movement felt settled in him before it reached his hands. He joined the line near the middle. From here he could see through the open terminal doors to the gangway, and beyond it, the ferry deck railing, bright under the afternoon light. He could also see more of the islands now that the ferry's position had changed. They rose low from the water, wooded and quiet, their edges softened by distance. No single island demanded attention over the others. Together they made a patient horizon. The line moved forward in short, easy increments. Shoes crossed from indoor floor to outdoor concrete. Bicycle tires rolled with a faint textured whisper. A ticket was shown, checked, returned. The parent ahead of him bent briefly to say something to the child, who nodded and stepped carefully forward. The older couple moved side by side without speaking. Harbour air replaced conditioned air so gradually that Julian noticed it only after he was in it. A cleaner coolness, touched by salt and engine fuel and open space. He stepped out beneath the sky and felt the day widen around him again. The dock had its own small language of sound. Water against pilings, rope under strain, engine vibration travelling faintly through metal. A worker's short instruction. The hollow drum of footsteps on the gangway ahead. Behind all of it, the broader hush of the inland sea. When his turn came, he offered his ticket to the attendant, received it back with a small bow, and answered with one of his own. Then he walked toward the gangway, his bag steady on his shoulder. Halfway across, he glanced left. The water lay open in pale, shifting plains, and beyond it the islands waited in layered blue-grey calm. The view did not feel like a promise or a challenge. It felt present already, as if the crossing had begun the moment he allowed himself to stand still and look. Julian stepped onto the ferry with that thought resting quietly in him. Ahead was the interior, the deck, the crossing, the island. Behind him was the terminal with its chairs, vending machines, timetables and brief lives intersecting in orderly silence. Between them there was no sharp divide, only continuation. He moved farther aboard and turned once toward the windows and the harbour beyond, carrying with him a softened sense of time and a clear view of the water ahead. Chapter 18. Across the Seto inland sea. The first sensation of the crossing was not motion, but release. Once Julian had moved fully aboard and found a place near the window, something in him unfastened. The terminal, with its chairs and signs and orderly waiting, slipped behind the glass. The dock remained close for a little while longer. Ropes held. Engines hummed low beneath the floor. A crew member in work clothes moved with practiced calm along the outer edge of the vessel, checking what needed checking without haste and without any visible need to think twice. Julian set his satchel beside him and kept his bag strap looped once around his wrist out of habit. Around him, the cabin held the soft, temporary quiet of people who had all agreed, without speaking, to let the crossing be what it was. A man in a light jacket looked down at his phone, then tucked it away and stared out at the harbour. Two women with compact daypacks sat shoulder to shoulder and spoke only a few words. Near the far side of the cabin, a parent helped a child shrug out of a small backpack and place it carefully on the seat. The child pressed both hands to the window for a moment, then settled down with the serious patience children sometimes found in transit. Julian liked that. No one seemed to be filling the space just to prove they were there. He turned toward the glass. The harbour wall stood close enough for him to see wet marks on the concrete and the faint stains left by years of water rising and falling. Beyond it, the terminal building looked simpler from this angle, almost modest. The vending machines inside it, so bright a short while ago, had already lost their importance. A few bicycles waited near the boarding area. A line painted on the pavement ended at the edge of the dock. Everything that had seemed like instruction from land now seemed like part of a completed sentence. There was a shudder, light but unmistakable, beneath the ferry. Then another, deeper and steadier. The engine note changed. Julian felt it through the seat before he heard it clearly. The ropes came free one by one. He watched a dock line slacken, dip, and lift away in a slow curve that looked almost graceful. Water stirred into darker folds beside the hull. The ferry began to move. It did not leap forward. It did not announce departure in any dramatic way. It simply loosened itself from shore and entered the water already waiting for it. The dock edged backward. The terminal windows shifted. The bicycles became smaller. The painted lines on the pavement flattened into colour, and then into nothing distinct at all. Julian stayed with the view as the mainland withdrew by degrees. The Seto inland sea did not present itself like the Atlantic had. Portugal had opened wide, bright, and outward, as if every view wanted to keep extending. This water felt held, not closed exactly, but gathered. Islands rose from it in low, dark shapes, some near enough to show individual trees, others farther away in pale layers that softened into the distance. The sea itself seemed less restless than the coast he had known in Cascais. It moved with a quieter surface, broken by wake lines, harbour currents, and the subtle crossing of one patch of light into another. He had come this far by train, on foot, by habit, by attention. Now the journey asked only that he sit and watch distance change shape. After a few minutes he stood and stepped out onto the deck. The air met him at once, cooler than the cabin and carrying the faint mineral smell of working water, metal, salt, and engine heat. The sound changed too. Inside, the ferry had been mostly hum and occasional movement. Outside, the crossing had texture. Wind moved against his jacket. Water pressed and folded alongside the hull. The engine pulse came up through the soles of his shoes. Somewhere above, a gull called once and then again, the sound thin and carrying. He rested one hand on the railing. Behind the ferry, the wake spread in white churn before flattening into grey-blue. Ahead, the route opened between islands. Some shorelines were edged with small harbour structures, breakwaters or low buildings. Others looked almost spare, just green slopes meeting water. Here and there he could see houses gathered lightly near the shore. Not dramatic from this distance, only present. The kind of presence that came from people living somewhere, because it was where life had arranged itself over time. A cyclist stood farther down the deck, one hand on the handlebars of a neatly parked bicycle, gaze fixed on the water ahead. Near the stern, an older couple remained side by side without speaking, their sleeves shifting in the wind. A crew member crossed from one end of the deck to the other with the efficient balance of someone long accustomed to moving on a vessel in motion. Julian watched them all for a moment, then let his eyes return to the sea. He had spent so much of the early part of the trip trying quietly, privately, not to miss anything that he had nearly made missing things into the centre of the journey. There had always been another street, another angle of light, another station, another meal, another possibility he could have chosen more intelligently if he had only planned with a little more precision. Even after Portugal had started to loosen that grip, and even after Kanazawa had taught him how care could be calm rather than anxious, the old reflex still waited in him. It was quieter now, but not gone. On the ferry it had less to hold on to. There was nowhere useful to hurry, no turn to optimize, no alternate route he could research into superiority. The crossing would take the time it took. The water between one shore and another could not be shortened by thought. That fact did not frustrate him. It eased him. A gull glided beside the ferry for several seconds, hardly moving its wings, then tilted away toward the wake. Sunlight moved in and out behind thin cloud, changing the water not into brighter and darker versions of the same thing, but into different surfaces altogether. One stretch looked silver and flat. Another took on a greenish cast. Another seemed almost opaque, as if the sea there had become brushed metal. The low islands altered with the light as well. Slopes that had seemed dark a minute before showed texture now, lines of trees and small cuts in the land. Pale concrete edges near the shore. A road climbing briefly and then disappearing. Julian reached into his satchel for his notebook. He did not open it right away. He held it in one hand and looked out a little longer, feeling the old temptation to pin the moment down too quickly. Name it, secure it, make sure it counted. Then he thought of the garden in Kanazawa and of the narrow line of gold across the wooden box, now wrapped in his bag. Care was not the same as grasping. Attention did not need to become possession. He opened the notebook at last and braced it lightly against the railing. His handwriting shifted slightly with the motion of the ferry. He wrote only a few lines. Seto Inland Sea. Distance does not always need to be crossed by effort. Sometimes it is carried. He paused, listening to the engine and the water. Let the distance be travelled. He looked at the words and did not add more. They were plain, but plainness felt correct here. He slipped the notebook closed and kept it in hand a moment before returning it to the satchel. The ferry moved on. Time aboard settled into a pace that was difficult to divide. Nothing dramatic happened, and yet the crossing kept changing. One island passed and another took its place. A working boat traced a diagonal line far off to the left, its wake a small white thread. The mainland, now behind them, had softened into distance without ever seeming to vanish all at once. The sea widened and narrowed by turns depending on the arrangement of land. What had looked enclosed opened unexpectedly. What had looked open gathered again. Julian went back inside for a while and sat near the window with his bottle of tea. The cabin had become even quieter. The child who had pressed both hands to the glass earlier now leaned against the parent's arm, looking out with slower attention. One of the women with the day packs had closed her eyes, not asleep, only resting. A man near the aisle unfolded a local leaflet, studied a map for a moment, then folded it again and placed it carefully in his pocket. Julian took a drink of tea and watched the window frame each passing section of sea. He thought of the many transitions that had formed the trip so far. Not only the famous places, not only the views he had once circled on maps, but the spaces between them. Airport terminals before dawn, platform waits, trains pulling along water, rain easing over old streets, a tea shop window in Kanazawa, benches facing departure. The way each in-between place had first seemed secondary and then, slowly, had become part of the real shape of the journey. He had once imagined that travel would feel most meaningful at moments of arrival. Stepping into a city, seeing a landmark, reaching the destination he had named in advance. But the atlas he was making for himself did not seem to agree. Again and again, its truest pages had begun while moving, while waiting. while crossing. He smiled faintly at that, not because it was a grand revelation, but because it seemed so obvious now that he wondered how long he had resisted it. Outside the window, the water had changed color again. The clouds had thinned. Light spread more evenly across the sea, turning the farther islands from shadowed shapes into places with contour and edge. On one shoreline, he could make out a cluster of houses, pale walls and dark roofs, arranged above a narrow harbour. On another, a road ran close to the water, then disappeared behind a rise. The scale of everything felt human. No vast skyline, no towering drama. Just land, water, working routes, and small settlements connected by patience. That may have been part of why the crossing felt so complete. It was not asking to overwhelm him. It was only asking him to remain present enough to receive it. After a while, he stepped outside again. The wind had shifted slightly, or perhaps he had. It no longer felt like something pressing against him, but something he had entered and accepted. He moved to the other side of the deck for a different angle. From there, he could see the ferry's wake stretching behind in a long, whitening path, already smoothing at the edges. A few more passengers had come out. No one spoke loudly. The cyclist still waited near the bicycle, now with both hands in jacket pockets. The older couple had moved closer to the rail. The child stood between the parent and the glass partition, pointing once toward a passing bird. Julian followed the child's gesture and saw 2 gulls banking near the ferry's path. He thought unexpectedly of the road trip from Texas to South Carolina, not as a full memory, but as a sensation. The child he had been, looking through a car window while one landscape gave way to another. Not restless, not demanding that the highway justify itself. Simply looking. Trusting the road to continue. Trusting the adults in front to carry the miles. That was what this felt like, in a grown man's version. Not dependence, but permission. The route existed. The vessel moved. The distance was real, and it was being crossed. He let that settle. The island ahead had begun to distinguish itself from the others. At first, it was only one low shape among many, but gradually it held the eye. Shoreline details sharpened. The angle of the land made more sense. A harbour edge appeared where before there had only been a thin interruption in the trees. Buildings near the water emerged in small, pale forms. The approach remained gentle, almost shy. Nothing rushed forward to claim importance. The island simply became more itself the longer he looked. Julian rested both hands on the railing and felt readiness arrive without pressure. He did not need to decide all at once what Naoshima would mean. He did not need to extract the best version of it before even stepping onto the dock. There would be roads, harbour light, ordinary houses, sea wind, perhaps bicycles, perhaps quiet museum paths later on. For now, there was only this final stretch of water and the pleasure of seeing land come nearer. The ferry kept its steady course. Behind him was mainland rail, terminal benches, and the long inward patience Japan had been teaching him. Behind that were Porto's blue tiles, the Douro train, the Atlantic light of Cascais, Lisbon's stone warming into dusk. Ahead was a smaller place, quieter perhaps, or quieter in a new way. He found that he was not trying to compare them, not rank them, not decide which version of himself had belonged best to which place. The journey was no longer asking for that kind of accounting. The island drew closer. The harbour began to take shape. And Julian, watching it arrive at the pace the water allowed, felt ready for its scale. Chapter 19. Naoshima Harbour. The harbour took shape gradually, as if the island preferred not to arrive all at once. Julian remained by the window for the last minutes of the crossing, his bag set at his feet, one hand resting lightly on the strap of his satchel. The ferry no longer felt like a vessel carrying him toward a destination, so much as a room of steady motion easing itself toward a shore. Outside, the water had softened from open layers into a more gathered scene. Breakwater lines appeared. Small structures near the port came into view. He could make out bicycles waiting in a row, pale against the dock, and low buildings that seemed built to keep close company with wind and salt. The scale of everything was the first thing he noticed. After cities, stations, and broad train routes, the island did not announce itself with grandeur. It offered smaller roads, lower roofs, and a harbour that seemed content to be useful before beautiful. That, Julian thought, might be part of its beauty. The ferry slowed. Engine hum deepened and then gentled. Around him, passengers began to gather their things with the same quiet order he had seen throughout the day. A man lifted a bicycle by the handlebars and steadied it beside him. A woman zipped a child's light jacket and smoothed the back once before taking her own bag. No one rushed for the exit. The movement aboard had the same rhythm as the crossing itself, calm and exact. Julian waited until the line ahead of him had begun to move, then slipped his notebook back into his satchel and joined it. Through the open side of the ferry, he felt the first direct touch of island air, cooler than the interior, carrying salt and a faint metallic scent from the dock. There was also something clean in it, not sharp but spare, as though the wind had travelled a long distance over water without collecting much along the way. When the ramp settled into place and the line moved forward, he stepped down onto Naoshima. The dock gave back a firmer sound than the ferry deck. His shoes met painted surface, then concrete, then the ordinary ground of arrival. For a moment he simply stood aside with other disembarking passengers and let the place arrange itself around him. Bicycles clicked past one by one. A few visitors checked signs. Someone adjusted a sun hat. A local van rolled slowly along the edge of the harbour road. Beyond the terminal area, he saw small houses, utility poles, narrow lanes, and the lifted brightness of sea light moving between structures. The island did not separate harbour life from daily life. They were folded together. Boats, roads, homes, visitors, workers, wind. Nothing theatrical, nothing isolated for display. He felt unexpectedly relieved. That relief had no dramatic cause. It came from the way the island seemed uninterested in being conquered. There was no immediate pressure in the air asking him to optimize the afternoon. Even the art he knew was here did not present itself all at once as a list of obligations. It seemed to be somewhere beyond the harbour and along the roads, part of the day rather than above it. Julian moved toward the small terminal building with the rest of the arriving passengers. Inside, the atmosphere remained practical and calm. Signs directed people toward buses, tickets, and bicycle rental. A counter stood open. A few pamphlets were arranged in neat rows. The room carried the familiar travel blend of information and pause, yet it felt lighter than a station, more open at the edges. Outside, the water was never fully shut out. He stepped aside near a map board and looked at the island layout. At once, his old habits stirred. Distances, routes, time between stops, museum hours, the order that would make best use of the day. He felt the pattern begin in him with almost mechanical familiarity. If he rented a bicycle immediately and started with the farther point first, then looped back by this road, then perhaps. He stopped. Not with effort exactly, more with recognition. The map remained where it was. The roads remained where they were. The afternoon, whatever was left of it, did not need to be reduced this quickly into arrows in his mind. He had crossed water to reach a smaller place. It would be a strange thing to arrive and immediately make it narrow again. He let his eyes move over the map one more time, but now without trying to solve it. Harbour. Roads. Museum area. Village stretches. Coast. He took in the shape rather than the plan. A woman at the bicycle counter looked up with a polite expression, and Julian walked over. "One for the afternoon, please," he said. She nodded, efficient and friendly, and guided him through the simple process. Her English was limited but clear enough for what was needed. She pointed to the return time, then to a printed note about the island roads. "Some hills," she said. "Please go slowly." Julian smiled. "That sounds good." She gave a small answering smile, as if the phrase had landed well in this place, and handed him a ticket stub and a key with a numbered tag. "Enjoy now, Shima." "Thank you," Julian said. Outside again, he found the bicycle waiting in a neat line with the others. It was practical rather than charming, with a front basket and a frame that suggested use over style. He placed his satchel carefully inside the basket, tightened the strap so it would not slide, and kept his carry-on arranged for balance. Then he stood with one hand on the handlebar and looked back toward the water. This, he thought, might be the object. The ticket stub in his pocket was light as paper could be, but it had the right kind of modesty. A thing connected not to display, but to passage. Harbour, arrival, bicycle, island. He liked that it carried all those meanings without trying to be meaningful. He made a mental note, not yet formal enough for the notebook, but close. Naoshima object, perhaps the bicycle rental ticket, because it belonged to movement here. He pushed off gently and rowed out from the harbour. The first stretch of road curved past the terminal area and into the lived edge of the island. Houses stood close to one another in places, simple and compact, with small parked vehicles, potted plants, and laundry lines tucked into corners of space. Some walls held the weather softly. Others looked recently tended. There were glimpses of the sea at the ends of lanes and sudden views of slopes rising behind homes. The roads were not empty, but they were unhurried. A cyclist passed him in the opposite direction with a small nod. A compact truck moved by at a considerate speed. Julian pedalled easily, not trying to reach a named destination before he had learned the feel of the road. The wind shifted against his sleeves and across his face. It carried salt, but differently from Portugal. Not the Atlantic openness he remembered from Cascais, where the shoreline had felt broad, bright, and exposed to larger weather. This air felt held among islands, more contained, more threaded. The water here seemed to gather itself into passages rather than fling itself outward. Even the light behaved differently. It moved cleanly over surfaces, touching harbour railings, road paint, boat hulls, and house walls, with a quiet steadiness. He followed a harbour-side stretch where small boats rested near low piers, their ropes lifting and settling with the movement below. A few gulls called overhead, thinner and more intermittent than the coastal sound he remembered from Portugal. The island did not echo. It absorbed. Farther on, he began to see the first signs that art and daily life were sharing the same ground. Not in a grand sequence, not with fanfare. A striking shape appeared at the edge of a view, and then gave way again to road, grass, and utility lines. A polished surface caught the light near a building whose form was more deliberate than the houses around it. Visitors stood quietly at a distance from one work, not clustering, just pausing. The effect was less of entering a district devoted to culture than of passing through a place where attention had been built into the landscape. Julian liked that no one seemed to be demanding a reaction. He slowed near a bend where the road widened enough for him to stop without blocking anyone, then set one foot down and looked out. Water occupied the space beyond a low wall, silver blue and steady. Across it rose another shore in softened layers. Behind him, the road remained simple, almost modest, carrying bicycles and the occasional vehicle past homes and island edges. The composition of it all felt deliberate without being strict. He reached for his phone. For a second, the old pressure returned. Choose the right frame. Make it count. If this was the Naoshima photo, should it include water, road, art, sky? Should he wait for better light? For a more famous view? He heard how tired those questions sounded. The island, with complete indifference to his mental drafting, kept being itself. So he lifted the phone and took one photograph of what was actually before him. The harbour road easing toward the water, a low protective wall, pale sea beyond it, and one bicycle shadow leaning long across the pavement. No grand landmark, no obvious claim to importance. But it held what he had felt upon arrival. Passage, openness, scale without pressure. He looked at the image once and did not retake it. That small act pleased him more than he expected. He put the phone away and remained there another minute, listening. A chain clicked somewhere behind him. Water touched stone below. From farther inland came the faint motor sound of a vehicle climbing. Then quiet again, though not silence. The island seemed made of low continuities rather than empty stillness. He rode on. The road rose gently. At one point he passed a vending machine standing with its usual clean brightness beside a wall, practical and almost companionable. At another, he saw a narrow side lane descending between houses toward a glimpse of sea. A cat sat in a patch of shade beside a doorway, watching the road with complete ownership of its afternoon. Visitors moved in twos and threes, speaking softly, or not at all. A bus passed, carrying people toward another point on the island, but even that did not disturb the calm. It simply folded into it. After a while, Julian stopped near a small harbour-facing bench and wheeled the bicycle beside it. He did not sit immediately. He looked first at the arrangement of things around him. The bench turned toward water, the painted curb, the bicycle basket with his satchel visible inside, the roofline of a nearby building, the light skimming the edge of the road. Then he sat. He took out his notebook. The page waited without urgency. For a moment he watched the water before writing, letting the sentence come at its own speed. Naoshima, he wrote, arrival by ferry into a harbour that feels joined to ordinary life. He paused and listened again. Then he added, the island does not separate art from road, wind, bicycles, houses, or the sea. He looked at the words, then drew a small line beneath them, not to divide the thought, only to settle it. This, he suspected, was the observation he would keep. As for the lesson, it hovered nearby but had not fully arrived. He did not force it. Kanazawa had taught him enough about patience to know that some lines became clear only after another walk, another turn in the road, another hour spent moving without extraction. He slipped the notebook away and took the ticket stub from his pocket. White, light, slightly crisp at the corners. A printed reminder of rental time and return point. Almost nothing. Exactly enough. He tucked it into the notebook's inner pocket so it would not bend. When he stood again and placed his hands on the handlebars, he noticed that his body had already adjusted to the island's pace. He was no longer arriving. He was in it now. The harbour was behind him and still with him. The roads ahead did not feel like tasks. They felt available. He pushed off once more and pedalled along the next curve of road, where sea light flashed between buildings and a distant museum edge appeared and vanished again behind trees. The wind met him lightly. Houses, art, water, and afternoon kept trading places in the corners of his vision. Naoshima did not ask him to hurry in order to understand it. It let him move through it the way the ferry had crossed the water, steadily, quietly, without trying to win distance from the world. And as Julian rode farther from the harbour, with the island opening one small stretch at a time, it settled around him like a quieter answer to a question he had been carrying for years. Chapter 20. Island Roads and Museum Paths. The island kept the same promise it had made at the harbour. Nothing in front of Julian tried to seize his attention all at once. The road rose gently, then bent. A low wall gave way to a glimpse of water. A cluster of houses appeared with small gardens and parked bicycles. Then the sea disappeared again, behind a stand of trees and the pale edge of a building. Even the art he had come to see did not announce itself with much force. It waited inside the day, part of the island rather than a performance laid over it. Julian rode at an easy pace, his rental bicycle making a soft mechanical tick whenever the pedals slowed. The afternoon had deepened, though the light still felt open. Sea wind moved across his sleeves and cooled the back of his neck. He had the satchel strap crossing his chest, the notebook secure inside, and the bicycle rental ticket stub folded into the pocket where he had put the harbour receipt. He kept noticing those small proofs of movement, not because he needed to control them, but because he liked the way they marked the day without asking for much space. The road narrowed near a line of pines. A sign pointed toward one of the museum areas. Another pointed toward a beach farther on. Julian coasted for a few seconds and felt the old reflex stir in him, that familiar wish to pause and calculate the proper order. If he went to the museum first, he might still have time for another path before the light changed. If he kept riding, he could circle back later. If he stopped now and checked the map, he could make the afternoon more efficient. He recognized the pattern almost as soon as it began. He let the bicycle roll to a stop beside a low curb and put one foot down. The air smelled faintly of warm needles, salt, and sun on concrete. Somewhere behind the trees, a cicada started, then another. No one hurried past him. A pair of visitors walked up the path ahead, speaking in voices so low he could hear the shape of the conversation without hearing the words. Farther down the road, a local woman rode by with a basket fixed to the front of her bicycle, one hand steady on the handlebar, her pace untroubled. Julian took out the folded map and looked at it only long enough to understand where he was. Then he folded it again. That was enough. He chose the nearer path, because it was nearer. The museum approach did not feel like entering a separate world. It felt more like being guided into a quieter layer of the one he was already moving through. The path sloped between grass and stone. The building ahead held itself low against the land, with long planes, clean edges, and surfaces that seemed to gather light rather than reflect it sharply. People moved in and out with the same subdued pace Julian had noticed at the ferry terminal and on the train platforms before that. Even with several visitors around, the place did not feel crowded. It felt agreed upon, as if everyone had accepted the same gentle instruction without needing it stated aloud. Walk carefully. Speak softly. Let the place remain itself. Julian leaned the bicycle in the designated area and checked that his satchel was zipped. Inside the museum grounds, footsteps changed character, from pavement to smoother flooring, from open path to interior hush. A staff member greeted him with a small bow and a few clear directions. Julian answered softly, thanked her, and moved on. The rooms asked something different from the body than the roads had. Outside, he had been carried by rhythm, wind, small rises, and the turning of pedals. Here, he moved more slowly, allowing each space to set the pace. Light fell from above in measured shapes. Walls guided his attention without forcing it. In one gallery, several people stood with careful distance between them, each person quiet enough that Julian could hear the faint shift of fabric when someone changed posture. In another, a bench held two visitors looking not only at the work in front of them, but at the calm created around it. Julian had visited museums before. He knew his own habits there too. He had often read too much, moved too quickly, worried that if he lingered in one room, he might miss another that mattered more. He had made even beauty into something to complete. On Naoshima, that urge weakened in a way that surprised him. He looked at a piece until he felt done looking. Not finished in the official sense. Not informed. Simply done, for now. Then he moved on. Sometimes he read the small text beside a work. Sometimes he did not. Sometimes he sat for a minute, hearing the low murmur of air and the almost silence of other people attending with care. What reached him most strongly was not the wish to gather opinions or judgments for later. It was the feeling of attention itself. The island seemed to extend its own logic into these rooms. See what is here. Leave room around it. Continue. He passed into an area where the architecture opened his view back toward the sea. The water appeared between concrete and sky in a narrow horizontal band, silver blue and steady. It was enough to stop him. Behind him, someone walked past with the soft scrape of rubber soles. Ahead, the horizon held firm. The sea did not overwhelm the museum. The museum did not shut out the sea. Each made the other easier to notice. Julian stood there longer than he would have allowed himself earlier in the trip. No one seemed to measure that time. When he stepped outside again, the light had softened almost imperceptibly. He could not have said what hour it felt like in any exact way. The afternoon was simply becoming more itself. He unlocked the bicycle and rode on. The next stretch of road carried him past ordinary island life again, and he was grateful for that return. Laundry moved lightly on a line behind a fence. A small truck was parked near a house with its side door open. Potted plants sat in neat rows by an entrance. A cat lay in the shade beneath a vending machine, still except for one ear flicking now and then. From an open window came the brief sound of dishes being set down, then quiet again. It struck him that the island never separated its celebrated spaces from its daily ones as sharply as he might once have imagined. Art was here, and visitors were here, but so were errands, homes, bicycles, cool drinks from machines, and somebody's afternoon laundry. The place had not suspended itself for admiration. That too calmed him. He followed a road that curved along a rise where the sea appeared more fully this time. The Seto inland sea remained unlike the Atlantic he had watched in Portugal. There was no broad sense of a single open edge pulling everything outward. Here the water felt held among islands, shaped by nearness, interrupted and completed by land. One view ended in a wooded slope. Another opened between two distant forms and showed a farther brightness beyond. The result was not confinement. It was layering. The water asked him to notice relation, not scale alone. Julian coasted downhill toward an outdoor work he had read about only briefly before arriving. He had promised himself not to arrive on the island with too much explanation in his head, and now he was glad of that choice. He saw the piece first as shape and colour against open air, and only after that as something known by name. A few visitors stood nearby at respectful distances, taking photographs, then lowering their phones again. No one lingered in a way that turned the moment into a crowd. The work remained in conversation with the wind, the slope, the sky, and the people passing it slowly. Julian took his own photograph there, not because it was the most famous view available, and not because he had decided it must become the official image of Naoshima, but because the balance of it felt right. Art in open air, sea nearby, human making and weather, and patience occupying the same frame. He checked the image once, saw enough in it to keep, and put the phone away. That was one more thing the journey had altered. Earlier, he might have taken 6 versions, then compared them all later, trying to determine which one had captured the place most correctly. Now he accepted the first image that felt honest. The photo did not need to win against every other possibility. It only needed to remind him of this exact pause. He rode on until hunger arrived in a simple, untheatrical way. Not urgent, just present. A small cafe stood near one of the paths, modest and bright inside, with a few tables and a view angled toward a strip of sea beyond the road. He wheeled the bicycle to the side, went in, and ordered a light meal and a cold drink. The woman behind the counter spoke with clear courtesy. Julian answered in the same tone, grateful for the ease of the exchange. He took his tray to a window seat. Outside, a cyclist passed. Then no one passed for a while. The horizon remained almost unchanged, though small differences of light kept moving over it. His meal was simple and satisfying, the kind of food that felt especially right in the middle of travel, because it did not demand interpretation. He ate slowly. The cold drink carried away the warmth of the ride. A spoon touched ceramic. Someone at another table set down a cup. A refrigerator hummed softly in the back. Julian thought of the cafes in Lisbon, where voices had spilled more freely into the street, and of the riverfront places in Porto, where sound travelled off stone and water. He thought of the tea shop in Kanazawa, where the rain had turned the window into another layer of the room. This place belonged to none of those memories, though it joined them easily in the atlas he was building. The difference mattered. Portugal had opened him outward with conversation, river air, tiled brightness, trains by the coast, and Atlantic light. Japan had been teaching him another form of roominess, one made of order, care, intervals, and quiet attention. Even here by the sea, the feeling was distinct. Not less alive, just differently composed. He ate until the tray was nearly empty and sat a little longer with the drink. From his satchel, he drew the notebook. The dark blue cover had begun to hold the shape of the journey in small ways. Corners softened. Pages thickened where tickets and receipts had been tucked in. The object itself was becoming travelled. Julian liked that. He liked that the book no longer looked prepared. It looked used. He wrote first what the meal had been, plain and clear. Then he added a line beneath it and paused before continuing. Through the window, the water held steady between buildings and poles and the edge of the road. Nothing outside offered him a conclusion. It only kept company while he looked for one. At last he wrote, "The island does not demand speed to be meaningful." He read the sentence once and did not revise it. For a while, he kept the notebook open and let his hand rest on the page. He realized he had not thought about whether he was doing Naoshima correctly in at least an hour, maybe longer. He had not worried about coverage. He had not measured the day against recommendations, opening times, or ideal routes, except when practical need required it. The island had not cured him of planning. He knew himself too well to make that claim. He would still check train times. He would still keep tickets where he could find them. He would still look ahead. But something gentler had joined those habits. He no longer felt that every place was testing him. He finished his drink, cleared the tray, and thanked the woman at the counter. She smiled and returned the thanks. Outside, the light had shifted again toward evening, though slowly enough that the change felt more like a deepening than a turning. He rode farther along the museum paths and island roads, not in search of one final important view, but because motion still felt good. Trees made moving shade over the pavement. The sea appeared in fragments, then broader reaches. A white railing caught light. Stone steps led upward between plantings. At one overlook, he stopped and listened to the layered quiet. Wind, a faint motor somewhere offshore, bicycle tires passing on pavement below, leaves moving against one another. Human sounds were present, but each seemed to know its place in the wider hush. Julian thought then of the sentence he had written on the train toward the harbour. Travel can be exact without becoming tight. It seemed to belong here too. Exactness remained useful. It got him onto ferries and through stations and into rooms he had reserved. But the trip no longer felt best when every part of it was pinned down. His best moments had come when structure held him lightly enough for attention to breathe inside it. He stayed at the overlook until the sea darkened by one small shade and the sky above it softened. Then he got back on the bicycle and began making his way toward where he would end the day. The roads looked gentler now than they had on first arrival, not because they had changed, but because he had stopped trying to solve them. A turn was only a turn. A rise was only a rise. A path he did not take today was not a failure. It was simply a path remaining on the island after he passed. That thought settled in him with unusual ease. By the time he reached another stretch where houses and museum edges gave way again to a wider view of sea, he felt the answer now Shima had been offering since the harbour, though it was less a sentence than a recognition. The world did not become meaningful only after he had seen enough of it. Meaning arrived in the quality of his attention. It had been arriving that way all along. He rode into the lengthening afternoon with that understanding quiet inside him, as steady as the horizon beyond the road. And when he glanced once more at the sea, between the island's slopes and walls and open spaces, he felt that now Shima had not given him something dramatic or new, so much as confirmed something he had been learning place by place. He did not need to win distance from the world. He only needed to meet it at the pace it offered. Chapter 21. Evening Water. The steadiness he had found on the island did not disappear when the roads ended. It followed Julian down from the museum paths and through the quieter lanes toward the harbour again, as if now Shima meant to prove that calm was not limited to one overlook or one building or one carefully framed stretch of sea. It could remain with him in the ordinary parts too, in the gentle turn of a bicycle wheel, in the pause before crossing a narrow road, in the sound of a kickstand meeting pavement. He rode without checking his map. That, more than anything else, would have surprised the version of himself who had first planned this year. He still knew generally where he was going. He was not careless. The harbour lay in the logic of the island, and signs appeared often enough, modest and clear. But he was no longer trying to reduce the evening to an efficient final route. He let the road decide some of the order. He let the downward slope carry him where it naturally wished to go. The air had changed. Afternoon brightness had thinned into something softer and more even. The light no longer pressed against walls and pavement. It rested there. Houses seemed quieter in it. Surfaces gave back a faint gold. Low roofs, utility poles, garden edges, and the occasional vending machine all took on a subdued clarity, as if evening had simplified them without draining them of life. A few other cyclists moved along the same roads, not fast, not slow, each enclosed in a small moving silence. Julian heard the faint tick of gears when one passed him going uphill. Somewhere behind a wall, a dog barked once and stopped. The sea appeared between buildings, then vanished, then returned at a different angle, wider than before. When the harbour finally opened ahead of him, it did so without announcement. One moment he was moving between houses and low walls, and the next the view widened, and the water lay there, receiving the last long light. He coasted the remaining distance and brought the bicycle to a stop near the edge of the harbour road. For a moment he stayed seated, one foot on the ground, simply looking. The water held colour in layers. Near the shore it was a dim green-grey, touched with the harbour's practical surfaces. Stone, concrete, painted edges, mooring lines. Farther out it caught the sky more fully and turned to a pale, silvery blue with a wash of diluted gold drifting over it. Beyond that, the darker shapes of islands rested low and steady, not dramatic, just present. The Seto inland sea did not perform at dusk. It absorbed. Julian leaned the bicycle beside a railing and took off his satchel. His shoulders ached pleasantly now. Not from strain exactly, but from use. The sort of fatigue that made rest feel earned and simple. He walked a little farther along the water. Boats shifted almost imperceptibly against their moorings. A small work vessel sat deeper in the water than the others, its ropes drawn taut, its painted sides dulled by the fading light. A ferry farther out moved across the wider channel with the same unhurried certainty he had felt earlier in the day. He watched its wake spread and soften. Even that seemed to know how to disappear gently here. Behind him he heard bicycle tires roll over the pavement, then the small, irregular steps of someone walking rather than riding. Voices passed in low tones and went on. No one disturbed the harbour's scale. People belonged to it by matching its volume. He found a bench facing the water and sat down. The wood was still faintly warm from the day. He set the satchel beside him and rested his hands loosely on his knees. For a while he did nothing but look, letting his eyes travel from the near edge of the harbour to the farther islands and back again. He noticed a pair of bicycles parked near a post, one with a front basket, one without. He noticed a stack of coiled rope near the corner of a dock building, laid with practical neatness. He noticed the way footsteps change sound when people moved from pavement to the wooden boards of the pier. He noticed a gull standing alone on a metal rail, not calling, only watching the water with the patient attention of something entirely at home. The evening had the same order he had felt elsewhere in Japan, but here it was touched by openness. Kanazawa had taught him patience through care, through paths and gardens and deliberate making. Naoshima had taught him something related but looser. A maintained quiet, yes, but one with wind in it, one with roads and sea crossings and open edges. A quiet that did not come from arranging everything perfectly, but from allowing enough space for things to remain themselves. He let that settle in him. At first his thoughts moved toward the year ahead in the old way, trying to assemble distances, other countries, other train lines, other rooms, ferry terminals, stations, streets. More choices, more chances to get something wrong or to miss what mattered or to return home later with a collection of places that had somehow stayed outside him. But the thought did not tighten fully. It loosened before it could become a knot. The year ahead no longer felt like a test with too many sections. It felt like a road after a turn, visible only partway, enough to continue. He had once imagined that a year of travel would require him to justify itself constantly, that each place would need to be chosen correctly, experienced fully, translated into memory without loss. He had believed, quietly and stubbornly, that if he did not stay vigilant, wonder might slip past him. Now, with the harbour dimming by degrees before him, he understood that vigilance had often been the thing that blurred the view. The places he had carried most clearly were not the ones he had pressed hardest to preserve. They were the ones he had met without too much force. A cafe table in Lisbon with light moving across it. The shoreline in Cascais, where the sea wind had lifted the edge of the paper sketch sleeve in his bag. Blue tile walls in Porto, holding scenes still while travellers hurried underneath. The Douro seen through train glass, appearing and disappearing as if the river had its own right to be glimpsed only in parts. Rain darkened calm in Kanazawa, a garden path, the small wrapped wooden box marked with gold. And now this harbour with bicycles, low voices, practical boats, and sea colour draining softly toward night. He reached into the satchel and took out his dark blue notebook. The cover had begun to soften at the edges. Inside, the pages carried a mixture of his usual neatness and the marks of travel. Corners bent faintly. Paper held the pressure of older lines beneath newer ones. Here and there, a ticket or receipt had left a shadow in the grain. He turned back through a few pages, not reading every line, only letting the places pass beneath his hand. Lisbon. The city not solved but wandered. Cascais. The day he had seen, in the simple kindness of a promenade sketch, that he looked happier than he had known. Porto. A place could be both doorway and destination. The Douro train. He had written less there, and somehow said more. Kanazawa. Some things become beautiful because someone took their time. The ferry terminal. Waiting is part of movement. The crossing. Let the distance be travelled. He paused there, thumb holding the page. It was not only that each place had given him a lesson, it was that each lesson had changed the next pace he travelled at. Lisbon had loosened him a little. Cascais had made the trip personal in a quieter way. Porto and the Douro had shifted his attention toward movement itself. Kanazawa had steadied his eye. The ferry and island had taken the remaining pressure and thinned it into something more breathable. He had begun this journey wanting to experience the world fully. The phrase still meant something to him, but it no longer meant taking in everything. It no longer meant maximum coverage, or perfect sequencing, or exhausting every possible significance from a day. Fully, he thought now, might simply mean honestly, to be where he was while he was there, to notice what the place offered before trying to decide what it ought to mean. He lowered the notebook and looked again at the harbour. The last colour had narrowed now, concentrating along the waterline and in a soft band above the islands. Lights began to show in a few windows behind him. Not many. Just enough to remind him that the island remained lived in beyond the routes visitors followed. Somewhere nearby, dishes were being stacked. Somewhere a door slid shut. Somewhere a bicycle was being wheeled into evening storage after one more ordinary trip home. Julian took out his phone. He did not raise it right away. He looked first, then framed. The habit had become gentler, but it was still a habit, and he wanted to keep faith with the ritual without letting it harden into duty. The first photo he had taken earlier on Naoshima had been honest and enough. Yet this chapter of the island, the evening water itself, asked for a final image to stand at the edge of this first section of the atlas. He stood and walked a few paces to the left, where the line of the harbour wall led the eye outward. From there he could see three things at once that seemed to belong together. The still bicycles near the road, the working shape of the harbour in the near ground, and the sea extending past it toward the darkening islands. Human scale, practical movement, open distance. He lifted the phone and waited. A small boat shifted. The ferry in the distance had nearly vanished into haze. The sky softened again, less gold now, more pearl and pale blue-grey. The water caught all of it without hurry. He took one photograph. Then he looked at it once. The image was not dramatic. It would not impress anyone searching for spectacle, but it held the exact balance he wanted. The island as he had actually known it, not as a poster version of itself. Bicycles at rest, harbour edge, evening water, space enough to breathe. He accepted it and put the phone away. Back on the bench, he opened the notebook to a fresh page and wrote carefully, not trying to make the sentence larger than the moment. Naoshima at evening. The water keeps the last light without trying to hold it. He read the line once and added nothing further. That restraint pleased him. Not because shorter was always better, but because the place had already said most of what it needed to say. He did not need to improve it. The harbour continued darkening around him in calm increments. The gull had gone. One of the bicycles near the post was gone too, taken by someone he had not even noticed leaving. The boats were becoming shapes more than colours now. The sea remained visible longer than the land, as if water remembered light after stone had already given it up. At last, Julian closed the notebook and slipped it back into the satchel. He sat for a few minutes more, not from indecision, but because there was no reason to rush the ending of the day simply because he understood it. Understanding did not cancel presence. If anything, it made him more willing to stay. When he finally stood, his knees felt a little stiff, his shoulders a little heavier, and his mind lighter than it had in many days. He took hold of the bicycle and began walking it first, rather than mounting immediately. The road away from the harbour seemed gentler on foot for a moment. Behind him, the water still carried a faint brightness, a memory of the evening rather than the evening itself. He turned once before the road bent. The harbour had become mostly silhouette and reflection, but it still glowed in the way certain places did after sight had simplified them. Not brighter, deeper. Julian looked at it for a last quiet second, then continued on toward his room, carrying the island dusk with him as if it had found a place among the other pages already waiting to be arranged. Chapter 22. Gathering the keepsakes. The quiet of the room felt deeper because of the harbour still lingering in him. When Julian let the door close behind him, the island evening came with him in softened pieces. Salt on the air caught in his clothes, the small ache in his shoulders from the bicycle, the steady hush of water he could no longer see, but could still imagine just beyond the buildings and road. The room itself was simple and orderly. A low table stood near the window. A folded futon rested against one wall. A lamp with a warm shade turned the space gentle rather than bright. His bag waited where he had left it, and the surface of the table was empty in a way that seemed to invite arrangement. He set down his satchel slowly, not because it was heavy, but because he did not want to break the pace the island had given him. For a moment he simply stood there and listened. There was no silence in the absolute sense. Somewhere nearby, a door slid shut. Water ran briefly through pipes in another room. Outside, a motor passed and faded, but the building held all of it lightly. Nothing insisted on itself. It was the kind of room that did not ask for interpretation. It only offered shelter, a small rectangle of stillness at the end of the movement. Julian took off his shoes, rolled his shoulders once, and crossed to the window. The glass reflected part of the lamp and part of his own face, with the dark beyond it only faintly readable. A line of distant harbour lights sat low against the night. Not many, just enough to suggest that the island was continuing its ordinary life while he stood there, between travel and rest. He thought, not for the first time, that he might leave all of this for morning. He also knew that if he did, the arrangement would change in his mind. The objects would become a task again. Tonight they still felt like the day itself. They still carried warmth from pockets and pressure from pages. They had not yet hardened into record. So he turned from the window, washed his hands, drank some of the tea he had carried back with him, and began. He unzipped the carry-on first, then the satchel, then the notebook. The ritual had started small enough that he had not trusted it at first. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. On paper, it had looked almost too neat, too much like the sort of framework his planning mind would invent in order to keep uncertainty under control. But somewhere between Lisbon and Naoshima, it had changed its nature. It had stopped being a method for doing the trip correctly. It had become a way of staying present long enough to let each place leave a trace. He laid the dark blue notebook in the center of the table. Around it, one by one, he began placing the evidence of the journey. A receipt from Lisbon, slightly softened at the fold. The blue and white ceramic tile he had bought there, wrapped carefully in tissue and still cool to the touch when he uncovered it. The protective sleeve holding the charcoal sketch from Cascais, where the artist had somehow caught a version of him that looked more at ease than he had felt in years. Train tickets from Portugal, their edges flattened by time in his wallet. A meal receipt he had saved because it carried not only a place name, but also the hour, and because the paper still called back the sound of plates and the river light beyond the window. A small brochure from Kanazawa, cleanly printed and almost weightless. The wooden box with its fine line of gold leaf, wrapped with such care that opening it still made him slow down. The bicycle rental ticket stub from Naoshima, ordinary enough that someone else might have thrown it away before reaching the next corner. He added his phone beside the notebook, not for messages, not for maps, but because it held the photographs. There were not many. That was part of the promise. One honest picture for each place, accepted without retaking it into perfection. The arrangement spread gradually across the low table. When there was no more room in the center, he shifted to the futon cover and brought a folded hand towel under the ceramic tile and the wooden box so they would not slide. He did not sort by country at first. He sorted by feel, then by sequence, then by what called to what. Lisbon settled near the tile and the first notes. Cascais found its place with the sketch and the sea-bright memory of the promenade. Porto gathered itself around tickets, station memory, and the blue image of walls that had held stillness inside movement. The Douro lay beside a train slip and a photograph he remembered more by its light than its composition. Kanazawa waited with the wooden box and the careful patience it represented. Naoshima ended the line with the bicycle stub, the final island photograph, and the notebook pages written in a hand that looked looser than the hand that had begun the trip. He sat back on his heels and looked at the spread of it. It was not much, measured materially. A few papers, a small tile, a wrapped box, a sketch in a sleeve, digital images inside a phone, notes in a notebook. He had crossed countries carrying little, and what he had kept could fit easily into one bag with room to spare. Yet the room seemed full, not crowded, just inhabited by time. He picked up the ceramic tile and turned it in his fingers. Blue pattern on white. Nothing rare, nothing grand. But Lisbon returned at once through touch before thought had time to narrate it. Stone underfoot. Sloping streets. Laundry moving overhead. Tram bells carrying around corners he could not yet see. The city had met him with warmth and uneven ground and the first challenge of the whole journey, which had not been language or direction or logistics, but the older problem inside himself. He had wanted, almost immediately, to understand the place all at once. He had wanted to know where to walk, where to sit, what mattered, what should not be missed. Instead, he had learned to let a city remain partly unsolved. Manuel Duarte came back to him for a moment then, not in dramatic detail, but in the shape of a quiet interruption beside coffee and a studied map. Some cities are not solved. They are wandered through. The sentence had seemed simple when he first heard it. Its usefulness had continued long after the cup had been cleared away. Julian set the tile down and drew the sketch from its sleeve halfway, enough to see the line of his own shoulders and the expression the artist had caught. In Cascais, the air had been open, Atlantic, brighter and more exposed than the enclosed calm of the inland sea. He remembered bicycles along the promenade, fishing boats, seabirds stepping at the edge of water, families lingering where they did not need to hurry home. The sketch had startled him then. It had not made him look transformed or heroic. It had simply shown him looking happy without effort. He smiled a little now at the memory and placed the sketch back in its cover. Porto was harder to reduce to one object because so much of it had lived in structure and passage. Station walls, steps, river air. The blue tilework of São Bento had held him in place longer than he intended. Not because he understood everything he saw there, but because the station had managed to be both practical and immense with memory. Travellers crossed under the walls carrying backpacks, shopping bags, suitcases, daily fatigue. Above them, scenes stayed. Departure and arrival occupied the same room without conflict. A place can be both a doorway and a destination. He had written some version of that later, though the wording in the notebook was likely plainer. It did not matter. The lesson remained. He touched the Douro ticket next. The paper was thin and almost anonymous, but the valley came back with the rhythm of the train before the view itself. Doors closing. Coffee warmth in his hand at the platform. The carriage settling into motion. Then river bends appearing and disappearing. Terraces built by long labour. Stations that seemed patient rather than remote. That day had changed him in a way he had not fully understood at the time. It had taught him that looking out a window was not lesser travel than arriving somewhere and standing still. Motion itself could be the place. He opened the notebook to find the page from that journey and saw his own handwriting leaning slightly with the movement of the train. He did not read every line. He only let the page confirm that the feeling had indeed been caught when it was fresh. Then he reached for the wooden box from Kanazawa. Even before he unwrapped it, he felt his breathing change. That city had carried a different kind of quiet from Naoshima. Not sea quiet. Garden quiet. Crafted quiet. The hush of maintained beauty. Paths curved there as if to slow thought. Gravel. Water. Trimmed branches. Careful storefronts. Folded cloth. Gold leaf so delicate it seemed almost impossible that hands could place it and preserve it. He remembered the practical voice of Keiko Nakamura explaining patience not as philosophy, but as work. Some things become beautiful because someone took their time. He held the box a moment longer than necessary. For years he had imagined travel as opening outward, as the widening of geography. Kanazawa had shown him another dimension. Attention could deepen instead of expand. A small thing, made carefully, could contain a whole way of living in the world. Last came Naoshima. The bicycle ticket stub was plain enough to make him laugh softly when he set it beside the box. One object wrapped in gold-lined paper. One object printed on thin stock and meant to be discarded by evening. Yet the stub might have been the truest object of all. The island had not asked him to carry away anything impressive. It had asked him to move through roads, wind, harbour edges, museum paths, ordinary houses, and intervals of sea. The ticket stood for motion, for choosing a nearer road, for not checking the map every few minutes, for allowing the island to be made of transitions rather than highlights. He opened to the latest notebook pages and read the lines from the harbour, the meal, the afternoon roads, the water at dusk. His handwriting had grown less compressed over the course of the trip. He could see it plainly now. Early pages from Portugal pressed inward, neat to the point of tension, as though every sentence had to justify the day. Later pages gave themselves more room. Not careless, just unguarded enough to breathe. That moved him more than he expected. Not because he thought he had become a different man. He had not. He was still careful, still inclined to prepare, still aware, even now, of tomorrow and departure, and the desire to leave enough time for packing and transport and whatever came next. But the evidence before him suggested a softer fact. He had not needed to stop being himself in order to travel well. He had only needed to stop treating attention like a contest he could fail. He leaned back and let his gaze move across the arranged keepsakes again, this time not as separate souvenirs but as a sequence. Lisbon had unsettled his need to solve. Cascais had shown him his own ease from the outside. Porto had taught him that passage could hold memory. The Douro had made movement itself sufficient. Kanazawa had revealed the beauty of deliberate care. Naoshima had confirmed that the world was not asking him to hurry through it. A small, steady arc. No grand revelation, no dramatic correction. Just one place after another, each adjusting his pace by a fraction until the whole journey felt different inside him. He picked up the notebook and turned to a blank spread near the back, where he meant to write the entries cleanly. Not tonight in full, he decided. Tonight was for gathering and seeing. Tomorrow, or the quiet part of the next morning, would be for shaping. Still, he wanted to prepare the pages. He drew 6 headings in his careful hand, one for each place. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. Under each, he left room for the same 5 parts. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. Written there in sequence, the structure no longer looked rigid. It looked generous. It gave each place enough room to be itself without demanding too much from it. It also gave him a way to remember without drowning in accumulation. He would never be able to hold every street, every station sound, every passing face, every angle of evening light. But he did not need to. The atlas was not a container for everything. It was a record of what had stayed. He reached for his phone and one by one reopened the chosen photographs. He did not enlarge them much. He simply checked them against memory. Lisbon, warm stone and slope. Cascais, bright water and coastal openness. Porto, blue and movement and held attention. Douro, light layered over the distance. Kanazawa, maintained calm. Naoshima, evening simplicity at the edge of sea and road. There were more images saved in the device, of course. Tickets, signs, practical details, backups. But these 6 held the pulse of the journey better than quantity could have done. He accepted them again as he had accepted them when he first took them. Outside, a little more of the island settled into night. The room had grown warmer from the lamp and his own presence in it. His knees reminded him of the day when he shifted position. The shoulder ache was still there, pleasant and earned. He closed the phone, capped his pen, and let the notebook rest open before him. For a while, he did nothing. He simply looked at the table and the futon cover, with their small spread of paper and memory. The objects had become less like proof than companions. They did not argue for the importance of the trip. They did not need to. They only showed that he had been attentive enough to let the places mark him, and humble enough to keep what was small. At last, he gathered the items into neater clusters so they would be easy to use when he wrote. Portugal to one side, Japan to the other, the notebook centered between them like a bridge. He slipped the sketch carefully back into its sleeve, nested the tile again in tissue, and left the wooden box unwrapped where he could see the line of gold leaf in the morning. The Naoshima ticket stub he tucked into the notebook's inner pocket with deliberate care. When he finished, the low table no longer looked empty, and neither did the pages ahead. Julian switched off the brighter overhead light and left only the lamp on. The room softened around the arranged keepsakes. Through the window, the harbour lights remained distant and steady. He sat with the notebook open to the waiting headings and felt no pressure to force a conclusion larger than the truth in front of him. He had the pieces. He had the pace to write them. And for the first time since leaving home, that felt not like a system to maintain, but like a quiet promise he had already begun to keep. Chapter 23. The first pages of the Atlas. The headings waiting in the notebook no longer felt like a promise he had to prove. They felt usable. Julian sat at the low table with the lamp on and the harbour lights faint beyond the window. The room held the mild closeness of evening after a long day outside. His knees still carried a little stiffness from the bicycle, and there was a pleasant heaviness in his shoulders that made stillness easy. Around him, the kept objects of the trip remained in their careful groupings. He had first sorted them in broad layers, Portugal to one side and Japan to the other. But within those loose borders, the smaller order mattered more. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. Between them lay the dark blue notebook, open now to clean pages that were no longer going to stay clean. He touched the notebook once before picking up his pen. The cover had softened since he had packed it at home. Corners had rounded. The inner pocket was thick with folded paper and tickets. It looked less like something prepared and more like something lived with. That difference mattered to him more than he would have expected. He began with Lisbon, because beginnings deserve to remain beginnings. For a moment he did not write. He looked at the small blue and white ceramic tile he had placed near the notebook, then at one of the printed photographs he had chosen earlier from his phone and arranged in rough order. He had spent so much time before leaving Texas imagining how the trip should be documented that the actual act of doing it felt almost strangely plain, pen to paper. One place at a time. Nothing grand, nothing final, just the work of noticing again. He wrote the place name first in a neat hand, Lisbon. Under it he made the 5 small lines that had become the shape of the atlas. 1 photo, 1 object, 1 meal, 1 observation, 1 lesson. The structure steadied him at once. Not because it was rigid, but because it was familiar. He could feel his thoughts trying, out of old habit, to gather everything at once. The airport, the guest house, the streets, the uphill walks, the tram bells, the evening rooftops. Manuel Duarte, with his coffee and his easy certainty that the city was better wandered than solved. It was too much if he tried to hold all of Lisbon in one grasp, so he did not. He chose the 1 photograph first. A street opening downhill toward a wash of light, tile underfoot, balconies above, a sense of descent without urgency. Not the most famous image he had taken, not the widest, not the most balanced, just the one that, when he looked at it now, gave back the feeling of that first loosening step into the city. For the object, he set the small ceramic tile beside the page. Its glaze still caught the lamp in a soft shine. He remembered the shop window, the rows of patterned pieces, the way his hand had hovered while he tried to decide whether choosing one so early in the trip was too deliberate. Now the tile seemed simple and exact. It belonged there. The meal was easier than he expected. Coffee and a small pastry at the cafe where he had first let himself sit without consulting the map. He could still remember the warmth of the cup in his hand, the sweetness held lightly rather than heavily, the relief of being still in public while the city moved around him. The observation came next. He paused, then wrote in a shorter line than he would have once thought sufficient. The city revealed itself in slopes, sound, and pauses, not in answers. He sat back and listened to the room for a few seconds. A faint hum from outside. Water somewhere beyond the buildings. Nothing that asked anything of him. Then he wrote the lesson. Some cities are not solved. They are wandered through. He looked at the page. For the first time, Lisbon sat there, not as a blur of first impressions, but as a place he had actually held long enough to name. The act of choosing less had made the city feel more real, not less complete. He moved on to Cascais. As soon as he wrote the name, the atmosphere in his mind changed. Lisbon had returned with warmth, stone, and rising streets. Cascais came back with openness. The promenade, seabirds, bright water, the practical comfort of people near the shore who were not there to be impressed by it. He reached for the sketch in its protective sleeve and slid it carefully onto the table. He smiled before he meant to. The artist had caught him in a way a mirror never did. Not transformed, not younger, not made handsome by exaggeration. Simply at ease, with a quiet upwardness at the corners of his mouth. He would not have believed was visible if someone had merely told him. He had looked happy, not performance happy, not vacation should be fun happy, just open. He chose the photograph of the shoreline, where the promenade met the harbour air, and the whole place seemed built to let people linger. For the object, the sketch was obvious now. For the meal, he wrote the simple lunch by the water. Bread, fish, and the taste of salt already in the air before the first bite. The observation took longer. He remembered bicycles rolling past, families moving in loose little groups, sunlight on moored boats, and his own surprise at how unnecessary it had felt to chase the entire town. At last he wrote, "The coast did not ask to be conquered by attention. It only widened it." He rested the pen for a second, then wrote the lesson beneath it. A place can change your pace before it changes your thoughts. That one sat with him. It seemed true not only of Cascais, but of much of the journey. Yet this page was not meant to flatten one place into another. So he left it there and trusted its shape. Porto followed. He did not need to force memory to reach it. São Bento's station arrived all at once, cool and blue and full of movement beneath stillness. He remembered entering with luggage in hand and then stopping despite himself. Travellers had crossed the floor in front of him with ordinary purpose. Wheels rattled. Announcements carried softly overhead. And above it all, the tiles had remained, holding scenes larger and older than any single passing train. He chose the photograph he had taken inside the station, where a band of blue tilework rose over a darkened arch, and the foreground held the blur of people continuing through. For the object, he used the train ticket he had kept from arriving there, its paper now slightly softened from being tucked and retucked into the notebook pocket. It was a small thing, easy to misplace, but that felt fitting. A station object should be temporary. The meal was the riverside dinner later that evening, eaten with tired feet and river air moving between the buildings. He could remember sound there more than flavour at first. Dishes, footsteps, low voices, the river carrying light. The observation came more quickly than he expected. He wrote, "In the station, people moved towards somewhere else while the walls asked them to remember where they were. Then the lesson. A place can be both a doorway and a destination." He thought briefly of the station worker he had encountered there, the brief human voice that had helped place the room in his mind without claiming too much space in the story. That too seemed a part of the trip now. The right words from a stranger, then distance again. The Douro Valley page slowed him in a different way. He placed the chosen photograph near the notebook and studied it. Terrace slopes. River bending through them. Light lying across the valley with a patience he could still feel in his chest. The photograph was not dramatic. That was one reason he trusted it. It remembered the day more truthfully than a more theatrical frame would have done. For the object, he selected the train ticket from that ride. It made a quiet pair with Porto's station ticket, one for arrival into memory, one for movement deeper into landscape. For the meal, he wrote of coffee and pastries near the platform, and then of how the train itself had carried the rest of the day, as if the meal and the ride belonged to the same long exhale. He paused over the observation. What had the valley shown him that the page could hold without trying to become too wise? Outside, the harbour lights remained steady. He listened again, giving the answer a little space. When it came plainly. The land showed its beauty through work repeated over time. He thought of the slopes, the retaining walls, the cultivated lines, the sense that nothing there had happened quickly, and that this slowness was visible in every contour. Then he wrote the lesson beneath it. Not all grandeur is wild. Some of it is tended. He sat back and looked across the 4 Portugal entries, not literally pages, not yet in any decorative sense. Just written entries, ordered and legible, but together they made a sequence. City, coast, station, valley. Wander, widen, pass through, continue. He had worried once that the atlas would become too small beside the places it tried to honour. Now he saw that smallness was part of its honesty. He was not trying to own these places. He was only trying to leave himself a way back into them. He turned to Japan. The shift in feeling was immediate, even in the room's quiet. Portugal returned to him in warmth and outwardness. Japan came back in a more measured rhythm. Clean edges, soft announcements, rain-darkened pavement, care visible in arrangement. He placed the small wrapped wooden box with its line of gold leaf beside the notebook and rested his fingers lightly against it. Kanazawa first. He wrote the name, then the 5 lines beneath it, and felt the now familiar, calming effect of repetition. Structure, he thought, was not the enemy after all. Only fear was. Structure could also be a vessel, something that allowed experience to settle rather than scatter. For the photograph, he chose a garden view framed by water, stone, and careful planting. The image held no crowd, no landmark announced for admiration. It held balance. That was enough. For the object, he wrote the small wooden box with gold leaf, remembering Keiko Nakamura's practical voice explaining the patience behind such work. No mysticism, no performance, only process, care, repetition, and the fact that beauty often had labor hidden inside it. The meal was the quiet one he had taken after walking through the garden and craft district, warm and simple, the kind of meal that felt aligned with weather and place rather than memorable, because it tried to impress him. He wrote the observation with little hesitation. Beauty remained visible there because someone kept returning to it. And beneath it, the lesson. Some things become beautiful because someone took their time. When he finished the Kanazawa entry, he let his hand rest. He could feel how different he was from the man who had first arrived in Japan, trying to understand it quickly enough not to miss it. The country had not opened by being explained. It had opened by being stayed with. Naoshima was last. He did not rush because it was last. He moved more carefully because it was near. The bicycle rental ticket stub came out of the notebook pocket with a faint, dry sound. He set it beside the page along with the final island photograph. Nearby stood the bottle of tea from earlier, unfinished now, and the harbour beyond the window remained a dark fact with a few points of light. He wrote the place name, and then sat for a long, untroubled moment. Naoshima had given him more than one entry could reasonably carry. Harbour Road, bicycle shadow, museum quiet, outdoor art against sea and sky, the cafe meal, evening water, the return without the map, the line from the ferry, before arrival. Distance does not always need to be crossed by effort. Sometimes it is carried. Let the distance be travelled. All of it belonged. Still, the atlas asked him to choose. He chose the final harbour photograph for the entry, the one from dusk when brightness had already begun to leave, but depth had not. For the object, the bicycle rental ticket stub remained right. Thin paper, temporary, ordinary, and somehow perfect for the island. For the meal, he wrote the simple food at the seaside cafe, eaten while the horizon held steady and the day loosened around him. He looked down at the page before writing the observation. He knew now that he did not need the most comprehensive sentence, only the truest one he could manage. At last he wrote, art, road, wind, bicycles, houses and sea shared the same ground. The lesson came after that, almost with gratitude. The world is not asking to be hurried through. It is inviting attention. He put the pen down. For a while he did nothing except look from one entry to the next. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. The entries did not feel polished in any decorative sense. They were not a finished book. They were not a public record. They would not teach anyone how to travel, but they were true. Each one carried one image, one held object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. Not everything. Enough. He thought of the man at the beginning of the trip, the one who had arrived with roots in his head and pressure under his calm, the one who feared wasting a day by turning the wrong way, sitting too long, choosing the less important street, taking only one photograph, misunderstanding the shape of a place. He had not disappeared. Julian could still feel traces of him in the carefulness of the handwriting, in the order of the table, in the satisfaction of sequence. But the pressure had loosened from those habits. They no longer felt like defenses. They felt like tools he could use gently. The writing itself had done something he had not expected. It had slowed the trip once more without reducing it. Each entry made memory less slippery, not pinned it down, simply given a place to rest. The journey through Portugal and Japan had not been transformed into a system. It had been returned to him in a form he could carry. The broader country shapes were there, yes, but what mattered on the paper in front of him was more precise than that. 6 distinct places, each with its own weather, pace, and way of teaching him to look. He gathered the objects a little closer to their corresponding entries, not to perfect the arrangement, but to see them belong together. The tile with Lisbon, the sketch with Cascais, the ticket with Porto, the rail paper with the Douro, the gold-lined wooden box with Kanazawa, the bicycle stub with Naoshima. Small things, almost modest to the point of disappearance. Yet each one held a doorway back into weather, sound, posture, pace. Beyond the window, the harbour stayed quiet. The room had grown even softer around the edges. Julian looked down at the completed first pages of the atlas and felt no triumph, no need to decide what they meant in the largest possible sense. What he felt was gentler than that. He saw that he had not made a record of having finished something. He had made the beginning pages of the atlas, and in them, a way to continue. Chapter 24. A room by the window. The completed pages changed the room, not physically, not in any way that could be measured, but Julian felt it as soon as he leaned back from the notebook and let his hands rest on his thighs. A little of the quiet effort that had filled the evening had settled into the paper. What remained around him was softer, more open. The need to keep shaping had eased. The lamp near the low table cast a warm circle over the notebook, the keepsakes, and the wooden grain beneath them. Beyond that small pool of light, the room fell into shadow without becoming dark in any uneasy way. It simply withdrew. The window held a dim reflection of the lamp, and past that reflection, the harbour light stood apart in the night, steady and faint across the water. Julian turned his shoulders carefully and felt the mild stiffness in his knees answer the movement. The pleasant ache in one shoulder remained from the bicycle and the long day before it. He noticed it with the same acceptance he had given the roads, the ferry, the station platforms, the hours of walking. It was the body's small record, no less honest than the notebooks. He rose and crossed to the window. The glass was cool near the frame. Outside, now Shima had settled into itself. He could not see much in detail from where he stood, only the suggestion of the harbour edge, a few lights from buildings near the water, and the dark breadth beyond them, where sea and sky almost met without a line between them. Earlier, the island had been roads and slopes, museum paths, bicycle tyres on pavement, white walls, wind from the water. Now it was reduced to points of light and a held darkness. He found that he liked it this way too. A small vehicle moved somewhere below and passed out of hearing. Then there was only the faint, sealed hush of the room. And underneath it, the sense of a place continuing quietly beyond him. He stayed there for a while, not counting the minutes. Home came to mind without being summoned, not as an interruption, not as a pull sharp enough to make this room feel temporary in a sad way, more as another room existing at the far end of a long line of days and distances. He pictured his kitchen in Texas in the early morning, the ordinary counter by the coffee maker, the angle of light that usually reached the floor by the back door. He pictured the calm shape of familiar streets, the broad plainness of a grocery store parking lot, the particular size of the sky over home. For a long time before leaving, he had worried that travel might divide life into two categories. He would not know how to reconcile. The world on one side, home on the other. The dreamed life and the regular one. But standing by the window, with the harbour dim outside, and the notebook waiting behind him, he felt something gentler than division. Home had not shrunk because the world had widened. It had changed scale with him. The thought arrived so quietly that he almost missed it. He stood with it for a moment, letting it settle into place. Portugal's tiled streets and Atlantic air had not erased Texas. Kanazawa's patient gardens had not replaced the roads that first taught him movement. Naoshima's evening water had not made home feel small or dull. If anything, each place had returned him to the idea of home with more room inside him for it. He rested one hand on the window frame and looked out again. Across this trip, he had kept trying, in large ways and small ones, not to lose anything, not the right route, not the best hour, not the most fitting meal, not the photograph that could stand for a whole afternoon. Even after the days in Portugal had begun loosening that habit, and even after Japan had taught him a quieter pace, the old instinct still rose now and then. It wanted to secure meaning before meaning could disappear. It wanted travel to become safe through method. The notebook had helped. The ritual had helped. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. A shape simple enough to carry. A way to pay attention without demanding completeness. But tonight, after writing the first full run of entries, he understood something else about it. The ritual had not captured the journey. It had merely taught him how to meet it. The pages were modest. The objects were modest. A ticket stub, a ceramic tile, a receipt, a wrapped wooden box with its fine line of gold leaf, a sketch in a protective sleeve, notes in a dark blue notebook with softened corners. He turned from the window and looked back at the table. In the lamplight, the keepsakes seemed almost shy. They did not declare themselves. They did not resemble the scale of cities, coastlines, stations, river valleys, gardens, ferries, or island roads. They were lighter than all of that, easier to misplace, easy enough that someone else might glance at them and see only travel debris sorted with unusual care. Julian returned to the table and sat down again. He moved nothing at first. He only looked. The ceramic tile from Portugal held its blue and white pattern quietly. The meal receipt had gone a little soft at one corner. The sketch sleeve reflected a faint line from the lamp. The wooden box from Kanazawa remained wrapped, though he had already decided he liked the wrapping as much as what it protected, because the care showed in both. The bicycle rental ticket stub from Naoshima sat beside the train tickets in a grouping so plain it might once have disappointed him. Now it did not. He reached for the ticket stub and held it between thumb and forefinger. A thin piece of paper. That was all. A machine-made slip, issued for practical use and meant to be forgotten by the end of the day. Yet it brought back the harbour road, the first decision not to optimize the island, the feel of the handlebars, the sea wind crossing the pavement, the way the island had offered itself in portions, instead of spectacle. He set it down and picked up the ceramic tile. Lisbon returned not as a sequence of famous sights, but as warmth on stone, rising streets, cafe tables, and the moment he had begun to understand that a city could be walked without being solved. One by one, without hurry, he touched the objects again. The sketch carried the Cascais promenade, and the surprise of seeing himself look happier than he had realized. The train tickets held the patient movement north and inland, stations as thresholds, and the quiet truth that travel by rail gave thought a rhythm different from planning. The wooden box brought back Kanazawa's measured beauty, the discipline behind delicate things, and the practical voice that had explained care without making it mystical. Even the receipts, folded maps, and worn notebook edges carried weather, posture, tone. None of it was grand. All of it was enough. That sentence did not come to him as a lesson to write down. It came as a fact, almost physical in its steadiness. He did not need to enlarge these objects into symbols larger than they naturally were. He did not need to make the pages stand for transformation in capital letters, as if the trip had to declare itself impressive in order to count. The meaning had arrived in smaller units, in seats by windows, in harbour air, in a waiter wiping a table, in station walls, in garden gravel, in one honest photograph, accepted the first time. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. The room answered with silence. On the next page of the atlas, nothing had yet been written. The paper waited under the lamp, pale and undemanding. Earlier in the journey, that blankness might have needled him. It might have felt like a problem arriving ahead of schedule. What city would belong there? What country should follow? What shape should the route take? How far ahead should he think? How well should he prepare before moving on? Now the blank page looked different. It looked useful, not because he needed to fill it immediately, but because it remained open. He drew the notebook a little closer and flipped the completed pages once more, slowly, hearing the soft brush of paper against paper. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, the Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. The sequence held. Portugal and Japan remained distinct even in memory. Atlantic openness, tiled warmth, river stations, terraced movement. Then clean platforms, maintained gardens, craft patience, ferry crossings, island roads, and the inward hush of evening water. The pages did not flatten them. If anything, the act of setting them beside one another let their differences breathe. He thought again of Texas, of that first childhood widening when road and weather and unfamiliar towns had shown him that the world extended beyond what he knew. Back then, wonder had come from distance itself, from state lines, bridges, motel signs, rain on the windshield, the mystery of what lay farther on. Now, years later, the wonder had changed shape. Distance still mattered. So did movement. But the deeper change had come from attention. The world had not become meaningful because he had crossed great spans of it. It had become more available because he had learned, little by little, to stop pressing each place for proof. He sat with that. Outside, one of the harbour lights disappeared, perhaps switched off in a nearby building, perhaps only hidden by his shifting angle in the glass. The darkness beyond the window seemed to widen and then settle again. He could almost feel the water continuing without spectacle, touching pilings and harbour walls in the night. Julian reached for his pen. For a moment he thought he might add one last sentence beneath the Naoshima entry, some quiet line to complete the evening more neatly. The old habit was there in miniature, still recognizable. End well. Phrase it clearly. Close the shape. But when he lowered the pen to the paper, he did not write. Instead, he rested the tip lightly above the blank page and smiled to himself, just enough to feel it. Nothing was missing. That was the point. The next page did not need a bridge sentence from the previous one. It did not need a title chosen tonight. It did not need him to perform readiness in advance. It could remain blank and still belong fully to the atlas. Maybe especially then. He set the pen down beside the notebook. Then, with small deliberate movements, he gathered the keepsakes into neater lines. Not packed away yet. Not hidden. Simply arranged so that morning would find them calm. The ceramic tile beside the sketch sleeve. The tickets together. The receipt tucked partly beneath the notebook's lower edge. The wrapped wooden box near the top of the page, where the gold leaf line caught the lamp softly when he shifted. When he finished, he leaned back once more. The room had become very still. The lamp made its quiet pool of light. The harbour remained beyond the window, distant and present at once. His knees ached mildly. His shoulder carried the day. His notebook lay open to a page with nothing on it. Julian looked at that page without pressure, without strategy, without trying to be the kind of traveller who always knew what came next. Then he left it as it was, and let the blankness keep its place. Chapter 25. Where next? The blank page remained where he had left it, pale in the lamplight, bordered by the pages he had already filled. For a little while, Julian did not touch the notebook. He sat on the floor beside the low table and let his hands rest on his knees. The room held the settled feeling of work done without strain. His shoulder still carried the soft ache from the day on the bicycle. His knees reminded him of stairs, paths, ferry ramps, station platforms, and long walks taken at an ordinary pace. Beyond the window, the harbour light stayed small and steady. He could not hear the water clearly from here, but he felt its presence in the quiet, as if the night itself had been shaped by the nearby sea. On the table, the journey had become modest things. The blue and white ceramic tile from Portugal, the sketch in its sleeve from Cascais, where he looked more open in the face than he had expected. Receipts folded small, train tickets with softened edges. The wooden box from Kanazawa, still carefully wrapped, its line of gold leaf hidden now, but known. The bicycle rental stub from Naoshima tucked part way into the notebook pocket, his phone, dark and set aside after the last review of photographs. The dark blue notebook itself, fuller than when he had left home, its corners worn into a gentler shape. He looked from one item to another and felt again how little material proof travel really required. Most of what he had been carrying was not on the table. It lived in remembered light, in the angle of a station wall, in the hush of a garden path, in the rhythm of train wheels and ferry engines, in the patient way. One country opened him, and another taught him how to be still. He drew the notebook closer and turned back through the completed pages. Lisbon first. His handwriting there was neater than it became later, a little tighter in the loops and spacing, as if even the pen had travelled under supervision in those first days. He read the lines without judging them. He could hear in them the man who had arrived wanting very much to begin well. He had wanted to choose the right streets, the right paces, the right first impression. Yet what remained strongest now was not the strain of that wanting. It was the warmth of tile under shifting light, the rise and fall of steep streets, the sound of a tram somewhere he could not see, and Manuel Duarte telling him in that calm, practical voice that some cities were not solved. They were walked. Julian let that page rest under his hand for a moment. Lisbon had not become important because he mastered it. It had become important because it was the first place that refused to become a problem to complete. It had asked something simpler and harder of him. Look, continue. Let a turn be a turn. He moved on to Cascais. There the writing loosened. The sentences breathed more. He saw again the brighter shoreline, the wider sky, the promenade with its bicycles and seabirds and people moving without hurry along the water. He remembered the meal by the harbour and the easy salt air. He remembered the sketch artist near the promenade and the brief embarrassment of sitting still while someone else studied his face. Most of all, he remembered looking at the finished sketch and seeing a version of himself who seemed quietly delighted to be there. He had not known that expression had been visible. It was one of the few souvenirs that had surprised him more than any view. In Cascais, he thought, he had begun to understand that the atlas was not proof. It was witness. A small way of saying, this is how the place changed my pace. He turned to Porto. Even now, when he thought of Porto, he first saw blue. Not one flat blue, but many shades held in tile across the walls of São Bento station, with travellers crossing beneath them carrying backpacks, tote bags, rolling suitcases, coffees, children, private thoughts. He could see again how quickly most people moved through that space, and how naturally he had stopped. The station had taught him something he had not known he needed. A doorway could still deserve attention. Passage was not empty time. Arrival and departure left traces in the same room. From Porto, the memory widened into river air, stone streets, and evening light gathering near the Ribeira. He had walked there with tired feet and a mind too full for neat summary. Now the page held it quietly. Not all understanding arrived in the moment. Some of it waited until later, when the body was still, and the place could settle into words. He turned again. The Douro Valley spread across only a few notes and one photograph, but he felt the long movement of that day as fully as any chapter of the trip. Window glass, river bends appearing and slipping away, terrace slopes worked by patient hands, the old man with the newspaper, the family sharing pastries from a paper bag, the way the train itself had done part of the thinking for him. He had boarded with the familiar urge to capture the ride correctly, and somewhere between stations the urge had thinned out. The ride did not need to become impressive language to be true. Motion was enough. Looking was enough. He sat back for a moment, then turned to Japan. Even now the shift was clear on the page. The Portuguese entries held warmth, river light, and outward movement. The Japanese pages carried another kind of calm. Cleaner lines, quieter transitions, smaller sounds noticed more carefully. He had felt the change when he arrived, but the notebook made it visible. Portugal had opened him outward. Japan had narrowed his attention in a good way, teaching him to see how much was contained inside restraint. Kanazawa came first. He remembered damp pavement, ordered station space, garden paths, wood, paper, tea, and the maintained beauty of things that did not happen by accident. He thought of Keiko Nakamura explaining the work behind gold leaf without reverence and without performance, only with the clear respect of someone who understood that care was a practice. Some things became beautiful because someone had taken their time with them. That sentence had stayed with him. It had applied to gardens, objects, and perhaps, he saw now, to the life he was trying to make for himself. For years he had saved with patience, planned with patience, waited with patience, though not always peacefully. He had treated preparation as the serious part, and experience as the reward at the end. But on this journey he had begun to sense another possibility. Experience also required practice. Attention was a kind of care. Presence was not an accidental mood that arrived if conditions were ideal. It was something he could make room for, again and again, by loosening his grip on how each day was supposed to go. Then Naoshima. He did not need to reread much there. The day still lived very near the surface. Ferry timetables, quiet travellers waiting with bags and tickets, the hum of the crossing, island roads, houses and sea and museum paths existing without competition, the bicycle under him, the slight rise of the road, the moment at the junction when he had almost checked the map and then had not, the meal overlooking the water, the honest photograph he accepted without trying to improve it, the harbour in evening light, the final line in the notebook about water keeping the last light without trying to hold it. He rested his thumb at the edge of the page. Naoshima had not given him a dramatic revelation. It had given him something better suited to keeping. A steadiness he could feel in ordinary movement. Calm that was not tied to one bench, one overlook, one room, one perfect hour. Calm that could travel with him if he let it. The room remained very still. Somewhere outside, faint and far off, a vehicle moved and then was gone. Julian looked up from the notebook to the window. Harbour lights floated against the dark like small pins set into cloth. He thought of how many nights on this trip had ended with some form of water nearby. Lisbon with river light, Cascais with open coast, Porto with the Douro. The inland patience of the valley's river bends, then later the harbours and crossings of Japan, and finally this island edge where the sea seemed less like spectacle than like a condition of space itself. He had crossed from one country into another, from one language into another, from tiled city hills to ferry ramps and garden gravel and island roads. Yet beneath the difference there had been a quieter continuity. In each place he had arrived, carrying himself too tightly at first. In each place something ordinary had eased him. A cafe table, a train window, a station wall, a shoreline bench, a craft explanation, a harbour road. He had expected landmarks to matter most. Often what stayed with him were transitions and pauses. That realization did not diminish the places. It gave them depth. The dream that began when he was a boy in the back seat of a car had never really been only about collecting destinations. Even then, what had stirred him was the widening of the world through motion. Rain crossing a windshield, gas station light at night, a bridge leading towards somewhere he did not know. He had thought for years that fulfillment would mean finally standing in enough faraway places. But sitting here now, with the first pages of his atlas completed, he understood that the deeper wish had been simpler. He had wanted to be fully there, not ahead of the hour, already arranging the next one, not measuring each day against an imagined best version, not holding experience at arm's length by evaluating it while it was still happening, fully there, wherever he was. On trains, in cafes, on steep streets, in waiting rooms, at harbours, on ferries, in museum paths, in the ordinary edges around every destination. He lowered his gaze again to the blank page. It no longer looked unfinished in the old way. It did not accuse him of lacking a plan. It did not demand a list. It did not stand for all the decisions waiting somewhere beyond this room. It simply waited, open, usable, quiet. He smiled, though only slightly. There would be future routes, more tickets, more rooms, more mornings in transit, more evenings near windows. Maybe mist and stone somewhere farther west. Maybe heat and river traffic somewhere south and east. Maybe another coast, another harbour, another train whose window would turn movement into thought. The larger year still stretched ahead of him, and even now he could feel the familiar mind trying to rise and sort it, to line countries up and make sequence feel like safety. He let that impulse come and let it pass. It was enough, tonight, to know that more existed. Enough to know he had begun. He picked up his pen. For a moment he listened to the small sound of his own breathing in the room, to the faint electric hush of the lamp, to the distant life beyond the window that did not need his attention to continue. Then he placed the pen against the paper beneath the pages he had already finished and wrote a brief closing line for this section of the atlas. Not a conclusion about the whole year. Not a statement large enough to pin the journey down. Only the truest next words. He wrote them slowly, in the same hand that had grown looser from Lisbon to Naoshima. Where next? When he finished, he did not add anything more. He set the pen beside the notebook and looked at the words. The question carried no demand in it now. It felt light, alive, and roomy enough to hold many futures without forcing any of them to arrive tonight. Julian leaned back and let the atlas remain open before him. Portugal and Japan lay behind him now, not as a checklist completed, but as the first gathered pages of a way of seeing. The objects on the table stayed modest. The room stayed quiet. The harbour lights continued their patient distance. His knees still ached mildly. His shoulder still held the day. Everything was small, present, enough. After a while, he reached out and touched the edge of the page once, as if to confirm that it was real. Then he left the notebook open to its question and sat with it in the calm, while the night beyond the window kept its own unhurried watch. Chapter 26. The Finished Table. The question stayed on the open page after he had stopped looking directly at it. Julian let the notebook rest where it was for a little while longer, then drew his hand back and stood carefully from the low seat by the table. His knees complained in a mild, familiar way. The shoulder that had carried his satchel, his bicycle posture, and the long day before still held its pleasant ache. None of it felt sharp. It only reminded him that he was here in a body, at the end of a real day, in a small room near a harbour on an island he had once known only as a name on a map. The lamp cast a steady circle across the table. Beyond the window, the harbour lights remained scattered and patient. He could not hear much from outside now, only the softened sense of water and distance that had settled over the room since night deepened. He looked at the table and saw that there was still one simple thing left to do before sleep. Not writing, not deciding anything larger, just putting the pieces where he could see them. He moved the notebook slightly aside, not closing it, only giving himself room. Then he gathered what had already been spread between table, satchel, and the careful edges of the room. His passport stayed put. His phone he set face down. The water bottle went to the floor beside his bag. What remained in his hands and around him was lighter than the trip itself had felt while he was living it, and somehow stranger for that reason. A year of wanting had become a handful of paper, a few small objects, and pages of his own handwriting. He laid the first things down gently, the small blue and white ceramic tile, the charcoal sketch in its protective sleeve, train tickets, some softened at the folds, a meal receipt, the wrapped wooden box with its fine line of gold leaf, the bicycle rental ticket stub from Naoshima, a bottle of tea not yet finished, a folded city map that had been opened and reopened until the creases had begun to whiten. He paused, then reached into the notebook and the satchel again to make sure he had not left anything tucked where it no longer belonged. A receipt from a cafe, another ticket, a brochure from Kanazawa, loose notes. The pieces did not amount to much by size. They did not make an impressive display. If someone else had walked into the room, they might have mistaken them for ordinary travel clutter waiting to be packed away in the morning. But to Julian, they held weather and motion and versions of himself. He cleared one more narrow space with the side of his hand and began arranging them by place. Lisbon first. That felt right. Not because it had been perfect, but because it had been the first city to loosen something in him. He put the Lisbon receipt down near the ceramic tile and rested the folded map beside them. The tile caught the warm light of the lamp and returned it quietly. Even now it carried the feeling of Lisbon's surfaces to him, the way pattern and wear lived together there. He could remember sidewalks that seemed made to guide the eye forward and uphill at once. Tram sound somewhere beyond the street he was on. River light arriving at the edge of things. The small tension with which he had begun, trying to understand the city before he had even let himself belong to an hour inside it. Manuel Duarte's brief advice came back to him with the ease of a line often repeated in thought. Some cities were not solved. They were wandered through. That lesson had not made him stop planning altogether. It had done something better. It had made planning smaller than experience. He touched the edge of the receipt and thought of coffee, the cup warming his hand. The way he had looked down at his map as if the right route might also produce the right feeling. It almost made him smile now, not because the earlier version of himself had been foolish, but because he had been trying so earnestly to do justice to a dream. He had thought pressure was a form of respect. He set Lisbon in a neat small grouping and moved on. Cascais belonged beside it, close enough to feel like an extension, and distinct enough to breathe on its own. He placed the charcoal sketch there, still in the sleeve, and for a moment, he simply looked at it. The face in the drawing remained recognizably his, and also slightly more open than he would have expected. The artist had caught something he had not known was visible at the time. Not excitement exactly. Ease, maybe. A kind of unguarded gladness. He remembered the shore brightness, the promenade, the boats and seabirds, and people moving with no need to explain themselves. Cascais had felt open in a way Lisbon had not. Not better, just wider. The Atlantic light there had seemed to make room around every thought. He had gone expecting scenery and had found instead a change in his own pace. The sketch was such a modest thing. Paper, charcoal, a few lines made by someone he had met only briefly. Yet it had stayed with him as firmly as any grander image could have. It reminded him that travel sometimes showed him his own face from outside, not to make him self-conscious, but to let him see that he was calmer than he believed. He laid a ticket stub near the sketch, then adjusted it, then stopped himself from adjusting it again. Porto came next. He chose the train tickets for it first, though they touched more than one part of the trip. He sorted through them carefully until the right one sat near the front. Porto had the coolness of station air in his memory, even now. São Bento had stayed with him less as a landmark than as a feeling of passage made visible. People rolling bags beneath blue tilework, children pointing. Travellers hurrying past walls that seemed in no hurry at all. He set the ticket down and imagined again the station's blue panels holding scene after scene while arrivals and departures moved beneath them. Porto had taught him something that had taken longer to phrase than to feel. A place could be both doorway and destination. It did not need to choose. Neither did he. From Porto, his mind moved naturally toward the river, stone streets, and the shifting levels of the city. He could still feel the weight in his legs from those climbs, the coolness near the Douro, the tiredness that had sharpened rather than dulled his attention. There had been so much blue there. Not the open blue of sea and sky, but blue fixed into walls, made to last, carrying memory in a more deliberate form. He kept Porto's pieces together and let his hand rest for a moment on the table between that group and the next. The Douro Valley needed very little to call itself back. One ticket, one note, the remembered rhythm of a train. He found the paper he wanted and placed it down with care. The valley had not asked for performance from him. It had done almost nothing except continue outside the window. Bend after bend, hill after hill, vineyard after vineyard. And by doing so, it had taught him how much seeing could happen while sitting still. He remembered coffee at the platform, the low sounds inside the carriage, reflections crossing the glass, a family sharing pastries from a paper bag, sun shifting over the seats and then away. He had written there without trying to sound meaningful. The motion had carried the language until it became simple enough to be true. The lesson from that day had become one of the clearest in the atlas. Movement itself could be enough. Not every journey needed to justify itself with arrival. His eyes moved across the line of Portugal now laid out before him. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, the Douro. Even in silence, the four places held a shared temperature in his memory. Warmer stone, Atlantic openness, river light, train windows with a softness to them. Voices that carried a little more outward into public space. Meals taken with the feeling that the day was still expanding. Then Japan began on the table, and the whole mood shifted without effort. Kanazawa first. He placed the small wrapped wooden box down carefully, then the brochure near it. Even wrapped, the box carried the gravity of craft. He did not unwrap it now. He had already seen it. He did not need the object exposed to feel what it meant. The line of gold leaf on it remained one of the clearest physical expressions of the trip's second half. Patience made visible. Care so exact it never needed to announce itself. Kanazawa came back to him in quieter sounds. Gravel under careful footsteps. Water in a garden. The hush of maintained beauty. Not untouched beauty, never that, but beauty that endured because someone kept tending it. He thought of Keiko Nakamura's practical voice explaining work that depended less on inspiration than on repetition, steadiness, and time. The lesson had landed in him deeply because it reached beyond craft. Some things became beautiful because someone took their time. He looked at the box and understood again that the lesson had not only been about making, it had also been about looking. Attention itself required maintenance. Presence was not a lucky mood. It was a practice. He added the meal receipt near Kanazawa's grouping and thought of warmth rising from a simple meal, the relief of sitting down, the different comfort of being very far from home and not needing that fact to become dramatic. Japan had not made him feel lost. It had made him feel precise in a new way. Smaller, perhaps, but not diminished. More deliberate. Near Kanazawa, he set one of the train tickets that belonged to his movement eastward through Japan. Then he hesitated, not because he doubted the place, but because the route itself had become part of the memory. The train, the transfer, the gradual approach to the ferry. The countries in this trip had not only given him destinations, they had given him kinds of transit. Portugal had widened him in motion. Japan had refined his motion, taught him to stand in lines without impatience, to listen for platforms and pauses, to feel the exactness of shared public space without making a story out of every minute. He did not create a separate group for the ferry crossing. Not tonight. Instead, he let that movement live in the transition between Kanazawa and Naoshima, where it belonged. For Naoshima, the bicycle rental ticket stub came first. He smiled a little when he put it down. Such a small thing, such disposable paper. And yet it held the whole island's change of pace for him. Roads that rose and curved without needing to be mastered. Sea wind. Harbour waiting. Museum paths. Quiet houses. The sensation of arriving by ferry, and then letting the island reveal itself by degrees rather than all at once. He placed the bottle of tea nearby because it still felt attached to the day, even if it would not become a permanent keepsake. Then he reconsidered and moved it away. Not part of the archive, just part of the room. He let it stay on the side. Naoshima's true objects were lighter than he would have expected. The ticket stub, the notebook entry, the last photograph held in his phone rather than in his hand, the ache in his knees, the softness that had settled over him by the harbour this evening as the light thinned across the water. He had learned on the island what the whole journey had been trying to teach him, though not in so many words. The world was not asking him to rush through it. It was inviting him to notice it. He looked over the table again. Portugal on one side, Japan on the other. Warmth and openness against quiet precision. Atlantic expanse against island hush. Tiled streets, station walls, river bends, and cafe tables set beside gravel paths, ferry terminals, garden care, and bicycle roads by the Seto inland sea. The contrast was clear. So was the link between them. He sat back down, slower this time, and drew the notebook nearer. One by one, he checked each place against the structure he had given himself. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. He did not read every full entry. He only followed the pattern with his finger and with memory, making sure no gap had been left where his mind might later claim there was one. Lisbon, complete. Cascais, complete. Porto, complete. Douro Valley, complete. Kanazawa, complete. Naoshima, complete. The old reflex rose anyway. A small inward urge to recheck the wording, to refine the groupings, to decide whether one ticket might belong more properly to transit than place, whether one receipt mattered enough, whether the order should be adjusted so the emotional sequence became cleaner. He felt the impulse clearly. Then he let it pass. Nothing on the table was arguing with him. Nothing required defense. The journey had already happened. The atlas did not need to become more accurate than experience itself. He leaned forward and made one last small change, not from anxiety, but from instinct. He shifted the groups just enough that they formed a quiet line from first place to last. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. A visible route, not complete in every possible sense, but complete enough to hold what mattered. When he was done, he rested both hands on his knees and looked at the arranged pieces in the lamplight. This was all travel left behind in material form. A tile, a sketch, a few tickets, receipts, a map, a brochure, a wooden box, a notebook. So little, really. The world had been rivers and stations, and wind and harbour water, and meals, and strangers' brief kindness, and the changing quality of his own attention. No table could contain that. No archive could fully prove it. And still, these modest things were enough. They did not need to equal the scale of the journey. They only needed to point back to it honestly. Beyond the window, the harbour remained steady in the dark. The room had grown very still around him. His body felt heavier now, near asleep. The table no longer looked cluttered. It looked finished. Not final. Finished for tonight. Julian let out a slow breath and left everything in place. The next step was no longer sorting. The next step, when morning or later quiet came, would be writing. Chapter 27. Writing the first country notes. The table remained finished when Julian looked at it again. That was the first relief. Nothing had shifted in the night except the angle of the lamplight and the weight in his own body. The keepsakes still rested in their loose groups, modest and orderly, without looking managed to death. The blue and white ceramic tile sat near the Lisbon notes. The charcoal sketch from Cascais stayed inside its protective sleeve. Train tickets from Porto and the Douro lay flattened beside one another. The brochure from Kanazawa and the small wrapped wooden box with its line of gold leaf waited quietly together. The bicycle rental stub from Naoshima remained tucked near the notebook as if it had rolled there on its own and decided to stay. Julian stood for a moment beside the low table and let that simple fact settle. He did not need to begin by fixing anything. His knees still carried a mild stiffness, and his shoulder remembered the day before in a dull, pleasant way. He poured a little tea from the bottle he had brought back, sat down, and pulled the dark blue notebook closer. The page that had waited blank no longer looked demanding. It looked ready. He opened to the first clean spread and rested his hand there. For a few seconds he felt the old reflex rise in him, familiar, as a hand reaching for a railing. Start correctly. Choose the right phrasing. Make the first line worthy of the whole trip. He recognized the voice now before it could fully tighten around him. It sounded a little like the version of himself who had once studied routes late into the night in Texas, comparing schedules, reading station maps, saving screenshots, trying to protect future days from uncertainty by thinking hard enough in advance. That man had gotten him here. Julian did not dislike him, but he no longer needed to let him write every sentence. He touched his pen to paper and began with Lisbon. He wrote the city name plainly. Beneath it he made the 5 small anchors that had carried the whole journey. Photo, object, meal, observation, lesson. The structure steadied him, but it did not box him in. It was not a test anymore. It was a way in. For the photograph, he chose the image he had already marked in his phone. Late light on a tiled street with tram wires crossing overhead and a patch of river brightness at the far end of the slope. He wrote it down in simple words, enough to call it back. For the object, he paused. The unresolved little question from Lisbon had followed him farther than he expected. He had worried back then that he needed the perfect thing from the city. Some small item that would summarize it correctly. A proper object. Something worthy. In the end, what remained on the table was the blue and white ceramic tile, small enough to fit in his palm, cool at first touch, patterned but not ornate. He lifted it now and turned it once in the light. It had not been grand when he found it. It was still not grand. That was part of why it worked. He wrote that down too, not as an apology, but as fact. A small ceramic tile, blue and white, held for Lisbon because Lisbon had taught him to stop trying to solve a place into one perfect symbol. For the meal, he noted the cafe lunch that had slowed him his first full day there. Bread and soup and coffee at a small table, where the sunlight moved farther across the wood than he expected before he noticed how long he had been sitting. He did not try to describe every flavor. What mattered was the pace of it, and the way he had looked up from his map and let the city continue without him for a while. His observation took longer. He looked toward the window, where the harbor was present only as darkness and a few patient lights. Then he wrote, "Some cities become clearer when you stop trying to make them efficient." The lesson came after that almost by itself. Lisbon was not solved. It was wandered through. He sat back. The entry was short. It did not sound literary. It sounded true. That was enough. He moved on to Cascais. As soon as he wrote the name, the room in Naoshima seemed to widen with Atlantic air. He remembered the openness there, the change from Lisbon's rising streets to shoreline light and promenade movement. He remembered waiting near the train, watching other passengers board with the practiced ease of people heading somewhere ordinary to them and memorable to him. He remembered water appearing beside the route, then staying beside it long enough that the movement itself had become the event. For the photo, he chose a stretch of bright water and low boats, not dramatic, just clear and open. For the object, there was no question. He slid the charcoal sketch from its sleeve and looked at it again. The artist had caught him smiling before he knew he was doing it. Not posing, not proving anything. Simply present on the coast with the wind at his face and his guard down enough for happiness to show. He smiled a little now, seeing it. His meal was easier still. Something simple near the water, eaten without hurry, while gulls moved overhead and conversations drifted around him in small tides. The observation became a sentence about how exposed, open places could make a person feel lighter rather than smaller. The lesson was what Cascais had given him from the first. The atlas was not proof. It was a record of what changed his pace. He wrote that one carefully, then did not revise it. He let the line stand. Porto came next with a different weight. Even on the page, the city cooled the air a little. He remembered the river light there, the stone underfoot, the steeper shadows. Most of all, he remembered São Bento station and the way he had stopped beneath the blue tile wall longer than he meant to. Travellers had crossed in front of him with luggage, purpose, routine. A station was doing what a station did. Yet the walls had held scenes larger and slower than the movement below them, and the ordinary act of arrival had seemed to rest inside a much older frame. He chose for the photo not the grandest view, but a station detail. Blue tile and passing shoulders. Movement against memory. The object was the train ticket. Thin paper. Creased once. Easy to lose if he had treated it like trash instead of part of the day. He flattened it gently with 2 fingers before writing. The meal brought back a riverside table at evening. Something warm and filling after a long walk. The sound of dishes and footsteps nearby. Bridge steel, holding the last of the light above the water. For the observation, he wrote that stations keep more than departures. They keep the feeling of people arriving with lives already in motion. The lesson followed in a form close to what he had understood there. A place can be both a doorway and a destination. He read the Porto entry once, listening to it in his head. No strain, no performance, just recognition. the Douro Valley needed less shaping than he expected. Perhaps that was because the day itself had already been shaped by the train. He had only needed to follow it. Even now he could recall the rhythm of the carriage, the pauses at small stations, the river appearing and receding beside the line, terraced hillsides rising with such patience that they had seemed less like scenery than like time made visible. His photo was taken through the window, river and hillside, and a faint interior reflection layered together. He had once worried that such pictures were imperfect, neither pure landscape nor pure memory. Now he saw that the reflection was part of the honesty. The object was another ticket. This one connected not just to a place but to motion through it. His meal had been small and plain, coffee and something carried in a paper wrapper, eaten in pieces around waiting and watching. He smiled at how often the most lasting meals on a journey were the unceremonious ones. For the observation, he wrote that movement can be enough to hold attention without delivering toward a dramatic point. Then he paused. The lesson mattered to him because it had reached farther than that one train ride. He had learned it by the river, but he had carried it across countries. He wrote slowly. Not every meaningful journey needs to climax at arrival. When he finished the Portugal pages, he let the pen rest and flexed his hand. The room was still quiet. Somewhere beyond the window, harbour water moved against structure, too gently to hear clearly from here. The writing had not emptied the places. It had given them a second life, flatter on the page and yet somehow steadier. He looked back over the 4 entries and thought of the man who had packed in Texas with lists inside lists. He had wanted each day to justify the saving, the waiting, the year itself. He had wanted to travel well. He had not known that trying too hard to honor the experience could sometimes make it thinner. The notebook did something different. It slowed him into memory the way trains had slowed him into landscape, the way ferry waiting had slowed him into weather, the way cafes had slowed him into ordinary light on tables. Writing this way was not an after-action report. It was another kind of travel. He turned the page and entered Japan. Kanazawa came first, and at once the rhythm changed. Even in recollection it was quieter, more deliberate. Portugal moved in warmth and openness through him. Kanazawa had taught him to see what patience looked like when built into streets, gardens, objects, and gestures. He wrote the city name and the 5 anchors beneath it. The photo was from the garden, where water, stone, and carefully held space had made him lower his pace without instruction. The object was the small wrapped wooden box with its line of gold leaf. He did not unwrap it fully now. He only rested his hand on it a moment and remembered the craft shop, the measured explanation, the sense that beauty could be the result of repetition, care, and time rather than sudden brilliance. His meal was tea and a quiet lunch near the district where handmade things were sold and preserved. Simple enough that the room around it had become part of the memory. For the observation, he wrote that care can remain visible long after the hands that performed it have left the room. The lesson was clear. Some things become beautiful because someone took their time. Then he paused. Not because the Kanazawa entry felt unfinished, but because the memory beyond it continued to move. He added a brief note beneath the lesson, smaller than the rest, a line to hold the passage onward. The ferry south through the Seto inland sea had not been empty transfer, but part of the way Japan unfolded. Layered islands, muted light, tea before boarding, waiting turned into travel. Transit is not empty time. That felt right where it was. Not a separate place, but a continuation of the attention Kanazawa had helped restore in him. Naoshima came last. By then, his handwriting had loosened further. He could see it, and the sight gave him a quiet satisfaction. Earlier pages from earlier in the trip had carried more tension in the letters, as if neatness could protect meaning from loss. These lines breathed more. For the photo, he chose evening water and harbour calm rather than any obvious landmark. That was the truth of the place for him in the end. Sea light, bicycle movement, pauses between museums and roads. The island teaching him that attention did not need to be hurried into categories. The object was the bicycle rental ticket stub from the notebook pocket. He placed it on the page beside his hand before writing, smiling at its plainness. His meal was simple, island food after movement, eaten with the deep appetite that comes from a day outdoors. For the observation he wrote that quiet places do not demand silence, they teach a different proportion. Then he wrote the lesson that had gathered itself through the whole book and found its clearest home here. The world is not asking to be conquered by attention. It is inviting attention. He put the pen down after that. The first full run of entries lay open before him now. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, the Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. Portugal and Japan, not merged but connected, each place distinct in texture and rhythm, each one carrying its own object, meal, image, observation, lesson. Between the Japan pages, the ferry remained where it belonged, part of the crossing rather than a place asking to stand alone. The notebook did not look impressive in any public sense. It looked used, personal, real. Julian read through the pages once more, not to catch errors but to feel their shape. He noticed a word he might once have changed. He left it. He noticed one line that could have sounded more elegant. He left that too. The atlas did not need elegance from him. It needed attention. It had that. Outside, the harbour kept its distance in the dark. Inside, the table remained arranged, the room softly lit, his body tired in a comfortable way. He felt no need to improve the pages tonight. They had become what they were meant to be, not a perfect archive, not evidence, not a polished account for anyone else, a true record of how he had been there. Chapter 27. Writing the first country notes. The table remained finished when Julian looked at it again. That was the first relief. Nothing had shifted in the night except the angle of the lamplight and the weight in his own body. The keepsakes still rested in their loose groups, modest and orderly, without looking managed to death. The blue and white ceramic tile sat near the Lisbon notes. The charcoal sketch from Cascais stayed inside its protective sleeve. Train tickets from Porto and the Douro lay flattened beside one another. The brochure from Kanazawa and the small wrapped wooden box with its line of gold leaf waited quietly together. The bicycle rental stub from Naoshima remained tucked near the notebook as if it had rolled there on its own and decided to stay. Julian stood for a moment beside the low table and let that simple fact settle. He did not need to begin by fixing anything. His knees still carried a mild stiffness, and his shoulder remembered the day before in a dull, pleasant way. He poured a little tea from the bottle he had brought back, sat down, and pulled the dark blue notebook closer. The page that had waited blank no longer looked demanding. It looked ready. He opened to the first clean spread and rested his hand there. For a few seconds he felt the old reflex rise in him, familiar, as a hand reaching for a railing. Start correctly. Choose the right phrasing. Make the first line worthy of the whole trip. He recognized the voice now before it could fully tighten around him. It sounded a little like the version of himself who had once studied routes late into the night in Texas, comparing schedules, reading station maps, saving screenshots, trying to protect future days from uncertainty by thinking hard enough in advance. That man had gotten him here. Julian did not dislike him, but he no longer needed to let him write every sentence. He touched his pen to paper and began with Lisbon. He wrote the city name plainly. Beneath it, he made the 5 small anchors that had carried the whole journey. Photo, object, meal, observation, lesson. The structure steadied him, but it did not box him in. It was not a test anymore. It was a way in. For the photograph, he chose the image he had already marked in his phone. Late light on a tiled street with tram wires crossing overhead and a patch of river brightness at the far end of the slope. He wrote it down in simple words, enough to call it back. For the object, he paused. The unresolved little question from Lisbon had followed him farther than he expected. He had worried back then that he needed the perfect thing from the city. Some small item that would summarize it correctly. A proper object. Something worthy. In the end, what remained on the table was the blue and white ceramic tile, small enough to fit in his palm, cool at first touch, patterned but not ornate. He lifted it now and turned it once in the light. It had not been grand when he found it. It was still not grand. That was part of why it worked. He wrote that down too, not as an apology, but as fact. A small ceramic tile, blue and white, held for Lisbon because Lisbon had taught him to stop trying to solve a place into one perfect symbol. For the meal, he noted the cafe lunch that had slowed him his first full day there. Bread and soup and coffee at a small table, where the sunlight moved farther across the wood than he expected before he noticed how long he had been sitting. He did not try to describe every flavor. What mattered was the pace of it, and the way he had looked up from his map and let the city continue without him for a while. His observation took longer. He looked toward the window, where the harbor was present only as darkness and a few patient lights. Then he wrote, "Some cities become clearer when you stop trying to make them efficient." The lesson came after that almost by itself. Lisbon was not solved. It was wandered through. He sat back. The entry was short. It did not sound literary. It sounded true. That was enough. He moved on to Cascais. As soon as he wrote the name, the room in Naoshima seemed to widen with Atlantic air. He remembered the openness there, the change from Lisbon's rising streets to shoreline light and promenade movement. He remembered waiting near the train, watching other passengers board with the practiced ease of people heading somewhere ordinary to them and memorable to him. He remembered water appearing beside the route, then staying beside it long enough that the movement itself had become the event. For the photo, he chose a stretch of bright water and low boats, not dramatic, just clear and open. For the object, there was no question. He slid the charcoal sketch from its sleeve and looked at it again. The artist had caught him smiling before he knew he was doing it. Not posing, not proving anything. Simply present on the coast with the wind at his face and his guard down enough for happiness to show. He smiled a little now, seeing it. His meal was easier still. Something simple near the water, eaten without hurry, while gulls moved overhead and conversations drifted around him in small tides. The observation became a sentence about how exposed, open places could make a person feel lighter rather than smaller. The lesson was what Cascais had given him from the first. The atlas was not proof. It was a record of what changed his pace. He wrote that one carefully, then did not revise it. He let the line stand. Porto came next with a different weight. Even on the page, the city cooled the air a little. He remembered the river light there, the stone underfoot, the steeper shadows. Most of all, he remembered Sao Bento station and the way he had stopped beneath the blue tile wall longer than he meant to. Travellers had crossed in front of him with luggage, purpose, routine. A station was doing what a station did. Yet the walls had held scenes larger and slower than the movement below them, and the ordinary act of arrival had seemed to rest inside a much older frame. He chose for the photo not the grandest view, but a station detail. Blue tile and passing shoulders. Movement against memory. The object was the train ticket. Thin paper. Creased once. Easy to lose if he had treated it like trash instead of part of the day. He flattened it gently with 2 fingers before writing. The meal brought back a riverside table at evening. Something warm and filling after a long walk. The sound of dishes and footsteps nearby. Bridge steel, holding the last of the light above the water. For the observation, he wrote that stations keep more than departures. They keep the feeling of people arriving with lives already in motion. The lesson followed in a form close to what he had understood there. A place can be both a doorway and a destination. He read the Porto entry once, listening to it in his head. No strain, no performance, just recognition. The Douro Valley needed less shaping than he expected. Perhaps that was because the day itself had already been shaped by the train. He had only needed to follow it. Even now he could recall the rhythm of the carriage, the pauses at small stations, the river appearing and receding beside the line, terraced hillsides rising with such patience that they had seemed less like scenery than like time made visible. His photo was taken through the window, river and hillside, and a faint interior reflection layered together. He had once worried that such pictures were imperfect, neither pure landscape nor pure memory. Now he saw that the reflection was part of the honesty. The object was another ticket. This one connected not just to a place, but to motion through it. His meal had been small and plain. Coffee and something carried in a paper wrapper, eaten in pieces around waiting and watching. He smiled at how often the most lasting meals on a journey were the unceremonious ones. For the observation, he wrote that movement can be enough to hold attention without delivering toward a dramatic point. Then he paused. The lesson mattered to him because it had reached farther than that one train ride. He had learned it by the river, but he had carried it across countries. He wrote slowly. Not every meaningful journey needs to climax at arrival. When he finished the Portugal pages, he let the pen rest and flexed his hand. The room was still quiet. Somewhere beyond the window, harbour water moved against structure, too gently to hear clearly from here. The writing had not emptied the places. It had given them a second life, flatter on the page and yet somehow steadier. He looked back over the 4 entries and thought of the man who had packed in Texas with lists inside lists. He had wanted each day to justify the saving, the waiting, the year itself. He had wanted to travel well. He had not known that trying too hard to honor the experience could sometimes make it thinner. The notebook did something different. It slowed him into memory the way trains had slowed him into landscape, the way ferry waiting had slowed him into weather, the way cafes had slowed him into ordinary light on tables. Writing this way was not an after-action report. It was another kind of travel. He turned the page and entered Japan. Kanazawa came first, and at once the rhythm changed. Even in recollection it was quieter, more deliberate. Portugal moved in warmth and openness through him. Kanazawa had taught him to see what patience looked like when built into streets, gardens, objects, and gestures. He wrote the city name and the 5 anchors beneath it, The photo was from the garden, where water, stone, and carefully held space had made him lower his pace without instruction. The object was the small wrapped wooden box with its line of gold leaf. He did not unwrap it fully now. He only rested his hand on it a moment and remembered the craft shop, the measured explanation, the sense that beauty could be the result of repetition, care, and time rather than sudden brilliance. His meal was tea and a quiet lunch near the district where handmade things were sold and preserved. Simple enough that the room around it had become part of the memory. For the observation, he wrote that care can remain visible long after the hands that performed it have left the room. The lesson was clear. Some things become beautiful because someone took their time. Then he paused. Not because the Kanazawa entry felt unfinished, but because the memory beyond it continued to move. He added a brief note beneath the lesson, smaller than the rest, a line to hold the passage onward. The ferry south through the Seto inland sea had not been empty transfer, but part of the way Japan unfolded. Layered islands, muted light, tea before boarding, waiting turned into travel. Transit is not empty time. That felt right where it was. Not a separate place, but a continuation of the attention Kanazawa had helped restore in him. Naoshima came last. By then his handwriting had loosened further. He could see it, and the sight gave him a quiet satisfaction. Earlier pages from earlier in the trip had carried more tension in the letters, as if neatness could protect meaning from loss. These lines breathed more. For the photo, he chose evening water and harbour calm rather than any obvious landmark. That was the truth of the place for him in the end. Sea light, bicycle movement, pauses between museums and roads. The island teaching him that attention did not need to be hurried into categories. The object was the bicycle rental ticket stub from the notebook pocket. He placed it on the page beside his hand before writing, smiling at its plainness. His meal was simple, island food after movement, eaten with the deep appetite that comes from a day outdoors. For the observation, he wrote that quiet places do not demand silence. They teach a different proportion. Then he wrote the lesson that had gathered itself through the whole book and found its clearest home here. The world is not asking to be conquered by attention. It is inviting attention. He put the pen down after that. The first full run of entries lay open before him now. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, the Douro Valley, Kanazawa, Naoshima. Portugal and Japan, not merged but connected, each place distinct in texture and rhythm, each one carrying its own object, meal, image, observation, lesson. Between the Japan pages, the ferry remained where it belonged, part of the crossing rather than a place asking to stand alone. The notebook did not look impressive in any public sense. It looked used, personal, real. Julian read through the pages once more, not to catch errors but to feel their shape. He noticed a word he might once have changed. He left it. He noticed one line that could have sounded more elegant. He left that too. The atlas did not need elegance from him. It needed attention. It had that. Outside, the harbour kept its distance in the dark. Inside, the table remained arranged, the room softly lit, his body tired in a comfortable way. He felt no need to improve the pages tonight. They had become what they were meant to be, not a perfect archive, not evidence, not a polished account for anyone else, a true record of how he had been there. Chapter 28. A window at night. What came after the writing was quieter than the writing itself. Julian sat for a while without moving, his pen still resting across the open notebook, his eyes no longer on the lines he had made, but somewhere just beyond them. The small pool of lamplight held the table in a warm circle. Outside that circle, the room had softened into shadow. Beyond the window, the harbour remained where it had been all evening, steady and dark, with a few lights laid across it, as if set there carefully by hand. He became aware again of his body before he became aware of his thoughts. His knees still carried a mild stiffness from the day. One shoulder held that pleasant, used feeling that came after walking, carrying, turning, stopping, lifting, and beginning again. None of it felt troublesome. It only felt true. He had gone places. He had climbed steps, waited at platforms, balanced on ferry decks, coasted down island roads, stood in stations longer than necessary, and sat at tables just to watch light move. The ache was small proof, and even that proof seemed less important than it once might have. He set the pen down. For a moment he looked at the pages he had completed, not reading them now, only seeing them as pages. Lisbon, Cascais, Porto, the Douro Valley, Kanazawa, the ferry crossing, Naoshima, Portugal and Japan no longer scattered in fragments through pockets, sleeves, ticket folds and quick notes. They had taken their places. They had become ordered without becoming trapped. That mattered to him more than he would have guessed before the trip began. He rose slowly from the chair and crossed the small room to the window. The floor gave a faint sound beneath his steps. When he reached the glass, he did not lean heavily against the frame. He simply stood there and looked out. The harbour at night did not ask much of him. It was not dramatic. No great ship moved through the dark. No weather came in to turn the water silver or wild. The island seemed mostly settled. A few lights held at the edges of buildings near the shore. Farther out, the water gathered and released those lights in soft, broken lines. Somewhere below, too faint to separate cleanly, came the small sounds that belong to a harbour, even after most of the day had ended. A distant engine, a soft knock of something against a dock, water touching stone in a patient rhythm. He liked that the scene was ordinary. He had spent years imagining travel as a sequence of important moments. Not famous moments, exactly. He had never wanted spectacle for its own sake. But in planning, he had still arranged things in his mind according to weight. This station mattered. That museum mattered. This garden view. That train ride. That meal. That harbour at dusk. He had wanted to arrive prepared for meaning. Instead, some of the deepest calm of the trip had come from scenes like this, scenes that no itinerary would have known how to name. A room near the harbour, a window at night, a body pleasantly tired, a notebook open behind him, water doing nothing except being water. He let that thought remain simple. After a while, he turned back toward the table. The keepsakes still lay there in their quiet order. He had grouped them already, written from them already, but there were still little adjustments he could make if he wanted. The tile could shift a bit closer to the Lisbon page. The ticket stubs could be squared more exactly. The wrapped wooden box from Kanazawa could sit at a neater angle. The brochure could be tucked farther beneath the loose notes. Nothing was wrong. That, as usual, made the temptation stronger. Julian smiled a little at himself before he even sat down again. He knew this habit well. Completion always stirred one last small hunger to improve what was already sufficient. Not because anyone else would see it, not because the difference would matter, only because some part of him still liked the feeling of securing an edge. He rested both hands on the table and looked at the objects one by one instead of touching them. The small blue and white ceramic tile. He had worried over that one once, whether it counted properly, whether it belonged firmly enough to Lisbon, whether choosing it meant he had misunderstood his own rules. Now it sat there without argument. It had not become truer because he had finally justified it in writing. It had only become quieter. The charcoal sketch in its protective sleeve from Cascais. He remembered the open shore, the brightness of the day, the surprise of seeing himself through someone else's quick hand, not posed, not improved, simply caught smiling. The train tickets from Porto and the Douro Valley, thin paper, already beginning to lose its crispness. Their modesty pleased him. For so much movement, so much thought, so much changing light and distance, this was what remained in the hand. A ticket the size of a receipt, a line of printed stations, a date, a fold, the small wrapped wooden box with its line of gold leaf from Kanazawa. He did not unwrap it. He did not need to. Its quiet weight was enough. It carried with it the patient voice of the craft shop and the understanding that beauty did not happen by accident just because it looked effortless when finished. The bicycle rental stub from Naoshima. Plain, almost forgettable by appearance alone. Yet the moment he looked at it, he could feel the island road again under the wheels, the sea wind on his arms, the mild rise and fall of the route, the way the day had opened not by demanding speed, but by making room for it and stillness at once. There were receipts as well. A cafe receipt, a meal receipt, loose notes written in a hand that changed slightly depending on the train, the table, the weather, the level of hurry in him at the time. A brochure from Kanazawa, a bottle of tea still not fully finished. His passport beside the satchel, the folded city map he no longer needed tonight. Altogether they looked almost humble enough to belong to an ordinary errand rather than a long-held dream. That too comforted him. The journey had been large. The evidence of it was not. He found that reassuring. It meant the trip had not become a pile of acquisitions. It had remained what he had hoped, even when he had not always trusted himself to keep it so. Movement, noticing, return. A way of being somewhere long enough to receive it. He lifted the ceramic tile at last and turned it once between his fingers. The glaze caught the lamplight softly, blue and white, cool in the hand. A thing made by someone he would never know, carried by him far from where it had begun, now sitting in a room on an island in Japan, while he thought back on streets in Portugal. The distance between those places did not feel abstract anymore. It felt lived. He set the tile down again. Home came to him then, not sharply, not as longing, but with the same ease as the harbour outside. Texas appeared in his mind in pieces that had grown gentler since he left. The broad habit of light there, the steadier spread of roads, the feel of familiar air on a warm evening. His kitchen, the chair by the window at home where he drank coffee before work, the particular quiet of his own rooms. None of it seemed smaller, because he had come this far. If anything, it had gained dimension. Home had not been replaced by elsewhere. It had simply entered a wider map inside him. He thought briefly, warmly, of the childhood road trip that had begun all this in the first place. Not the whole memory, only its original sensation. The side window of the car, darkness beyond the glass. Gas station light, rain on the windshield at some point in the night. His parents speaking softly in front. The feeling that the world continued far beyond what he knew, and that this was not frightening, but generous. He understood now that what he had wanted from travel all those years had not really been distance alone. He had wanted that feeling again. Not surprise exactly, not escape, not novelty for its own sake. He had wanted the widening, the sense that the world could keep unfolding without requiring him to master it first. As a boy, he had felt that naturally from the back seat of a car. As a man, he had tried to reconstruct it through planning, lists, routes, bookings, notes, and carefully imagined days. Those things had helped him begin. They had not been useless, but they had never been the heart of it. The heart of it was simpler and harder. To be there. To let one place remain itself, instead of forcing it into the shape of expectation. To let a train ride count, to let a harbour at night count, to let fatigue count, and blankness, and a meal eaten quietly, and a wrong turn that led nowhere important except through an ordinary street where someone watered plants, or wiped a table, or waited for a bus. His dream had changed while staying faithful to itself. That was what felt so settled now. He had not lost the original wish by living it. He had only discovered its true scale. The dream was not a future line he had finally crossed. It was a way of paying attention he could carry forward. Julian exhaled slowly and reached for the notebook again. The pages he had written gave a soft sound when he touched their edge. He turned them carefully, one after another, not to reread in full, only to move through them with his hand. The written entries, the slight pressure of ink, the places named in his own calm script. The order he had found, then at last, the blank page. He stopped there. The page waited without accusation. Earlier in his life, a blank page had rarely felt this kind. It usually arrived with a hidden challenge inside it. Say something worthwhile. Finish the thought properly. Use the right words before the feeling goes. Do not waste the space. Tonight it offered none of that. Or rather, those old impulses still existed, but they had lost their authority. He did not need to write because there was space. He did not need to complete the quiet just because it had opened. The page could remain blank and still be part of the atlas. It could hold readiness without demanding performance. He looked at it for a long moment, then closed the notebook lightly part way, not shutting it fully, only easing the cover so the blank page remained held open beneath the warm edge of the lamp. The table still looked finished for tonight. The room remained still. Outside, the harbour kept its patient distance in the dark, ordinary and enough. Julian sat back in the chair and let the next unwritten page wait in peace. Chapter 29. The last page turned. The notebook was still half open where he had left it, the lamp warming the edge of the blank page beneath the cover. Julian looked at it for a moment before he sat down again. The room had not changed much since the last time he had been at the table, but something in him had settled more deeply overnight into the same quiet. The harbour beyond the window was dark and mostly still, with a few points of light holding their place near the water. His knees reminded him, when he lowered himself into the chair, of the days cycling and walking. The ache in his shoulder had gone soft. Everything felt used in a good way. He touched the notebook lightly and opened it back to the completed pages. The paper made a small sound in the room. After so many stations, streets, platforms, meals, ferries, sidewalks, and hotel desks, that sound now seemed to belong to the trip as much as train doors or harbour ropes. He read what he had written without taking up the pen. He let the words come back to him at their own pace. Lisbon first, He saw again the warmth of stone and tile, the way the city rose and folded over itself, the bright interruptions of tram bells, the shine of river light between buildings. He saw his earlier self in that first city, trying not to waste a single hour, trying to make wise choices quickly, trying to understand a place before he had even let it move around him. In the notebook, the entry was plain. One photo, one object, one meal, one observation, one lesson. The blue and white tile had found its place there at last, simple and certain. So had the sentence he had written about walking instead of solving. He could still hear Manuel Duarte's voice in memory, easy and untroubled, not saying anything dramatic, only offering a way of looking. Some cities were meant to be walked. At the time, Julian had taken it as advice about Lisbon. Now, reading it again, he felt how much of the trip had entered through that one small opening. Not only cities, not only streets. A day could be walked instead of solved. A journey could be walked instead of solved. Even a life, maybe, in certain seasons, asked for less mastery than attention. He turned the page. Cascais carried more air inside it even in writing. He had managed, somehow, to put a little space into the lines. He read the note about the shoreline, about brightness, about the train ride that had taught him the route itself was part of the day and not merely the distance between intentions. He smiled when he saw the mention of the sketch in its protective sleeve. He remembered the surprised embarrassment of being handed that likeness and seeing, in the face the artist had caught so quickly, a version of himself he did not usually imagine from the inside. Not younger, not transformed, just lighter than he had expected. That mattered to him now for a reason he had not understood then. He had spent so many years thinking that careful planning was the responsible way to protect a dream. In many ways it had been. Saving had mattered. Research had mattered. Maps and budgets and routes had mattered. They had made this room possible, this notebook possible, this long movement from Texas to Portugal to Japan possible. But the sketch had shown him something his planning never could. It had shown him how he looked when he stopped guarding the experience long enough to be plainly happy in it. He turned another page. Porto returned with cooler air. Even in memory, it changed the temperature around him. Blue tiles rose again before him at São Bento station, and with them came that strange and gentle feeling he had had there, standing still while other travellers crossed the station in practice lines, luggage wheels ticking over stone, arrivals and departures continuing beneath walls that asked to be looked at slowly. He had written that a station could be both doorway and destination. Reading it now, he understood that he had not only been writing about Porto. There had been a time, before he left Texas, when he imagined travel as a chain of destinations arranged in proper order. He had thought of the movement between them as necessary structure, something to be managed well so that the real experience could happen at the right places. Yet train by train, platform by platform, that idea had softened. A station pause, a seat by a window, the walk from a guest house to a cafe, the wait beside a ferry barrier, a convenience store stop under rain, the moment after check-in when a room became briefly his. These had not stood outside the journey. They had been the journey's natural shape. He moved on to the Douro Valley pages. The handwriting there had loosened. He noticed that before he even reread the words. The lines leaned less rigidly than the Lisbon entry. He had not been trying to impress the page by then. He had let the train carry some of the thought. River, hillside, terraces, stations that came and went without insisting on themselves. In the notes, he had written about patient movement and about how scenery did not need him to react correctly in order to be real. That sentence made him stop for a little while. It had been one of the quietest truths of the trip. No street, river, garden, museum room, harbour, or sea crossing had asked him to become a better witness before he was allowed to receive it. The pressure had come almost entirely from him. He had brought it in his bag with the folded maps and charging cables and copies of reservations. He had carried the private fear that if he missed the right angle, the right route, the right timing, the right words, then he might somehow fail the very dream he had waited years to begin. But the world had been remarkably uninterested in that fear. The Douro had gone on bending beside the train, whether he had found the perfect sentence or not. Lisbon had kept rising under its own light, whether he understood it or not. Naoshima's roads had remained quiet under bicycle wheels, whether he checked his map every few minutes or simply followed the coast and trusted the turn. He read the Japan pages more slowly. Kanazawa had a different steadiness in the notebook. Portugal's entries held openness, warmth, slope, and movement. Kanazawa held care. Even his sentences there seemed to sit more quietly beside one another. He reread his note on the maintained beauty of the garden, the patience of the craft shop, the small wrapped wooden box with its thin line of gold leaf. He could see again the calm order of that place, not stiff, not severe, but deliberate. Nothing had hurried to charm him. Nothing had announced itself loudly. The beauty had expected time, and because it expected time, he had gradually offered it. He thought of Keiko Nakamura's practical explanation of work done carefully by hand. No mysticism, no performance. Simply the understanding that some things became beautiful because someone had taken the time required. He had written that lesson down, but he had also carried it into the rest of the country without quite knowing he was doing so. The ferry entry followed, then Naoshima. At the ferry, his notes had become spare. He had needed fewer words by then. Ticket in hand, sea air, engine hum, bicycles waiting, islands held in pale layers across the water. He had written that transit could be a form of arrival if he let himself be present for it. Reading it now, he gave a small breath that was almost a laugh. He had spent years planning a year of travel and had still needed a ferry in Japan to teach him that crossing itself counted. Naoshima's pages were the clearest of all. Not the most elaborate, the clearest. The island roads, the harbour quiet, the measured pace of the bicycle, the nearness of sea and art and ordinary houses. He had written that the world was not asking him to rush through it. It was inviting him to notice it. That sentence had felt true when he wrote it. It felt larger now. He sat back and let the notebook rest open beneath his hands. For a while he did not read. He simply looked at the sequence of pages and felt the route hold together. Portugal and Japan did not blur into one another. They remained themselves, as they should. Lisbon's warmth was not Kanazawa's composure. Cascais' light was not the inward quiet of the Seto inland sea. Porto's station memory was not Naoshima's island hush. The meals, objects, photographs, and lessons had all grown from distinct ground. Yet under those differences, another thread had run cleanly from beginning to end. Presence, yes. Patience, yes. Trust, too. Not abstract trust in fate or in some grand design. Something smaller, sturdier, and more useful than that. Trust that a day did not need to be conquered to be lived well. Trust that a wrong turn could still belong to the trip. Trust that one honest photograph was enough. Trust that memory did not become false simply because it was incomplete. Trust that a blank space did not always mean failure. Sometimes it meant room. The thought of room brought back, gently and without force, the old car from his childhood. Not a full scene, only the feeling first. The back seat beneath his legs. A paper map spread wider than his lap. The soft murmur of his parents in the front. Rain thinning on the windshield, somewhere far east of home. Gas station light at night. Pine trees where Texas had given way to greener miles. Bridges appearing and passing. Names on signs that meant nothing to him yet, and therefore seemed full of possibility. He had not known then that the memory would stay for decades. He had only known that the world was larger than he had understood that morning when they started, and that it was possible to keep going into that largeness while still being safe, still being held within the ordinary structure of a family trip. Snacks and directions and motel lamps and all. What had opened in him then had not been hunger for constant novelty. It had been permission. Permission to believe there was more to see, and that seeing it could belong to a normal life. He looked down at the atlas again. This was what the notebook had really been tracing from the start, even before he could name it. Not a record of successful tourism, not proof that he had used his savings wisely, not even in the end a way to hold places still. It was evidence of a quieter change. He was becoming, page by page, less like a man trying to perform travel correctly, and more like a man willing to receive what a place offered in its own rhythm. That understanding did not come with triumph. It came with relief. He reached for the pen. For a moment he listened to the room before writing. The harbour remained beyond the glass, patient and unembarrassed by stillness. The lamp cast a small pool of light over the page. His body felt tired but steady. He lowered the pen and wrote only a few lines, not trying to make them carry more than they could. He wrote that motion had taught him stillness better than staying home and thinking about stillness ever had. He wrote that the journey had become easier when he stopped asking each day to prove itself. He wrote that there had never been one correct way to move through a place, only the chance to be there honestly. Then he stopped. The words looked plain among the pages. Plain was right. Julian read them once, not to improve them, only to hear their shape. They belonged with the rest, not polished, not final in any grand sense, only true enough. He capped the pen and set it beside the notebook. Then he turned to the blank page. He did not fill it. He let his hand rest near the margin while he looked at the clean paper waiting beyond the completed section. It no longer seemed demanding. It no longer felt like a test he had postponed. It held the same quiet invitation as a platform before a train arrived, or a harbour before boarding, or a road bending gently out of sight. Nothing in it needed to be answered tonight. Julian set the pen down fully and looked at the open blank page as if it were a door left politely ajar. Chapter 30. Where next? The blank page remained where he had left it, bright in the lamplight, patient and untroubled. Julian looked at it for a while before he moved again. The room had settled into that late-hour stillness that made every small sound feel gently distinct. Fabric shifted when he breathed. Wood gave a quiet answer when he leaned back in the chair. Beyond the window, the harbour was mostly darkness with a few fixed points of light, each one reflected in the water with a slight tremble. Nothing outside seemed to ask anything from him. Nothing inside did either. His pen lay beside the notebook. The page beyond the completed section was still empty. Earlier, that emptiness had felt like a proper choice. Now it felt like part of the shape of the night itself, not unfinished in an anxious way. open. He drew the notebook a little closer and turned back through the pages he had written, not hurrying, not checking for mistakes. The paper made a soft sound beneath his fingers. Portugal came first, then Japan. And between them, he could feel the journey not as a list of stops, but as a change in pressure, a loosening in him that had happened gradually enough that he had nearly missed it while it was taking place. Lisbon was there in the first pages, warm and uneven and impossible to manage into neatness. He could almost feel again the rise of the streets under his shoes, the worn stone, the way the light had struck tile and window glass and cafe tables. He thought of sitting with the map too carefully folded, trying to behave like someone who already knew how to travel well. He thought of Manuel Duarte noticing more than Julian had said aloud. Some cities are meant to be walked, not solved. At the time, Julian had taken the words as good advice. Now they seemed larger than that. They had been the first crack in the tight shell of performance he had carried with him from home. He turned another page. Cascais opened in him with sea air and brightness. Not the broad inward quiet of the Seto inland sea, but Atlantic openness, a shore that felt lively without ever pressing him. He remembered the promenade, the boats at harbour, the easy spread of light on the water. He remembered the sketch in its sleeve, the one that had shown him smiling more openly than he had realized. That mattered to him still. It had not been vanity. It had been evidence of a private happiness becoming visible before he had named it. Porto came after that, cooler and bluer in memory. The station walls at São Bento, the rush of people under history they did not always look up to see. The Douro below the city, stone streets, river air, and the sense that a station could be both a threshold and a place in its own right. He had always treated transit as the corridor between real moments. Porto had corrected that gently. A place of passage could hold as much feeling as an arrival. The Douro Valley pages carried a different rhythm even in the writing. He could hear the train again as he looked at the lines, feel the steady sway of the carriage and the landscape unrolling without needing him to improve it. River bends, terraced hills, small stations, light crossing glass. That had been one of the first times he understood in his body, not just in principle, that movement itself could be the experience. He had not needed to master the route to receive it. He rested his hand on the paper for a moment before turning to Japan. Kanazawa had entered the atlas in another register entirely. Quiet, deliberate, maintained. The pages themselves seemed calmer there. He remembered garden paths, careful edges, water that drew the eye by slowing it. He remembered the craft shop, the wrapped wooden box, and Keiko Nakamura explaining practical things in a practical voice, how patient work remained visible in an object if someone cared enough to do it properly. Some beauty existed because time had been given to it, not because it had appeared easily, not because it had been arranged for display, because hands had returned to it, again and again. He looked toward the small wrapped box on the table. Even now it seemed less like a purchase than a lesson made tangible. The ferry crossing had become one of the clearest entries in the notebook, though once he might have dismissed it as simply getting from one place to another. He smiled faintly at that. He had spent so many years planning travel, as if the true parts of it would begin only after arrival. Yet some of the most lasting quiet from the whole journey had come while waiting, boarding, crossing, looking outward. Ferry timetables, bicycles, bags near people's ankles, the hum of the engine, the mainland receding, islands appearing layer by layer in pale distance. Nothing dramatic, nothing that could be optimized into meaning. Meaning had arrived on its own. And then, Naoshima, island roads, sea wind, museum paths, houses facing ordinary life beneath an extraordinary calm. His rented bicycle, the pleasant ache in his shoulders and the mild stiffness in his knees at the end of the day. Art outside and sea beyond it, neither trying to dominate the other. On Naoshima, the lesson had become almost impossible to mishear. The world was not waiting for him to move through it efficiently. It was not grading his route. It was not keeping score of how much he had seen or whether he had stood in the correct places for the proper amount of time. It had simply been there, offering itself in portions no larger than he could honestly receive. Julian let the notebook rest open and sat with that. For years, before he left Texas, the dream had taken the shape of planning. Maps, routes, savings, lists, articles, screenshots, weather patterns, train schedules, quiet hotels, museum hours. All of that had been sincere. It had not been wasted effort. Planning had helped him begin. It had protected the dream long enough for it to become real. But somewhere along the way, he had mistaken preparation for the skill itself. He had imagined that if he planned well enough, he would know how to travel correctly. He would avoid waste. He would avoid uncertainty. He would not miss the point. Instead, the point had kept arriving in ordinary forms he could not have arranged. A cafe table in Lisbon, a smile in a sketch by the sea. Blue tiles in a train station, river light from a carriage window, a maintained garden in Kanazawa, gold leaf catching quiet light, a ferry deck under a patient sky, a bicycle leaning outside his room near the harbour. He looked over at the table where he had sorted everything earlier. The arrangement was still there, though looser now, no longer displayed for review, so much as resting after being understood. The small blue and white ceramic tile, the protective sleeve holding the charcoal sketch, receipts flattened by hand, train tickets, the brochure from Kanazawa, loose notes, the bicycle rental ticket stub, the bottle of tea not yet finished, the folded city map opened and reclosed enough times to soften at the creases. None of it looked grand. That pleased him. He gathered a few things nearer with unhurried care. The tile first, cool and smooth against his fingertips. Then the sketch, which he looked at only briefly before slipping it back into its sleeve. Then the wooden box, still wrapped, its line of gold leaf catching the warm light from the lamp. One by one, he returned them to order. Not to perfect the archive, but to let each object settle where it belonged. The notebook remained open beside him, and the small sounds of paper and fabric in the quiet room felt companionable. He put the train tickets together, slid the receipts into the notebook's back pocket, tucked the brochure beneath the loose notes, set the bicycle stub with the ferry materials. The motions were simple and almost ceremonial, though he did not think of them that way while doing them. This was just what came after a journey day, after many journey days, after enough movement to require a shape. When the table was clear, except for the notebook, the pen, and the wrapped wooden box, he sat back again. The dream, he thought, had not been to become the sort of traveller who knew how to do everything gracefully. It had not been to prove courage or sophistication or range. He had never really wanted mastery, though he had borrowed some of its language when he was afraid. What he had wanted was permission. Permission to go. Permission to take the world seriously. Permission to be changed by ordinary contact with places that had once existed for him only as names on maps. As a boy in the back seat of his parents' car, he had learned that a road could widen the mind just by continuing. gas stations at night, rain on glass, bridges, pine trees, towns he had never heard of. Nothing in that memory was extraordinary on its own. Together, they had become the first opening. This journey had felt truer because it honored that same principle, one thing after another, one place after another. Not collected to prove scale, received to make the world more real. He reached for the pen. For a moment, he only held it and listened to the room. The harbour lights beyond the window did not move much. Somewhere outside, a faint mechanical sound rose and passed, then left the quiet intact. The air carried that mild closeness of a room lived in for several days, mixed with paper, fabric, and the trace of salt from the harbour outside. His body felt comfortably used, not eager, not restless, ready to stop. He lowered the pen to the page before the blank one, to the closing line he had already written at the end of the completed section. The words were simple. He had known they were right almost as soon as they appeared. Where next? He did not add to them. He did not decorate them with a final paragraph or explain what he now understood. The pages behind the question had done that work already. Portugal and Japan were there in their own voices, their own textures, their own lessons. The question did not erase that completion. It honored it. Still, after a few seconds, he turned to the blank page once more. At the top, in small, steady handwriting, he wrote only one brief line. Not yet. But yes. He looked at the words without smiling, though something in him eased further as he read them. That was enough. It said what he meant. The future did not need to be decided tonight to remain welcome. The atlas did not require an answer in order to continue being alive. A blank page could be part of the journey too. He set the pen down and let his hand rest beside it. Then he closed the notebook carefully, not with finality, only with care, holding inside it the written pages, the question, and the single new line that did not close the door so much as leave it gently unlocked. He placed the notebook atop the neat stack of papers and tickets, set the wooden box beside it, and turned off the lamp. The room softened at once. Harbour light took over in dim reflections. The window became a darker frame around the water outside. Julian sat for another minute in the near dark, listening to the ordinary hush of a place where he had, for a little while, been living rather than merely passing through. He had begun this journey wanting to experience the world fully. Somewhere along the way, he had learned that fully did not mean all at once, or perfectly, or with constant certainty. It meant honestly. It meant one walk, one meal, one station, one ferry, one page. It meant letting each place be itself, and letting himself be there. That understanding felt large enough to keep, and quiet enough to sleep beside. At last he stood, his knees reminding him gently of the day, his shoulder carrying the last pleasant trace of the island roads. He set his water bottle within reach, drew the curtain only halfway so the harbour lights could remain, and lay down with the calm fatigue of someone who no longer needed the night to deliver one more answer. On the table, the first pages of the quiet atlas rested complete. Beyond them, the world remained open. Where next?